You've got these huge wings. The surface area is immense.
Yeah, but like this weighs less than a gram.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, less than an ounce. Weighs about 25 grams.
Wow. It's another one for your twitching pouch.
Yeah, boy, this will, when you get all three of them twitching, we'll get some excitement in there. In you go.
And they're all right in here, yeah? It's completely,
Sure.
It doesn't damage them, it's a soft cloth. And there's nothing for them to get tangled up.
Well,
excellent.
They're probably from the same colony. They probably all know each other. And
right.
They're all
There's a bit of bonding going on in there at the moment.
Yeah, just like the vampires, huh?
Right.
Well, let's see. Any more bats?
No vampires yet.
Yeah. Once Rich has collected enough bats up in his pouch, he then records data for each species. Their weight, sex, and
yeah,
health.
looks like it's
All
somewhere.
releases them back into the wild.
No, it's not. It's small though, isn't it?
Oh wow!
It's smaller than
this is different. This is
yeah.
Oh look, he's put a
very
hole in your net.
Very making a very big hole in my net in here. Now let's see if we can get him out of there. You know, do me a favor and pull that off.
Yeah.
These little bats in your gloves just getting away. Okay. Almost tight.
Right.
There we go.
Fantastic. Look at that. It's a different bat altogether. It's a lot smaller. It's half the size.
Actually, even less than half the size. Weight-wise, long tail.
Right. That makes him an insectivore, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
He echolocates through his mouth,
He
yeah?
echolocates through his mouth. And their teeth here, let it bite and you're biting. See? The teeth are not, they're sharp, but they're not strong enough to do any damage.
So they're designed to chew up small insects and things that they're going to catch on the way. They're just amazing. It's not a vampire, though.
Definitely not a vampire.
After that insectivorous bat, we found a nectar-eating bat, a species that's quite common to Monteverdi.
What have we got here?
It's like a terrible knitting accident.
Well, this one looks quite different from the others still, doesn't it?
Wow. It's got a really long, stretched out snout.
Sure does. And it also looks tangled. Let's see how we can get him out of it. I was hoping they'd be covered with pollen.
Ah.
They frequently are. When they're feeding on bananas have very little.
Look at that.
How about that for a snack?
That has got a completely different profile. It looks like a dog. So why has it got such an elongated snout? Does it feed on fruit or is it nectar, flowers?
It feeds on the nectar from flowers. There, he stuck out his tongue.
Oh yeah.
And these act very much like hummingbirds. They go up to flowers. They hover. They have this tongue which is about that long. They stick it down into the flower.
Yeah.
They can drink the nectar, and that's entirely what they live on.
That's not bad for an evening's batting. We've had 3 species of bat in, amounts to about an hour and a half, which is pretty good going. I should be sounding a little bit more depressed because we haven't found the vampire bat, which is the reason I'm here. However, the bats I've seen are still pretty cool. What we're going to have to do, though, is move on to the next plan of action, Plan B, which is maybe to find vampires in a cave, which is some distance from here, a place called Santa Rosa.
Life doesn't wait.
It's showtime! You better get cracking.
So don't miss out on the world around you. You can change perspectives.
Depending on the gamers.
Make a proper impact. And still spice it up.
I love that.
That's what living is all about. Let's do it together. Life starts on Together TV.
A will can rip a family to pieces, and fighting it in court can leave you penniless.
There will be a winner and there will be a loser.
United by grief, divided by greed.
Money makes people do terrible things.
Inheritance Wars. Who gets the money? Starts Sunday at 9 on Channel 5 and My5.
3, 2, 1, lift off.
Space. The possibilities are limitless. Join me, Tim Peake, as I uncover the hidden secrets of our universe. From the planets to the stars,
Without the sun, we wouldn't even be here in the first place.
I'll be revealing the reality of life in space, and I'll travel to the furthest corners of the globe to discover what's out there.
This is magnificent.
And I'll even ask the biggest question of all: is there life beyond Earth? Secrets of Our Universe, with me, Tim Peake, starts Tuesday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Well, we didn't catch any vampires last night, and I should be feeling rather disappointed, but it's impossible to check out the views for a start. On top of that, there's loads of animals here. It's absolutely dripping with them. I've seen loads of interesting bats as well, lots of different species which tell the story of why Costa Rica is so special for bats and bat enthusiasts. However, the next step in this quest for the vampire is we're heading to Santa Rosa, where we're going to find, hopefully, a natural cave which is providing a roost site for vampire bats. So all going to plan, fingers crossed, we may still find them.
Costa Ricans take conservation very seriously. Now, it might be a small country about the size of Scotland, but over a quarter of its land surface is protected in the form of biological reserves, wildlife refuges, and national parks, of which Santa Rosa is one. Scarlet macaws and channel-billed toucans are just some of the creatures this place is absolutely crammed with. But unfortunately, the bat cave I've come all this way to see was pretty disappointing. It was completely flooded, and with no safe access for the crew.
I can see them, and there's a lot of them, but I don't think there's any way we're going to get in there. As far as the quest is concerned, it's a little bit of a tease, and I think we're going to have to look elsewhere for our close and vampire experience. On the brighter side, though, the rest of this park is pretty amazing, and in fact, it's absolutely dripping with wildlife. We've seen loads already, so I think I'm going to allow myself the luxury of a little bit of exploration before we move on.
No sooner I had to stop playing and get back on the vampire trail. Now we headed for Caldera, a coastal town in the western lowlands. An exhaustingly long journey to a cattle grazing region that should lead us to our bloodthirsty bats. And here they're considered a pest because they feed on the livestock and infected bites can leave the animals. On our arrival, Frank called us to his ranch where there had been a bit of vampire activity the night before.
Now, we didn't see vampires up at Monteverdi, and that's probably because they're actually quite rare. They're a newcomer to that area. However, down here in the lowlands, which is where we've come now,
Oh. I think I'll come see. I don't come see, yeah. chicken and garlic.
Little slope.
The key to dealing with a naughty child, author and childcare expert Sarah Ockwell Smith says discipline is damaging and discriminating against a child, and it's no different to racism or sexism. Let's know what you think about that. We're going to be debating this a bit later. Should we treat children as equal to adults, or is authority necessary? Let us know what you think.
Yeah, she calls it childism. Any sort of prejudice against children. She claims it's the same as racism and sexism.
Sexism, yeah.
Okay, love to know how you've gone about trying to discipline your children or help
I'm
them.
disciplined by my children. It's not in trouble.
Is that mummism?
Yeah, and the serious mothers in the world.
As well as that, we're going to be talking to a 102-year-old former RAF veteran who was taken to the skies in a different way by abseiling down 17 stories of the Royal London. Colin Bell says the secret to doing anything at his age is exercise, alcohol, and bad women. Chatting
Can't
to
wait to hear what he defines.
He's going to love Laura if you like bad women,
Isn't he?
Chatting to him live in the studio after 8 o'clock. First of all,
She's got all the categories, the alcohol, the exercise, and the bad women, and she's got something in her mouth right now, so she can't come back at me.
he's got a mouthful on something naughty. Is that not right?
Yes.
There you go.
Should we get the news, travel, and weather wherever you are?
See you in a bit.
Hello, your Good Morning Britain headlines now in the south. And as you've been hearing, thousands of airline passengers have been impacted by cancelled, delayed or diverted flights at Gatwick Airport. It's being blamed on a lack of air traffic control staff. 42 flights were cancelled or diverted yesterday. A woman is due in court charged with the murder of her mother. Anna Jones, who was 44, was found at her home in Petersfield in May. Bronwyn Jones from Borden is expected to enter a plea. The plans to end homelessness in Southampton have been outlined by the City Council. There's been an increased demand for housing services. The new action plan will ensure people receive the right support. The Newbury Agricultural Show is back after 3 years. This weekend, 55,000 people from across the Thames Valley and beyond will be heading to the showground. It's the first time it's been on since the pandemic. Butterfly numbers increased this summer. That's the findings of the Dorset-based Butterfly Conservation's Big Butterfly Count. More than 1.5 million butterflies and day flying moths were recorded between the 14th of July and the 6th of August. A pair of rare red pandas have been born in Wiltshire as part of an international breeding programme at Longleat with an endangered species. Numbers are thought to be as low as 2,500 in the wild. They are beautiful for that place. Diana Fisher in Jordan and your weather. Bright and early with GMP local weather. Sponsored by Therateer's overnight eye drops.
Very good morning to you. Any mist and fog patches should lift and burn back quite quickly, and we should be left with a fine, dry and settled day with lengthy spells of sunshine, lots of blue sky, a little bit of fair weather cloud from time to time, light southeasterly winds and feeling warm in the best of the sunshine, a high of 24 degrees Celsius.
Not a bad looking Friday, is it? Well, Ben and Kate are coming to you next, and I'll be back with plenty more on the Regions News just after 7.
Still to come, a Royal Marines veteran who suffered a traumatic brain injury in 2020 has won 4 medals at the Invictus Games, while Prince Harry watched on from the stands along with his family. Find out how taking part in the Games has been a lifeline for Paul and his wife Jenny. There they are. We're going to talk to them very shortly. Very excited to meet them and to celebrate your remarkable success. Congratulations.
You're watching Good Morning Britain on ITV1.
That purifying clean feeling that you love from a dental tool, now you can feel it at home with Oral-B's IO electric toothbrush. With Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head and unique micro vibrations, it removes bacterial plaque better than your manual toothbrush. For cleaner teeth and healthier gums, it knows just what it takes to give you the wow of a professional purifying clean feeling every day. Take advantage of great savings on Oral-B IO at Amazon.
Is cancer winning? Cancer research won't let it. We made radiotherapy possible, so cancer couldn't stop its big day. We studied tumor DNA to find better treatments so she can see her girls grow. We're finding new ways to outsmart cancer so more people can hear.
It's gone.
Together, we are beating cancer.
Did someone say life hack?
Won't wombat it.
Meerkat it. Simples, huh?
Thousands of top UK brands pay us when you shop, and we share that cash with you. So, thinking of shopping online? Top cash back.
Welcome to the home of entertainment. Are you ready to be entertained? Are you ready to bubble? Book your summer break now.
Why did I make them triangles? So they don't roll away?
Set them free with Dairy Lee.
Get that Euro Millions feeling. 10 UK winners are guaranteed to be millionaires this Friday. Euro Millions from the National Lottery.
What's your little piece of warmth?
For me, it's when I'm on tour with my favourite band.
During my coziest movie nights in.
And for me, it's that moment to myself whilst out walking the dogs. Werther's Original, your little piece of warmth.
Would you like one?
Who said electrification can't spark excitement when unplugged? New Nissan Qashqai with e-Power, a unique electrified experience, unplugged.
Happiness is different things to different people. That's what happiness is.
Etsy has home style gifts. Etsy has it.
You're joking, Dom.
Jacket of the season, Carrie.
F&F makes fashion sense.
Speed dating, yeah!
Do you think we're going to connect?
I think we've already connected.
Tonight you'll be stepping back in time.
I just feel really comfortable around you. Yeah, it's perfect.
Brand new My Mum, Your Dad. Tonight at 9 on ITV1 and ITVX.
They're rowing already in here. Welcome back. Let's take a look at the front pages, shall we? The Times leads with comments from the President of the Royal College of Emergency Medicine that hospitals are making people sicker. So he tells the paper that patients are becoming delirious on A&E trolleys, partly because of the wait, mismedication, that sort of thing, with those aged over 80 spending an average of 15 hours waiting for a bed to become available.
The Daily Telegraph claims unvaccinated children may have to isolate for 21 days due to the rapid rise in measles. It says modelling has suggested 160,000 cases could be diagnosed in London alone.
The final betrayal is the headline in the Mirror. The paper says Downing Street has refused to rule out axing the Manchester leg of the planned HS2 rail line. I can feel Jackie fuming.
And the Star claims that the UK was seconds away from World War III after a rogue Russian pilot allegedly fired 2 missiles at an RAF jet last October. So plenty to get stuck into with former Labour Home Secretary Jackie Smith and broadcaster Ian Dell. Good morning to both of you. Maybe, Jackie, we can start with the wait list in the NHS because it's reached 7.7 million or 7.68 million on the waiting list since the end of July, up from June. It's the highest number since records began in August 2007. One of the pledges that Rishi Sunak made was he was going to reduce the wait list. He's been quite clear and he blames the The striking
strike.
doctors causing a big issue here. You're working in the sector, you're sort of not part of a huge trust and have to manage hospitals that are going through this. What's your take on it?
Well, first of all, this is 7.5 million people who are having to wait.
You should be awake,
sometimes, of course, not able to go to work, so it has an economic impact as well. I think there's a couple of places in the paper today where either the Prime Minister or, in fact, the President of the Royal College of Emergency Medicine seem to be spending a bit more time deciding who to blame rather than deciding how to solve the problem. It is a real issue for people. It was waiting lists were going up before the pandemic. They were impacted by the pandemic, and yes, they have been impacted by industrial action as well. What this needs is a concerted effort from those of us leading in the NHS, from the government, from doctors and the Royal Colleges to solve it. Because
So
people
how is
can't
that
wait
done? Because the point that you mentioned, the Royal College of Medicine and that statement about hospitals potentially making people sicker, quite a dramatic statement when read as a board headline. And the point that was trying to be made there is
I woke up because I needed a pee.
God's
sake.
To get to bed, they become delirious. Often that wait means they've got medication on them, and so that can impact as well. But so you've got one side saying hospitals are making people sicker, others blaming doctors. How does that get resolved, Jackie?
Well, I think that, well, first of all, I think the key thing is you do try to resolve it. So that issue is about the waits in emergency departments. And certainly I think there is some evidence in that whilst there's enormous pressure in emergency departments, there are also some initiatives that are helping to bring down that time, all sorts of different ways of getting people out of the emergency department and into a bed more quickly. But there's a real challenge in what they call flow, getting people through the hospital, particularly because of the difficulties then of people coming out of hospital with the right care to enable them to leave hospital at the right time. And that, of course, is a pressure, particularly for local councils and social care there as well. So all of this needs to work properly in order for people to get the care that they need. And as I say, I just wish there was a bit less deciding who to blame and a bit more working to solve.
I mean, one of the government stats is that they pledged some 5,000 extra beds. What does that actually mean? Does that physically mean an extra bed is somehow created in a hospital, pushed in from somewhere else, built? Or does that mean that the staff to, if you like, look after the person in that bed is made available? Because they're kind of slightly two different points, aren't they?
Exactly, although the point about a bed is it isn't just a physical bed, it's the staff to care for people. Although, you know, one initiative, for example, is around what are called virtual wards.
Yeah.
So that is ways of caring for people better in their own home. So using the skills of doctors and nurses and hospitals
Do you think it could come back?
Well, it is coming back. It is. So the development of virtual wards is happening now, and that's an important initiative. But I mean, there is a fundamental problem here that there are insufficient staff and there are insufficient beds as well.
Ian and Jackie saying rather they were trying to find a solution than looking at who's to blame. Rishi Sunak yesterday very clear, look, we were making really good progress until the doctors went on strike. Does Rishi Sunak have a point?
Well, of course he has a point. I mean, anyone with half a brain can see that if doctors go on strike, fewer operations are going to happen, therefore the waiting lists go up. But it's wrong to blame the strikes entirely for the waiting lists. I mean, as Jackie said, there are other contributory factors too.
And I guess those striking might argue as well that actually one of the reasons why they're striking is because there aren't enough staff and there's pressure. You know, it becomes
and also, you know, where there is a strike, and you know, to the extent, as Ian says, that this does lengthen waiting lists, the Prime Minister's right. But he also has the ability to negotiate, to sort that out. And that's what lots of hospital leaders who can't do anything about pay are saying to the government and to the leaders of the doctors. You've got to get together and solve this problem for the good of patients, for the good of your colleagues who happen to
This whole issue of beds, though, I think is really interesting because over the last 30 or 40 years, the number of beds has been declining, I mean, under successive governments. And that isn't because politicians have said, oh, let's cut beds because that'll cut costs. It's actually because the medical establishment has had a policy of wanting to treat people in their own homes rather than in hospital. Now, you can see a certain logic to that if you can do it, but it's gone far too far. and we have a lower number of beds per sort of 1,000 of the population than any other country in Western Europe. Now, they seem to have decided to start to reverse that, which I think is a good thing, because there are some people who have to be treated in hospital.
And also the facilities have to be there and the support in the community to treat
Exactly.
people in
The
that.
argument yesterday when they were talking about this 5,000 beds was, where's the staff going to be? Because there's such a massive shortage of staff in the NHS. And until Steve Barclay sits down with the unions and they try and hammer out a deal, which they haven't done, and he's refusing to do till they've changed some of the prerequisites on what they're negotiating, that's just not going to happen.
No, and it has to happen soon. And this has gone on for far too long. Anybody watching this programme would I'm sure would agree with that. And so there has to be a break in the logjam somewhere. It's the same on the rail strikes. I mean, we're all heartily sick of them. They are affecting people. I mean, sort of hospital doctors going on strike affects people in a far more serious way than train drivers going on strike in many ways. But it's got to come to an end and come to an end soon. I mean, what is government for if it isn't for bringing people together and trying to thrash something out? I'm not going to say it's going to be easy, but at least you have to sit down and try.
You mentioned rail strikes, which brings us to the headlines from HS2, Jackie. The final betrayal is the front of the Mirror this morning. The paper saying Downing Street refusing to rule out axing that Manchester leg of HS2. There's billions of pounds have already been spent. There's billions of pounds over budget. There's billions of pounds still needed to complete that leg. Do you think that they're shirking the actual decision and sort of avoiding saying we're definitely axing it by saying, oh, we know we've started and there's no plans to not carry on?
I mean, what sort of a country do we live in where we can't have a high-speed rail track between our major cities? I'm off to Germany for the weekend for a wedding. I can tell you with certainty that there will be better transport infrastructure there. It is not difficult. It's expensive, but it is not difficult to improve your infrastructure. And we just fail time after time to do that. And then people say, oh, well, it's terrible. There's not enough growth in the economy. Of course, there's not enough growth in the economy if you haven't invested in the infrastructure to enable you to grow across the whole of the country, not just in a very overheated southeast.
When the project team is tens of billions of pounds over budget already, and there's expectation of spiralling costs beyond that, at what point does the government have to say we just can't justify this anymore? Or are they in so far?
If they've done it quicker,
so far they can't.
It's too late for that. The former BBC journalist Gavin Esler's written a book called Britain is Better Than This. And you think, I mean, can we not even build a railway anymore?
Exactly.
I mean, they always go over budget, but this has rocketed out of control. Now, again, we can play a blame game here and we can say, well, the people in charge of the HS2 project haven't done their job properly, the government haven't done their job properly in overseeing what's going on. And some people understandably will think of it as a complete waste of public money. But I mean, if you're going to build something like this, you can't just cut it off halfway up the route, surely.
No. And the money's already spent. Yeah. That's I think what people find so disturbing, because
the tunnels have been
gone.
built. You can't tax it.
So don't we have to complete it? Otherwise, literally, it's like setting fire to that money.
And the quicker you complete it, the cheaper it is. One of the things that is, well, yes, because the longer it takes, particularly at a time of construction cost inflation, the more it's going to cost.
Holy moly!
That's the official line.
Can we have a good news story now?
Yes, I don't know. Should we talk to you about disciplining children?
No, let's talk about Sean's hair.
We can do Sean's hair as well.
We're going to get cross about that as well.
The big news yesterday was the leader of the Labour Party in Europe, Keir Starmer, launching his plan to smash the small boats. If you were playing Smash Bingo yesterday, you would have won a lot of money, because he certainly used that phrase an awful lot. Wants to treat the people smugglers as terrorists, wants to work closely with Europol. I mean, I was intrigued to understand that actually it's the government already do, but actually the sharing of information is really important.
Yeah.
But actually in return for being able to send some of those channel migrants that come across on the boats back to France, we will accept a quota of migrants coming to, or asylum seekers coming to the UK from Europe itself, Jackie. It felt like, in some way, he was making concessions to the EU, talking about opening the borders a little bit and making it sort of... he was at pains saying that's not what he's doing. He's not going on back on Brexit. But, you know, when you look at The Guardian this morning, And the Guardian, usually a left-leaning paper, saying that Keir Starmer is being criticised by both the left and the right over the plan. It seems like maybe he's not struck the right chord with it.
And the Daily Express, which often criticises Keir Starmer, calls it a dirty deal, doesn't hold back at all.
Well, the Home Secretary, who has failed to solve the problem, calls it a dirty deal. So what Keir Starmer was trying to do yesterday was to recognise not that those who are people smugglers are terrorists, but that there are methods we use to control terrorists that we could use against this sort of serious organised crime. And he, of course, as a former Director of Public Prosecutions, has had some practice at doing that. So, yes, the sort of smash the gangs thing was about what are the methods that we can use in order to tackle the international criminal operations that are bringing these poor souls into the channel. And then he makes the point, which is also true, that as a result of Brexit, we lost the ability to share information and intelligence in real time that would also help us to do that. And we need to try and find a way to get that back, to make an agreement with the EU. And then the controversial bit, which he sort of had further back, I think it would be fair to say, understanding, I suspect, that it would be seen as controversial, is if we're going to return people to Europe, we need to have some sort of an agreement to be part of the European migration agreements, part of which is a sort of quid pro quo that says everybody will take their fair share of migrants. Now, his argument would be, look, we've got tens of thousands of people here now. If we could find a way, one, to deter them, two, to stop smugglers from bringing them here, and three, to return them more quickly, actually we'd have fewer people, even if, as part of that agreement, we were taking some responsibility for housing migrants, as others across Europe are doing.
Are you buying that, Ian?
Well, I interviewed someone from the Oxford University Migratory Institute Observatory, that's the one, last night. And I asked him, what's the difference between this approach and the one that the government's taking? And he said there isn't one. I mean, the last bit, I think, about returning migrants, I think that is a difference. But in terms of the policy that he was trying to announce, there isn't a difference. The government will say, I think justifiably, well, we are trying to search for the gangs, but they are actually in Europe. They're not generally here. And it's up to
you need European cooperation.
Well, of course you need European cooperation, and the National Crime Agency will be cooperating, as you all know.
They are. I asked Keir Starmer that. The government already working with Europol. He said they are. So they're all actually rightly saying.
They need to work a bit harder.
That was his point. Though they're not working hard enough, or they're not working close.
How does he know that? And the thing is, I didn't hear a single proposal of him saying, "Well, I think they need to do this rather than that."
Oh, no, that's not fair. He said, "I think they need to use this type of order that is used against terrorists. I think they need to share intelligence on a quicker and more live basis, and we can't do that because of Brexit, and we could make an agreement that would enable us to do it." I mean, that's two quite practical things that would enable
as
you
much
to be more
information as you like. You don't need a formal agreement to do that. Police authorities
yes,
all
you-
over
I'm sorry,
the world.
you do.
No, you don't. Police authorities
Yes, you do,
all over
yeah.
the world share information all the time in real time.
No, but we lost that ability. We lost the ability that we had on intelligence sharing as part of the EU when we left the EU and didn't choose to put that back into operation. It isn't as easy to share intelligence now as it was when we were in the EU. That's not an argument to rejoin. It's an
Well, it
argument.
kind of is actually. If
I wouldn't have left in the first place, but it is an argument to make sure that
this is the
you have that
political
agreement
problem
in
for Keir
place.
Starmer, in that the perception of this, whatever the reality is, the perception is, well, he was all in favour of a second referendum, therefore he's really in favour of going back into the EU, and this is another reason that he'll quote to do so.
I agree with you that that's the perception, but actually what it is a pragmatic way of saying some of the things that we had when we were in the EU were actually quite useful for our security, and can we find ways to renegotiate them and get them back for the safety of our borders?
Jackie, you were asking for a good news story. I know you're heading to Germany for a wedding at the weekend. There'll be a celebration and enjoyment.
Your hat sorted?
I have a little
fascinator.
A sort of beaded headband.
Well, that was fantastic.
Sean used to have those.
The reason I'm
just jealous.
The reason I say you're celebrating Germany because there is lots of celebratory activities going on in Dusseldorf at the moment with the Invictus Games.
Yes.
If you're anywhere near, you can certainly go and enjoy that. And we're very excited to be talking to one of those athletes right now, Paul Charlie Charles. thought he had years ahead of him in the Royal Marines. When he was hit by a car in 2020, he suffered a severe traumatic brain injury along with a broken neck, fractured ribs, and a fractured skull.
So he's proceeded to move mountains since then, though, and this week joins the incredible servicemen and women taking part in the Invictus game, where he's won gold and bumped shoulders with Harry and Meghan. We're lucky to be joined by him and his wife, Jenny, from Dusseldorf. You've already got a gold in the bag. Tell us about that first of all.
Amazing. I couldn't believe it. I wanted to achieve the 100 meters freestyle in under 60 seconds, so I managed to achieve that, and then the gold medals just are like an amazing addition to that, so really chuffed with that.
Jenny, I get excited at any sporting endeavour, and when I read out a little tease of what Charlie had done, I nearly started crying because I understand what that means. But for you personally and the journey that Charlie's been, you and the family, what was it like sitting by that pool yesterday and watching him compete with these other athletes and then come out on top?
Oh, it was absolutely phenomenal. I think Joy had his accident in 2020 and he's been in rehab for most of that time since he was discharged. And life has been really hard for us. We didn't know what he would be able to achieve. And the fact that he got a medal was amazing, but just taking part with all the other competitors has been extremely emotional. I cried a lot during that time.
I bet you did. Because there must have been so many times when both of you have felt like it was quite a struggle to keep going. Lots and lots of hurdles on both sides. You want to both talk about, I tell you what, Jenny, you talk about that first of all, because you, I'm sure, struggled yourself in going through this.
Yes, I think when you're in the sort of military community and you have your partner has a accident or something happen and they're not able to continue their career or carry on family life as normal, it is genuinely life-changing. His medical conditions have meant that he can't do any of the things that he used to do. I've become a carer. I'm still working. I have the family to look after. And in his accident happened in lockdown. So it was very lonely, difficult time, but you have to hold it together for the rest of the family. And it's been emotional. It's been very, very tough. And we've been extremely grateful for this experience, and the RBL have been amazing in facilitating the support for families. So not just Charlie being able to take part, but for all of the families to meet like-minded people that understand, because unless you've been through this, it's very hard for other people to understand.
I know the Royal British Legion have been instrumental. Charlie, you met Prince Harry as well, of course. What was he like?
He was taller than I thought, which was a nice surprise. We had a hug. He was just a sort of normal, natural guy, a really nice guy. And it's an amazing opportunity to meet him, but more amazing than that is to do the Invictus and the legacy, what that will hold with the ripple effect, what happens for me, for then my family, and then even doing this and all the other competitors, just outstanding and amazing. Brilliant all round.
And I wonder what it's been like to meet some of those other competitors from different countries who have all experienced different forms of trauma, which has led them to be part of Invictus. What's that been like for you, Charlie?
Yeah, unbelievable, awe-inspiring. It's incredible what you can achieve through sport. It's nothing less than priceless. The friendship, the camaraderie, and not just in the UK team, but that's transferable across all the nations, and just having the best time and living your best life ever. It's amazing.
And Jenny, you got to meet the Prince, didn't you, as well? You got to meet Harry and you got to meet Meghan too. I mean, it's one of those things. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of stories about them, but we've all noticed the sort of how happy and content and the joy that they seem to be exuding in Dusseldorf this week.
It was an absolute honour to represent the friends and family. So I was picked from the UK team to do that, and they were both fantastic. Harry was focused on talking about who I was supporting, which was obviously Charlie, and he wanted to know, how Charlie was getting on, and he said he would come and watch him swimming, and he did. So that was amazing. He was really friendly, and he's very focused on the competitors. And then when I met Megan, she was lovely. She's a very beautiful lady. She was very compassionate. She asked about the family, because we're lucky to have our children and grandson here with us, and she was keen to help. We're all coping with there's been warm weather here. But it was marvellous.
There is something fantastic, isn't there? It must be for all of you to be there, obviously, which is the whole point of the games. But for them to see Meghan and Harry, the kind of value that the games have,
Jackie,
it must be huge.
This week has been such a fillip to see Harry and Meghan together in this environment.
Even the Daily Mail were praising them yesterday, weren't they? Yeah.
It makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Oh, I think it does, because this is obviously something that Harry was instrumental in setting up. It's something, I think the first time we ever really properly saw him and Meghan together was a previous Invictus Games, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And so clearly his military background means that it's particularly special to him. He's made something amazing out of it, and it's lovely to see them together celebrating that, and people obviously are enjoying meeting them.
Ian, you nearly smiled as well. There's the smile.
Royal,
I think,
Ian on a royal story smiling is a good way to end any.
I think that all the things that have been said about Harry in the past couple of years, we should look at these games and acknowledge that without him, these games would not be happening.
Right.
He was instrumental in bringing them about. When he looks back on his life, when he gets to sort of his 80s, he can be justifiably proud of his military service, and he can be very proud of creating these games.
As Charlie can be, his achievements, and Jenny as well. Who
We're out of time, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
We are
Well done, you two.
Charlie and Jenny, thank you for joining us and representing our country so brilliantly, Charlie. We are incredibly proud of you and all our fellow athletes over there as
Certainly
well.
are.
Thank you.
Thank you to you too.
UK.
There you go.
Yeah,
Team
come on.
UK. Jackie, Ian, thank you so much as well.
Now, still to come, Mamma Mia, here we go again. Will Meryl Streep and the cast of the hit film be returning for a third instalment? We're going to be finding out from Richard Arnold after 7. They managed to bring Meryl Streep back, even though she wasn't alive in Mamma Mia too.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's see if they could do it separately.
We're
Mamma
gonna
Mia 3.
Bring Andy Peters back now. We're going to bring Andy back. She's got the competition for you. Wonderful prize and some money as ever. Morning, Andy.
Yeah, morning. Always live and kicking me. I know, I've got the memo about Pink, obviously, as well. I know Laura's always watching. Laura, I just want to quickly show you something before I do the competition. Look at that, Laura. I don't know why it's like that, but you probably do know why it's like that, Laura. Tell me very quickly.
You mean the sun on the bridge?
No, Laura, the mist. Look at the mist.
I need to look
The mist
closer.
on there, Laura. Look. Open your eyes. Look at that mist. It's like a spooky thing.
So yes, there is a higher relative humidity over the water than there is over the land, which condenses the water vapour, which makes what is essentially cloud on the water, which is mist or fog.
Thank you much. Thank you very much indeed, Laura. I've got an amazing prize. The line's closed today at 2 o'clock. You can win £60,000 and a brand new car. Do you know what? Just dial this number now. Good luck. For another chance to win the cash and the car, text prize to 62525. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or go to the website. Entries cost £2. You can call 09068 782525. Course costs £2 plus your network access charge, or paste your name and phone number to BK33, PO Box 7558, Derby, DE1 0NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. And remember, lines close at 2 o'clock today. Good luck.
That warm feeling inside. Box Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on Good Morning Britain.
Good morning to you. So the weekend is nearly upon us. What does it hold? Well, mixed fortunes. For today, weather front still divides the country. It clears into tomorrow. The weekend starts okay, and then Sunday, this area of low pressure brings with it
torrential thunderstorms on Sunday, but the detail is still uncertain. So as we head into the weekend, it looks like it's going to turn cloudy with these thunderstorms, but it brings up some much warmer and more humid air, so some uncomfortable night's sleep ahead. Here's how it looks first thing this morning. The satellite and radar picks out a lot of cloud for the northern half of the UK, outbreaks of rain for Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, the far north of England, clear skies with sunshine in the south with, as we've just seen, some shallow areas of mist and fog. But the sun will soon warm that up and they will lift and clear as we head through the next hour or so. So actually, England and Wales, largely fine and dry, plenty of sunshine. And for central areas of England and Wales, where we had the misty, wet conditions yesterday, a much improved day today, 22 or 23 degrees here. 26 are high in the south, but cool under the rain and the wind in the north. So let's see how things pan out as we head through the next 7 days. So we always look at the north of the UK first of all. It's Scotland, Northern Ireland, northern areas of England. It's basically Leeds northwards, which divides the country in half. And temperature-wise, we're sitting around about maybe a little below average. Percentage chance of rainfall across the north as we head through the next 7 days. Well, actually, today is largely dry. There's some rain across the far south of the area. And then actually hit and miss with the risk of showers as we head through the weekend and on into next week. So the outlook is unsettled. Classic weather phrase. Fortunes further south to England and Wales as we head through the next 7 days. Well, it's actually pretty warm as we head through the next few days. There's warm, humid air with us, and temperatures drop down to about average into next week. And then, like I said, a really mixed bag as we head through the next few days. Largely dry today, sunshine and showers tomorrow, thunderstorms likely on Sunday, and then staying unsettled as we head through to next week. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
Good morning, Britain. Thousands of steel jobs at risk. Unions are braced for huge job losses at Britain's biggest steelworks in Port Talbot this morning, despite a massive cash injection by the government and the owners as the plant moves towards a greener future.
The father, stepmother and uncle of 10-year-old Sarah Sharif has been charged with her murder, and all three will appear in court today.
Thousands of passengers faced travel disruption after flights at Gatwick Airport were cancelled, delayed or diverted due to a shortage of air traffic controllers.
After a washout summer for our gardens, who better to help than the green-fingered guru himself, Alan Titchmarsh? Find out what we should all be doing in our gardens right now.
And this is the moment a 102-year-old RAF war hero sailed an incredible 17 stories down the Royal London Hospital. Colin Bell says the secret to his good health is exercise, alcohol and love. Find out why he decided to take on the sky-high challenge.
Friday, 15th of September 2023, live from Television Centre in London. This is Good Morning Britain with Ben Shepherd and Kate Garraway.
Our main news this morning, unions fear around 3,000 job losses could be announced this morning at Britain's biggest steelworks in Port Talbot. The plant's 2 blast furnaces are expected to close in future as owners Total move towards greener forms of steel making.
The job cuts will come despite government plans to invest £500 million of taxpayers' money into the site to secure its long-term future. Well, Nick Dixon is in Port Talbot for us this morning. Nick, so the ministers are arguing that the job losses would have been even higher without the government's financial support.
Morning, Ben. Yeah, there seems to be a suggestion that the job losses could have been really substantially higher, perhaps to the point where it was 7,000 to 8,000 jobs. But for now, at least, it looks like it's going to be perhaps 2,000 to 3,000, which is horrendous enough. These talks have been going on between Tata Steel and the government for quite a few months, just in terms of how much the government would actually put into this package. They seem to have settled on the £500 million mark. But with that comes the expectation that the company itself will put in £700 million to help modernise the plant here. But with that, there is very much a strong feeling here that they need to look at a number of different options to protect the current order book here, but also to minimise those job losses that we talked about this morning.
Nobody's denying that we have to move to cleaner, greener steel making. But what we should not be doing is closing down the current blast furnaces and replacing them with something which only does half the job. Because if you've only got half of your customer base, then you're going to lose a lot of jobs, and you're not going to have a transition which really works for the workforce, which really works for the planet, and which really works for our economic prosperity going forward.
Well, as you'd imagine, there is a lot of bad feeling about this news. I've been talking to one of the union reps here in the last few minutes. He told me that he feels the unions have just been completely frozen out of the talks. The GMB union have said that the deal here will have devastating consequences for the jobs, the workers as well, but also the community here in Port Talbot.
Nick, thank you very much indeed. Well, that is our top story, and after it, we're going to be joined by Government Minister Chris Philp. We'll talk to him about that. He's also, of course, Policing Minister, so other stories to talk to him about as well. But first, here's Sean with the rest of today's news.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Good morning to you. The father, stepmother and uncle of Sarah Sharif will appear in court today, charged with the 10-year-old's murder. They were arrested after returning to Britain from Pakistan. Well, Jonathan Swain is at Guildford Magistrates Court for us. Jonathan, what have the police said there?
Well, Sean, Lockdown International Church, they have now been arrested, and overnight they were charged with the murder. Those three will appear here at Guildford Magistrates Court later on today. The three of them are Sarah's father, Uthan Sharif, his partner, Banash Batul, and the girl's uncle, Faisal Malik. They'll be here charged with her murder at Guildford Magistrates Court later on today. Well, Sarah's body, of course, was found at a home in Woking on August the 10th. She was said to have sustained multiple injuries. Well, the three of them were arrested after they stepped off a flight from Dubai, actually, on Wednesday night. It originally started in Pakistan. They actually left the UK on August the 9th to go to Pakistan. And then they were arrested on Wednesday night. Well, the three, Sarah's mother is now being supported by specialist police officers. But the breaking news overnight, Sean, is that those three adults have now been charged with the little girl's murder.
Jonathan, thank you very much. Well, flights have been diverted from Gatwick Airport to airports as far away as Brussels because of the latest air traffic control problems. Thousands of passengers face cancellations, delays and diversions after staff shortages meant planes could not land. Now, Ryanair boss Michael O'Leary has called for the resignation of the chief executive of the National Air Traffic Services Organisation. Our chief correspondent Richard Gatesford is at Gatwick Airport for us. Good morning, Richard. You've been speaking to frustrated travellers there, haven't you?
I have, and there's real anger that failure to find enough staff to work in that tower behind me here on the edge of Gatwick Airport meant there was so much chaos. I arrived late last night to find so many people effectively stranded. They've been told by their airlines to sort out their own accommodation overnight after flights were either cancelled or significantly delayed. The problem was there weren't no hotels because they'd all sold out so quickly as these problems started to magnify. That meant that there was an awful lot of people bedding down for the night on the hard terminal floor. They had been given a small amount of vouchers to get some food and drink, but they weren't really getting the information they wanted or needed.
Our whole holiday could be cancelled. We'll be losing our whole holiday if we can't get another flight. It's disgusting how they've treated us. They've had no updates properly, have they? They've just left us. It was delayed for 3 hours. We got to the gate. Flight's cancelled. Can't get anyone to sleep. And we decided to stay here.
Well, it meant that so many planes coming into Gatwick were diverted to other British airports, to Cardiff, to Bournemouth, Heathrow and elsewhere. One passenger we spoke to ended up in Brussels temporarily and then got back to the UK so late, missed all her transport connections home.
Just as we were crossing the Channel, we were suddenly told that they'd received a message that Gatwick was closed and they had no idea why. And the plan then was to divert to Brussels. You know, we've got back to Britain and it feels like Britain is simply not working.
Well, after another failure of the air traffic system, the airlines will once again be picking up the pieces. They're not happy about it. This is what the boss of Ryanair, Michael O'Leary, had to say. He believes that airlines are paying millions of pounds to NATS each and every year and should not have to see their passengers suffer avoidable delays due to staff shortages. We call on Martin Rolfe, who is the boss of NATS, to immediately resign. Well, EasyJet not happy either. So many of their flights here at Gatwick have been affected. The airport, though, saying today things should be operating normally.
Richard, thank you. Joe Biden's son, Hunter, has become the first ever child of a sitting US president to face a criminal prosecution. He's accused of 3 federal offences of lying while buying a firearm. It follows the collapse of a plea deal over gun and tax-related charges. Well, here's our North America correspondent, Noel Phillips.
For the first time in American history, the son of a serving president is facing criminal charges over the illegal purchase of a gun. Hunter Biden, seen here in Dublin with his 80-year-old father earlier this year, is accused of lying on a government form about his drug addiction when he bought the firearm 5 years ago. A plea deal was then struck with prosecutors in the hope that the case would go away, but that arrangement fell apart in July.
I do not think it would have a significant impact on his father. People know about it. This is his son. He's been very loving to his son, very supportive.
But make no mistake, the prospect of the world's most powerful man having to watch his son go on trial amid his re-election campaign will be a huge distraction. The charges come just days after Republicans launched an impeachment inquiry into the president.
The American people deserve to know that the federal government is not being used to cover up the actions of a politically associated family.
In a recent interview on this program, Joe Biden's sister described the allegations as a political witch hunt led by Donald Trump, who is also facing his own criminal indictments.
The former president, I believed, was committed to destroying my brother and trying to destroy my family. And my expectations were exceeded, and they still continue. He still continues that effort today.
But just how damaging this may be for both father and son is yet to be clear. Noel Phillips, Good Morning Britain, New York.
Also this morning, the number of people killed in the catastrophic flooding in Libya could reach 20,000. That's according to the mayor of the port city of Derna, where a powerful storm led to 2 dams bursting. The local authority has called for help from teams specialising in recovering bodies. Meanwhile, fears are growing of waterborne disease spreading. An investigation is underway after details of thousands of Greater Manchester police officers and staff were hacked. The force says information on identity badges and warrant cards, including names, photos of individuals and identity numbers, were stolen in a ransomware attack on its manufacturer of ID badges. The Prince and Princess of Wales are advertising for a new chief executive with a low ego to run their royal household. The successful applicant will also need to be emotionally intelligent. The job search breaks with tradition. Usually someone with a military background would oversee a senior royal family member's office. The new CEO will report directly to the couple. A new report has found around a third of employers believe an Afrocentric hairstyle like braids is inappropriate at work. The research was carried out among company bosses to mark the 7th anniversary of World Afro Day. Here's Kira Durkin.
From childhood through to adulthood, Paige Lewin has faced discrimination because of her hair. From braids to fades, she's experimented with all, much to the disapproval of her former boss.
There's many times where I've also had these thoughts as to, whether braids or natural hair is beautiful. I have that battle, and a lot of us do. So to have your boss basically confirm that and say, yeah, actually, you were better with that Eurocentric wig you had on.
A hierarchy of hairstyles is something many people with Afro hair say they've experienced in the workplace. So much so, a new report for World Afro Day has highlighted just how much some company CEOs and managers struggle to accept certain styles. 83% said straight hair on a woman was appropriate in the workplace, compared with just 62% who felt an Afrocentric hairstyle like braids was appropriate. Meanwhile, around 12% considered several Afro hairstyles completely unsuitable for work.
As much as I thought I'd made leaps and bounds, I'm still, as of a couple of months ago, absolutely petrified at the concept of walking into a boardroom with this natural hair.
Celebrities like Levi Root say he's also fallen victim to prejudice for wearing his hair naturally. He is now calling for strong legislation against employers to help end the decades of hair discrimination that Page and many others have endured. Kira Durkin, Good Morning Britain.
More than 80 swimming pools in England are closing every year because local authorities can no longer afford to run them. Swim England says people living in lower income areas are likely to be the worst affected. Well, Julia Dunlop is at a swimming pool in Newcastle for us. Julia, what's the situation there?
Yes, morning, Sean. Well, we've got some swimmers in here this morning getting in some early morning laps, as you can see, but this place actually closed in 2015. The council said it was too expensive to run. Thanks to a local campaign, it is back up and running. But this place is unusual because, well, over the last few years, there's been a wave of swimming pool closures. Swim England has been looking into the problem, and it reckons around 1,000 swimming pools have closed since 2010, and more are under threat. The most deprived parts of the country, well, they are 3 times more likely to lose their swimming pool. And it's a big problem because regular swimmers are reckoned to save the NHS £357 million every year. Now, someone who knows all about the many benefits of swimming is the double Olympic champion, Rebecca Adlington.
Obviously, swimming has been my life. It is a fantastic sport. We've got lots of medalists in this country, but it's more than that. It's a life skill, fundamentally for children. It's given them a life skill they can use for the rest of their lives. It's brilliant for mental, physical health, and it's just so important to ease that burden on the NHS as well.
So the many health benefits, the mental health benefits, and the life skills connected to swimming, so important, of course. And this pool, in fact, around 2,000 adults and children come here every week, many of them to learn to swim. But even though this place is a success story, well, here too, they are worried about the cost of running their swimming pool and, of course, worried about the future.
A success story there, but one that isn't reflected in lots of other pools across the country. Juliet, thank you. As you know, I think I've probably talked about running quite a bit over the last sort of 5 years or so, but I've got an injury, so I've started swimming a lot more. And I realised there's 2 things. I realised how good swimming is for you and how many people rely on local pools. I go to my local pool. It's packed with people swimming laps. Some really good swimmers, some people who just poodle along like me, but it's just really an important thing.
Yeah.
In the pool. I'm a poodler.
Do you do that thing that I do where you try not to get your hair wet?
I'm a hardcore poodler. Lots of people getting in touch. James on X says local authorities only think of themselves, not the public. They want us to be healthier and exercise, yet they're taking things like this away.
Well, quite.
You know, and Shaggy says we've always got money for war, for foreign aid, nothing for our swimming pools. They are a hugely important part of the community.
And actually, knowing how to spend teaching your youngsters how to swim, life-saving potentially. Thank you, Sean. Thanks very much indeed. Now, still to come on Good Morning Britain. How do you deal with a naughty child? Ask Ben how he deals with me. It's one strategy. Is discipline the key? Author and childcare expert Sarah Ockwell-Smith says discipline is damaging and discriminating against a child. She sees it as no different to racism or sexism. So should we treat children as equal to adults? Or is authority necessary? Is there such a thing as childism? That's what she
That's what she's called it, yeah. If you get in touch with us already, children need discipline. This is from Bell. Children are not disciplined, just walk all over their parents. Shaz says children need discipline and boundaries. They thrive better. Without those, we have a society of entitled children. Sarah says if children have no rules and boundaries, then they're going to struggle with adult life. I used to get spanked on the backside when I was a child. Never did me any harm. I did as well, Sarah, and I was too quick for my mum and she couldn't catch me.
Let us know.
That tended to diffuse the tension because she'd be chasing me around the kitchen.
Like a Benny Hill sketch.
We'd just be laughing.
Listen, we're laughing about it, but it's serious, isn't it? Let us know what you think. Get in touch on Facebook, Twitter, or email. First, so we're going to get the news, travel, weather, wherever you are.
Hello, your Good Morning Britain headlines now in the south. More first on the disruption at Gatwick, where thousands of people have seen their flights cancelled or diverted. Well, the airport says it was due to a lack of air traffic control staff. Many passengers had to stay there overnight, as 42 flights yesterday were cancelled or diverted. National Air Traffic Services says the situation is now improving. A woman accused of killing her mother is due in court. Police were called to a property in Petersfield in May, where Anna Jones, who was 44, was found. Bronwyn Jones from Borden is charged with murder. Southampton City Council has revealed its plans to end homelessness. It wants to ensure those affected can find the right support. The authority says housing services have seen an increased demand. Now, having been away for 3 years, it's a welcome return to the Newbury Agricultural Show today. It's the first time it's been on since before the pandemic. It expects to welcome 55,000 people this weekend. And did you count the butterflies in your garden this summer? Well, if you took part in the Dorset-based Butterfly Conservation's Big Butterfly Count, some good news. It says numbers have increased. And take a look at these. A pair of rare red pandas born at Longleat in Wiltshire, with around just 2,500 in the wild. Their arrival is part of an international breeding programme. They are beautiful at that face. Time now for Riders Forecast.
Bright and early with the GMB local weather, sponsored by Therateer's overnight eye drops.
Very good morning to you. Any mist and fog patches should lift and burn back quite quickly, and we should be left with a fine, dry and settled day with lengthy spells of sunshine, lots of blue sky, a little bit of fair weather cloud from time to time, light southeasterly winds and feeling warm in the best of the sunshine, a high of 24 degrees Celsius.
Doesn't sound too bad, does it? I hope you can join me again just after 8 o'clock. First, though, plenty more to come from Ben and Kate.
Now, still to come, Brianna Jai was just 16 when she was found dead in a park in Cheshire earlier this year. 2 teenagers have been charged with murder. Now her mum Esther is launching a campaign to promote better mental health training and support in schools. We're going to be speaking to Esther and Brianna's head teacher after the break.
You're watching Good Morning Britain on ITV1.
F&F. You're joking, Dawn.
Jacket of the season, Gary.
I really love it.
I love it too.
F&F makes fashion sense.
Does anti-aging skincare really work? We invited women to test the new Revitalift Laser Routine by L'Oréal Paris. A dermatologist showed them the results. For the day, Revitalift Laser SPF.
I'm amazed. My smiling lines look reduced.
At night, Pure Retinol Serum.
I didn't expect that at all. It feels different. The skin feels much smoother.
When used in a routine, deep wrinkles appear reduced for 9 out of 10 women.
It does what it says.
New Revitalift Laser Routine.
Because you're worth it.
At Button Up Box, we're putting the food back into dog food. Because kibble's been around for decades. And it never really resembled food. But we do things differently. Our meals are made with fresh, human quality ingredients that you can see and say. Gently cooked and served from the fridge. Because at Button Up Box, we believe dogs deserve better. Fetch a box now at buttonupbox.com.
What the?
The quicker the fight, the bigger the prize, a new Match 5, exclusively at Gala Bingo, where a little joy goes a long way.
Over time, our carpets put up with a lot. More than you might notice. That's where the award-winning Vax Smartwash Pet Design comes in. The UK's first carpet washer with motion sense technology washes as you push forward, and dries as you pull back. Effortless. The pre-treatment wand quickly detaches for flexible stain removal, and the spin scrub tool removes tough dirt on upholstery and stairs. But this goes deeper than the surface. To remove 7 times more than a vacuum, our advanced FlexForce brush bars and antibacterial cleaning solution lift away deep down dirt and grime, revitalizing your carpet's color and bounce and leaving it dry in under an hour. Save £50 on the new Vax Smart Wash range. Order direct from $249.99 with free steamer worth $49.99, 6-year warranty and free delivery. When life gets messy, get Vax.
For joint pain, no other ibuprofen has been proven to be more effective. I discovered Flaring, and I'm just amazed how much it helped my hip pain. Only Flaring features lipid lock technology, encasing ibuprofen in lipid oils which are absorbed in the small intestine. So when joint pain flares, choose Flaring.
New Dove body wash is different. It cleanses your skin more gently and helps skin to moisturize from within in just one shower. Choose different. Choose Dove. HelloFresh Meal Kits. All the ingredients you need to cook delicious dinners delivered to your door. Order now at hellofresh.co.uk. Dinner solved.
The last thing I want to do is brag. So, I know funny. CITV is closed, and all the funny stuff and more is now on ITVX.
Anytime you need help, just call us.
Now that's funny. ITVX, the UK's freshest kids streaming service.
25 minutes past 7. Good to have you with us this morning. Now, you may remember the shocking story of 16-year-old Brianna Jai, who was transgender. Now, tragically, she was found dead in a park in Cheshire in February. 2 teenagers have been charged with murder and are due to face trial at Manchester Crown Court later this year.
Her death prompted an outpouring of grief, with hundreds of people attending candlelit vigils in cities including Belfast, Manchester, Lancaster and Leeds. Today, Brianna's mother, Esther, is launching a new campaign in her memory. We're going to speak to Esther and Brianna's former head teacher, Emma Mills, in just a moment. But first, Olivia Guthrie has a reminder of the story.
Brianna Jai was a vibrant teenager whose personality shone bright on social media. She was a bubbly pupil described as beautiful and witty. In February this year, the 16-year-old's body was discovered in Culcheth Linear Park with stab wounds. A 15-year-old girl from Warrington and a 15-year-old boy from Lee have been charged with murder and are due to face trial at Manchester Crown Court later this year. In honour of Brianna, her mother Esther Jai is launching the Peace in Mind campaign to promote better mental health training and awareness in schools. Local rugby club Warrington Wolves is supporting the cause.
The campaign will be massive to this town. It's still quite raw what had went on with those such events that triggered the campaign, and everybody at the club, everybody associated with the club, our fans, they'll get fully behind it.
The campaign's set to make Brianna's lasting legacy one of helping others.
Well, Esther is here with us this morning, along with Brianna's head teacher as well. And Esther, because of the court case later this year, there are so many details around Brianna's death that we mustn't go into. But you particularly, and both of you, are here today to tell us about this campaign in her memory. Tell us a little bit about what you're hoping to achieve.
Yeah, so with the Warrington Guardian, I've launched a campaign called Peace in Mind. We're aiming to get all schools with mindfulness training in the UK, starting with Warrington, which is Brianna's hometown. In the future, we'd like to get the curriculum changed so that there's a health and wellbeing section, which can include things such as mindfulness to help support children's mental health.
So it's obviously a very important campaign for you and for Brianna's memory, of course. Lots of people hear this phrase mindfulness. Can you just explain a little bit about what it means and why it could be so important for the teachers that are trained up in mindfulness and for the pupils that are going to get the benefit?
Yeah, so mindfulness helps you to live in the present moment. It stops you from worrying about the future or worrying about what's already happened in the past. I've found that it's really benefited me. So I've practiced mindfulness for about 8 years now. and I just wanted others to experience the benefits that I've had.
You must have needed every tool in your armoury to deal with what you've been through. It's obviously very emotional for you. Has it helped to try and do something good to come out of this terrible tragedy for your family?
Yes, yeah, it's really helped. Just keeping busy with something that's so positive. Sorry.
Don't apologise.
Just hoping that I can help other people that are struggling with mental health as Brianna did. Then, yeah, that's something that's keeping me going.
It will make a massive difference, undoubtedly. Emma, some of the footage that we saw in Olivia's short film before we came to interview you, saw how vivacious and what a character Brianna was. What was she like in and around school? What are your memories of her?
Brianna was larger than life, and like you say, you can see in the videos how vivacious she was. She was very, very strong-willed, very funny. Me and Esther talk a lot about all of her witty one-liners, and she was a huge presence around school, an inspiration to so many other students. And our corridors are a lot quieter without her, that's for sure.
So a campaign like this, then, Emma, you're a head teacher, so you're getting a sense of what it's like on the front line with pupils coming to school and dealing with increased amounts of anxiety. I imagine you and your colleagues are constantly trying to work out why this is happening. What are the conclusions that you've come to?
I think post-pandemic, we've seen a myriad of issues within schools, nationally. Last year, attendance issues were 50% higher than post-pandemic, sharp rise in mental health problems, a whole range of safeguarding concerns arising that didn't exist before. And I think there's layers of complexity as to why that is. But one of them is to do with the online world that children relied on during lockdown, during the pandemic. It's a world where every mistake they make is on such a huge platform. It's where there is a need for perfection. And if you make a mistake or if you're not perfect, there's trolling, there's hate, there's vitriol towards you. And people not understanding, well, children not understanding that these things pass. And it's a world that none of us grew up in. It's a world that no child has grown up in before, with this online presence and social media. And I think that is one of the contributing factors to these issues that we're seeing.
Which is devastating, isn't it? Esther, how are you doing? How have people rallied around you? You're there at the Warrington Wolves ground, and I know they've been very supportive, haven't they?
Yes, they have. I think the support that we've had from the whole community has just been absolutely overwhelming. To see all of the vigils that did take place immediately after Brianna's death was so comforting to our family as well, just to know that there is good out there still. And yeah, I believe in people, and I believe that we all can be good to each other, yeah.
And tell us a little bit about the challenges of the campaign, because I know that you want to raise a set amount of money. What are you hoping to do? How many people are you hoping to train?
So we're hoping to reach the whole of the UK, but initially we want to start with Warrington. Then we can see how it goes in Warrington, and this can be used when we want to change the school curriculum, so we can make any amends that might need making.
I think it sounds like a really fabulous idea. One last thing for you though, Esther. The campaign's launching tonight when the Warrington Wolves take on St Helens, and you're going to have to go on and introduce yourself to the whole crowd. How are you feeling about being stood in the middle of that pitch in front of tens of thousands of people at the ground there?
Overwhelmed, but yeah, I'm sure it will be fine. Yeah,
it'll be amazing. You'll get a wonderful amount of support, undoubtedly. You just need to channel a little bit of Brianna's vivacious charm and enthusiasm and energy, and they will all be right behind you as well. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your story. Best of luck with the campaign.
And good luck to you.
Thank you. Can I?
Yes.
Sorry, can I just say as well that if anybody wants to find out more information, that they can follow us on Facebook and Instagram. There's a page set up called Peace in Mind UK.
Well, that's wonderful, and I hope that it helps others as it's helping you, because it sounds very, very powerful. Really wonderful to speak to you this
Thank you,
morning.
Esther and Emma,
Thanks
as well,
for
for
both
joining
of
us.
you. Yeah.
If you've been affected by any of the issues that we have been discussing, you can find advice and support at the website itv.com/helplines.
Should we have a look at the weather? Here's Laura.
The temperature's rising. Box Solar, proud sponsors of weather on Good Morning Britain.
Good morning to you. The weekend is nearly upon us and it's looking pretty mixed, to say the least. We have a weather front today that brings some rain. It's been with us for a few days now. The weekend starts off okay, but then low pressure. That brings unsettled conditions, brings some very stormy weather on Sunday. We're likely to see some thunderstorms around. But here's how it looks for today. We have a band of rain still moving north. It's been with us for a few days. Warmth and sunshine further south. So the latest satellites and radar shows cloudy skies across northern half of the UK, pretty much outbreaks of rain for northern areas of England, southern Scotland and Northern Ireland. But England and Wales largely fine and dry with some decent spells of sunshine. And slowly things will warm up. So actually warmer today than yesterday, 25 or 26, but you'll notice that humidity as well. Cooler for Scotland and Northern Ireland is 13 or 14 degrees. Overnight tonight, that band of rain stays in the north. It keeps it cloudy and mild. It's just unfortunate because the chance of seeing the northern lights here, cloudy, humid, misty and murky in the south. And then tomorrow, sunny spells and a few showers. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
Thanks, all right. Still to come, get your dancing shoes on. Ballroom fans, it's back.
Oh my goodness, that's it.
It's indeed, Ben. How many times have I done it? 74. Yeah, we're bringing the sparkle back to Saturday nights. But who's the bookies' favourite to lift the Strictly Glitterball trophy? You'll be finding out next. That's Mamma Mia. Are we really ready to go again? Fans of Anna could see a third instalment of the blockbuster, but will Meryl Streep be wobbling from the grave? We'll find out what the star has to say about that after the break. You're watching Good Morning Britain right here on ITV1.
What if you could look as young as you feel? Excellence Creme by L'Oréal Paris. Real women put it to the test.
I feel 20 years younger. That is incredible. Color is so beautiful. The coverage is fantastic. Only 30 minutes. Just like, yes, I'm back.
Excellence Creme, you're worth it.
Lyle's Golden Syrup. Absolutely golden.
With the new Spin to Win giveaway, when you shop with the Asda Rewards app, everyone's a winner. Shop and win up to £100 in your cash pots every time you spin. Asda Rewards, pounds, not points. Asda, that's more like it.
Sebastian, there's something I've been meaning to say to you. And that thing is... haddock. They're cooking haddock.
Lord, sweet potato with cumin. I might have known. Quinoa.
I love quinoa.
I love quinoa too.
Steal the show with 250 recipes every month from $2.99 a meal. Gusto.
Domestos is turning the germ-killing world upside down. New Domestos Power Phone. Cleanster services. Killing germs in the hardest to reach places. New Domestos Power Phone. Unstoppable.
Turn up the things you love for less with up to £500 off invisible hearing aids.
Roger.
Book Book your free hearing check today at bootshearingcare.com.
Flarin helps stop joint pain, relieves swelling, and eases stiffness. So when joint pain flares, choose Flarin.
Hey, Dave Angel, Eco Warrior. Utilita pay-as-you-go smart meters tell you how much energy you're using and what it's costing you. When you can see, you can save. Now we turn the lights off when we leave a room. We only boil the amount of water that we need. And I batch pack my vegan sausage rolls. The cheapest, greenest energy is the energy we don't use. Here we go. Shirley, you'll bring the old grid down. Utilita, energy in your hands.
The humble postcode, an unassuming set of numbers and letters that mark where we live. But sometimes they can do something extraordinary. In October's draws, your postcode could bring you and your neighbours a share of £11.2 million. So that adventure of a lifetime you thought might never happen could become the experience you remember forever. Sign up before midnight on the 21st of September and see what extraordinary things your postcode could do.
Alrighty.
Speed dating, yeah!
Do you think we're going to connect?
I think we've already connected.
Tonight you'll be stepping back in time.
I just feel really comfortable around you. Yeah, it's perfect.
Brand new, My Mum, Your Dad. Tonight at 9 on ITV1 and ITVX.
By the way.
They're giggling already. Strictly Come Dancing returns to our screen. Richard Arnold's got more on that in a moment.
Did you do Strictly? First, though, competition time.
By the way.
Yes, I know. You've all done it.
Yeah, but you know you did.
Yeah, you know you
Paul's
did.
still recovering.
I feel like we all did it with you, to be fair. Andy has your chance to win a brand new car and some cash. You've got to hurry up because the line's closed today. Morning, Andy.
Look at that.
Yeah, good morning, Benny Boy. Morning, Katie. Yeah, the lines do close today. Ben is not wrong. Here's your chance to win an amazing prize. £60,000 in cash. Just imagine having that 60 grand in your bank account. That could happen to you. And as well as the £60,000, we're going to give you a brand new car. Take a look at the car. This is the car. It is a brand new BMW X3. This car is worth over £63,000. It's ready to go. You can just imagine waking up, opening your front door, and there it is, parked outside. Oh yeah, what will the neighbours say? You will be the proud owner of a BMW. But let me remind you, the clock is ticking. Now, I've got an old school broom cupboard graphics now, because this is obviously the clock. That indicates when the lines close. Just look at that there. Lines close at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. today. So the clock is ticking on your chance to be in with a chance of winning this amazing prize. Someone is guaranteed to win this amazing prize, and that someone could be you. Good luck. For another chance to win the cash and the car, text prize to 62525. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or go to the website. Entries cost £2. You can call 09068 782525. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and phone number to PK33, PO Box 7558, Derby, DE1 0NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. And remember, lines close at 2 o'clock today. Good luck. And just in case you were wondering when 2 o'clock was, that is 2 o'clock today. You may well get a cheeky look at Sam the cameraman himself in the clock. 2 o'clock, the clock is ticking. Honestly, this prize is worth over £120,000 and someone's guaranteed to win it. Ben and Kate, I'm going to switch locations. I've got a bit of a long trip to get to, but to bring you the most stunning view in London, in my opinion.
Beautiful. You're just like in a golden haze there, Andy. It's wonderful.
Little strawberry filter.
Ah.
Definitely helps, Andy. Makes you look even better. Good luck with the competition. Right, Richard's here.
Let's put a filter on it.
Thank you, love. I find being backlit always works. So well done, Andy.
Your face is in shadow, that's what I love.
Exactly.
Strictly.
Ready to feel the heat of the lights on the shiny floor? Yes, dust off your dancing shoes and get ready to summer into Strictly Fever all over again. Summer all but over, but autumn is about to get a lot more fabulous. This weekend sees the launch of Auntie's flagship ballroom show for its unbelievable 21st series. Tessa Claude are back, of course, now to welcome the 15 famous faces ahead of their dance floor debut. While it's business as usual for Craig Motsey, Anton and Shirley will once again cast their glad eyes over the rise and falls. Now, the judges are yet to whip out their paddles, but the bookies' odds are already in. If you fancy a flutter, here's a look at who could foxtrot the finale and take home the coveted Glitterball trophy. She may be the OG ballroom queen, but Angela Rippon and former Love Island Zara McDermott are timed at 12-1, which is fantastic odds.
Goodness
TV, no,
me.
all right. TV presenter Angela Scout, Bad Education's Lady Williams and actor Nigel Harman also shared joint odds with a 6-1 chance of win, but the current front runner, waltzing in from Walford, is the NTA award-winning Bobby Fraser with odds of 7-2. And Bobby, yeah.
Do you think so?
This is something about that. I mean, how eloquent was he at the NTAs?
Amazing.
About his upbringing and stuff. The maturity, and he showed me some moves on the red carpet. So if you can actually put one foot in front of the other on the ballroom, then
Do you think everyone's going to love him to bits?
Without a doubt.
So now he's danced for you think he's good enough?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've done it twice then. I mentioned that. Now, drum roll, please. Because we're delighted to confirm that the celebrities and their professional partners coupling up on the dance floor this series are going to be announced during the launch tomorrow at 6:35 on BBC One. Strictly PR was just about to go.
Yeah. Wasn't there somebody leaking it as well? Someone was trying to leak it.
There's lots of chatter out there. I tend not to do a deep dive on it because I like
You
to
like
find
to
out on
enjoy
the
it
night.
for real.
We'll have some Strictly interviews for you next week as well because they're already in the bag. In other news, it's been dubbed as the definitive George Michael documentary film. Portrait of an Artist presents never before told details of the music legend's life, including his passions, his demons, as well as his extraordinary generosity and compassion. Now, the documentary also delves into the private details of George's relationships, including his first love with Anselmo and his long-term partner, Kenny Goss, who talks about their 12-year relationship. So to mark the special broadcast, Kenny spoke to Good Morning Britain about George's musical legacy.
And I never realized how popular he was. Like, I go to this place actually that has this thing called a karaoke, and they play so much of his music. It's crazy. People get up and sing it. I love so many of his songs. I've listened to his music a lot more since he died.
And you mentioned that Kenny talking from his art gallery in Dallas. There, George Michael, Portrait of an Artist, airs Sunday at 9 o'clock on Channel 4. Now, Mamma Mia fans have been saying, gimme, gimme, gimme another film, and so have the stars. Honey, honey, Meryl Streep has been chatting to the Vogue, which is a little bit like me calling up Woman's Own, and says that she's up for it, but admits it may be called Grand Mamma Mia by the time they've written another. And SOS because Bill, a.k.a. Stellan Skarsgård, also joked he might be in an urn when the script is ready. It's a bit like me waiting for the next Avatar outing. Super Trooper Amanda Seyfried has also spoken out, saying it could come down to money, 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 of course. She says the powers that be probably can't afford the cast and the studio probably wouldn't pay the money. So for now, I'm afraid all we can say is thank you for the music.
Oh, no.
I know,
I'm up for it.
of course, you're up for anything.
You're not cheaper than that,
Good point.
Yes,
good point.
actually,
Yeah.
yes.
I'd actually pay. That's the problem.
Right. Something for the older ones who are young at heart. So Cliff Richard is set to release his 160th single, a reimagined version of the 1962 hit The Young Ones. The song comes from his new album, Cliff with Strings, My Kind of Life, which is out in November. And here's a little Spears. And that was it.
That was a very little squint.
It was. Thanks for noticing. We'll move on. And finally, it's been announced that Miriam Muggins is to join Doctor Who's 60th anniversary special. Oh, my day. Not looking for that. Just not the way you may think. Thanks, Miriam.
The end of the Doctor.
Yeah, here we go.
Down.
Miriam will be the voice behind the Meep, or Beep the Meep, the furry and seemingly adorable alien adapted from the Star Beast comic strip. Miriam says she's relieved to have worked on the show before she died and thanked the team for making an old woman very happy. Doctor Who, of course, returns this November.
So brilliant.
In other news, Susanna and I had a little night out at the theatre, forgive the gratuitous plug, but The Little Big Things based on Henry Fraser's memoir. Now, you'll remember Henry, he was on Good Morning Britain a while ago, paralysed from the neck down following a tragic accident on holiday, former rugby player, they turned it into a musical at the Soho Place Theatre. Oh, wow. Humble, inspirational, jaw-dropping. What an honour to be in his family's orbit. It's extraordinary. So if you can cobble the coin together, go and see The Little Big Things. It's phenomenal. And what with watching you yesterday on This Morning, starting reading your book, and then seeing the first 2 episodes of Neighbours, you're lucky I'm here at all today. I'm a special. Yeah, I'm a wreck.
We lie down. Let's do stuff out.
Cheers, friends. God bless.
Thanks very much indeed.
Right, next still to come, green-fingered guru Alan Titchmarsh will be sharing why he thinks his friend King Charles has made a seamless transition to the throne. I think we'd all agree with that. Plus, he's sharing his tips for autumn pruning and while we need wild in your garden. Might not be the best idea. Looking forward to catching up with Alan.
You want your Good Morning Britain? I'll like to give you one.
These are the stains Persil is made for. Our new best ever capsules are here for outstanding stain removal, even in a quick and cold wash, leaving no residues behind. New Persil capsules, now in a plastic-free pack. Keep away from children. New Dove body wash is different. It cleanses your skin more gently and helps skin to moisturize from within in just one shower. Choose different. Choose Dove.
Kenny would never compromise on Cashel's irresistible cushiony softness. Neither would we. In fact, we've packed in even more of it across the range. So if they seem to be lasting really ludicrously longer, it's because they are. Try Cashel ludicrously longer lasting rolls.
Shopping with Studio.co.uk just works when you can back this EGL cake mix up for just £30. That's 70% off. Shop now at Studio.co.uk.
Sell your car the motorway way, where dealers compete to give you their best price.
It's Bid Mania as dealers bid for Helen's car.
14,000, Matt?
I'm just bidding my best price.
But wait, here's the star of the show. And he's just bid 14,500. 15,000. No way.
Yes, way. Motorway, the way to sell your car.
Expand your Pokemon journey. Go beyond Paldea into exciting new regions and experience an all-new story. Visit new worlds, battle new trainers, and catch new and familiar Pokemon. The hidden treasure of Area Zero expansion pass for Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet. Part 1 out now.
With the new Spin to Win giveaway, when you shop with the Asda Rewards app, everyone's a winner. Shop and win up to £100 in your cash pots every time you spin. Asda Rewards, pounds, not points. Asda, that's more like it.
At Wix, our design consultants won't rest until they've helped create the kitchen of your dreams. And now get up to 50% off kitchen units from the Wix Bespoke range. Don't be house embarrassed, be house proud.
It's time for pasta night with a twist. Made from 100% yellow peas, Zenbi pasta is high in fiber, high in protein, and low in fuss. Order online and we'll bring our plant-powered penne, macaroni and fusilli right to your door. If you love pasta, choose pasta that loves you. Visit zenbi.co.uk.
Doja Cat versus Doja Cat.
For all the different sides of you, there's Uno from Skechers.
They don't know who Ripper is, they don't know what Ripper looks like.
I will catch this animal
People's lives being destroyed.
until they catch this man.
Long after that.
New true crime drama, The Long Shadow, starts Monday the 25th of September on ITV1 and ITVX.
It is 8 minutes to 8, so he's a man in the know when it comes to gardening. But did you know the green-fingered expert Alan Titchmarsh is also somewhat of a sommelier now too, or at least a drinks enthusiast?
We can all be drinkers enthusiasts, Ben. Let's find out what it is. Alan Titchmarsh we're talking about. He's been sniffing the bouquets of both flowers and wines on his latest series.
We have mermaid spiced rum.
Yeah.
Oh, do you like this? I love this. I guess it's really, really delicate. Wow. Chocolate, a beautiful buttery. That size is the same as this. It is hollow inside. I know you like your rum, darling.
Judy, I'll stop at this one.
Yeah. Alan, you tucking into the booze.
Isn't it amazing how just by cutting a few clips together, you can give the world the impression that I'm a complete dipsomaniac?
When you say
It is wonderful. This is Love Your Weekend. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
we're coming back.
You could cover a whole spread of
We do, and we have that at the end of every program.
But
Only because you can't do anything else.
No, after that, I'm legless. Really. Coming back on the 1st of October with a new series, Sunday the 1st, so that's nice. It's a lovely thing to do.
It's no matter what I think. What's wonderful about Lovely Weekend is actually how it's grown. You know, from when it started to it's become sort of a real staple on the weekends now, and clearly it's got a really good audience that sort of love you talking about all the various things that you cover.
Well, it's all things to do with the countryside, and a few sprinkle of celebs through. But I wanted to do something that wasn't politics on a Sunday morning and wasn't cookery. So I said, can we do something predicated on countryside and beauty and get interesting people in? And we have cattle and sheep and dogs and cats and all kinds of stuff. It's just a lovely weekend program.
And a bit of booze too.
I didn't want to leave.
No, quite.
No, you had to kick me out of it. It's just such a
Anne
lovely
Reid has
fun thing
become
to be.
Anne Reid's become a regular, and she says she only comes for the booze at the end.
Yeah, quite right too.
Listen, I've been looking at your new book. It's absolutely beautiful. This is what you should have on your coffee table, isn't it?
Let's see.
Have you seen this? Have you seen this?
I've seen
Fran?
yeah, Alan's seen it.
What made you want to do this? So this is the gardens of the people who made them, particularly of Chatsworth.
It is just all about gardens and the estate at Chatsworth. And here's the Duke of Devonshire who said, my mother, who was Debo Devonshire, worked one about 20 years ago. We could do with an update. So Jonathan Buckley, who was a great photographer, and I went and we've just done this book about it's the most stunning garden in Derbyshire. If you've never been, it's glorious.
And did you wander around thinking I would change this, or I wish I'd done this, or if only you had this kind of historic, wonderful amount of land to do stuff with? What's it like when you are an expert gardener and you go to places like this?
You admire what's there, and it's somebody else's garden. The fact that somebody else has done it is lovely. And the thing about Chatsworth, there's all the people around there who'll tell you, the Derbyshire folk, they share it. They love you going there. I was up there last weekend before last, and there were people paddling in the cascade because it was hot.
Just loving it.
Just loving it. And the owners, they don't mind it to share. It's a great garden.
They do Chatsworth at Christmas.
They
do
do.
behind the scenes of Chatsworth. I'm absolutely good. Anything Christmas, Alan, and I'm in. But the thing I didn't realise about, and then on the front picture, Sam, if you put the cover of the book on, the fountain at the front, when you look at it, you think it's going to be some crazily engineered pump that's chucking it all. But it's all just done through gravity, isn't it?
Gravity fountain. It's a big reservoir up on the moor. It's the Emperor fountain. It was put in there for the Tsar of Russia to show off, and he never came.
Wow.
Middle of the 19th century, but it's there now. It's about 60 metres high.
Are they still keeping things quite formal? Because other houses have been going over, haven't they? We were talking about Lanhydrock earlier.
Yeah.
And I know you've been interested in that as well. They're sort of doing lots of laying their gardens and land too. Rewilding.
Oh, that.
Which you're not a huge fan of,
No,
are you?
I'm not a fan of the misconception that rewilding means doing nothing.
Right.
And telling people in their small domestic gardens, let it go wild, let the brambles come. No, because that reduces biodiversity rather than increases it. If you're growing good flowers in there, whether from all over the world, you can have a proper garden. As long as they've got nectar and pollen and they're single flowers and there's a diversity, that's what's best for nature, not just British flowers, which have a relatively short season of blooming.
I mean, I think that's the thing, isn't it? That we've all been encouraged. I think it really took off during lockdown as well, didn't it? People just let their lawns and their beds just go to seed, literally. And you don't think that's a good idea? Because we thought it was encouraging.
Well, I have a 2-acre wildflower meadow, which I've just cut now, and I've been growing it for years. And it's good to have that as well. It's balance that's key. Have some areas of your grass that's... Well, it doesn't matter.
You have to do one or the other.
No, you can have this bit mowed and that little bit there.
There you go.
Okay.
You see?
I understand.
Yeah, listen, you can have a bit of everything.
But you let it all go. It will not be as good for wildlife. Totally let go, and it will not be very good for us either. And we need gardens that we can get enrichment from too.
Tell me, Alan, what should we be doing right now? It's been an interesting summer, hasn't it, in terms of the amount of rain we had, and then we've just had a couple of weeks of really blazing sunshine. What should we be thinking about?
Bulb planting, spring bulbs.
Already?
Yeah. If you dig a daffodil bulb up by mistake out your garden, friends putting roots down already. So over the next couple of months, daffodils, you can wait a bit later for tulips and stuff.
Yeah.
Certainly order them now. Go and buy some big fat firm. That's a good bulb. Plant your bulbs this autumn.
Big fat and firm. That's what we're looking for.
That's it.
Alan, it's lovely to see. The book is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
And it is an amazing place, Chatsworth. I'm looking forward to sort of looking at these gardens because the show they do at Christmas, I'm absolutely addicted to. I love it. It's great to see you. And good luck with Lovely Weekend back in October.
1st of October, the repeat's on at the moment. 1st of October, new series on Sunday morning.
Great.
Amazing.
Great.
Brilliant. Laura's going to have a look at the weather now.
Looks like things are heating up. Box Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on Good Morning Britain.
Good morning to you. Always love having Alan in the studio. Now, if you are heading into your gardens to do a little bit of gardening this weekend, Saturday is the better day of the weekend because Sunday looks like thunderstorms. Today, a weather front brings rain, it eases, a reasonably good-looking start to the weekend, and then heavy showers by Sunday. But for today, we have our band of rain moving north, but it draws up some warm air further south. So the radar picks out the rain, northern England, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland. In the coming hours, it starts to ease through western areas of Northern Ireland, the northwest of Scotland, sunny spells and isolated showers. But southern Scotland, northern England, the rain is heavy, a miserable day here, 13 or 14 degrees. Best of any sunshine in the south, highs of 26. A fairly humid night to come, but tomorrow, sunny spells, warm in the south, isolated showers, but then torrential thunderstorms on Sunday. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
Good morning, Britain. Thousands of steel jobs at risk. Unions are braced for huge job losses at Britain's biggest steelworks in Port Talbot this morning, despite a massive cash injection by the government and the owners as the plant moves towards a greener future.
The father, stepmother, and uncle of 10-year-old Sarah Sharif have been charged with her murder, and all three will appear in court today.
Thousands of passengers faced travel disruption after flights at Gatwick Airport were cancelled, delayed, or diverted due to a shortage of air traffic controllers.
This is the moment a 102-year-old RAF war hero abseiled an incredible 17 stories down the Royal London Hospital. Colin Bell says the secret to its good health is exercise, alcohol, and love. Find out why he decided to take on the Sky High Challenge shortly.
Friday, 15th of September, 2023. Live from Television Centre in London. This is Good Morning Britain with Ben Shepherd and Kate Galloway.
On the news this morning, so unions fear around 3,000 job losses could be announced this morning. Britain's biggest steelworks in Port Talbot, well, the plant's 2 blast furnaces are expected to close in future as owners Tata move towards greener forms of steel making.
The job cuts will come despite government plans to invest £500 million of taxpayers' money into the site to secure its long-term future. Well, Nick Dixon is in Port Talbot for us this morning. So, Nick, the ministers are arguing that the job losses could have been even higher without government financial support. But, of course, if you do lose your job, that's going to have little comfort.
Of course, morning to Ben, morning Kate. 3,000 jobs, bad enough, but there is a suggestion that it could have been in the range of perhaps 7,000 or 8,000 jobs going here at Port Talbot. The talks between the government and Tata Steel have been going on for quite some time. They seem to have settled on the figures now. The government putting in £500 million into this package, the company itself £700 million to modernise the plant. But there is a feeling here that they really have to look at all the options available to minimise those job losses, but also to protect the current order book.
Nobody's denying that we have to move to cleaner, greener steel making. But what we should not be doing is closing down the current blast furnaces and replacing them with something which only does half the job. Because if you've only got half of your customer base, then you're going to lose a lot of jobs and you're not going to have a transition which really works for the workforce, which really works for the planet, and which really works for our economic prosperity going forward.
As you can imagine, there is a lot of bad feeling about this news this morning. The unions feel they've been completely frozen. I've been talking to one union rep this morning who is really deeply concerned about the staff here.
Well, look, that's our top story. We're going to be joined by the Policing Minister, Chris Philp. Talk to him about that and other stories in the news today. But First, Sean's got the rest of today's news.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Good morning to you. The father, stepmother and uncle of Sarah Sharif will appear in court today, charged with the 10-year-old's murder and arrested after returning to Britain from Pakistan. Sarah's body was discovered by police at her home in Woking in August.
Well, Sean, the three of them left the UK the day after her body was discovered. And following an international search, they were arrested on Wednesday, but then charged with murder overnight. Well, later on today, her father, Ufan Sharif, his partner, Banash Bartul, and her uncle, Faisal Malik, will appear here at Guildford Magistrates Court, charged with this girl's murder.
Flights have been diverted from Gatwick Airport to as far away as Brussels because of the latest air traffic control problems. Thousands of passengers face cancellations, delays and diversions after staff shortages meant planes could not land.
Well, a failure to find enough staff to man the control tower here at Gatwick led to more chaos because of air traffic problems. That meant last night passengers were left stranded in the terminals, many sleeping on the floor because hotels in the area quickly sold out. The boss of Ryanair, Michael O'Leary, is calling for the chief executive of the National Air Traffic Service to resign immediately.
The mother of 16-year-old Brianna Jai, who was found dead in a park in Warrington in February, has been talking to this programme about her campaign for schools to offer mindfulness lessons. She told us not enough was being done to support young people with mental health issues.
In the future, we'd like to get the curriculum changed so that there's a health and wellbeing section, which can include things such as mindfulness to help support children's mental health. Just hoping that I can help other people that are struggling with the mental health as Brianna did.
More than 80 swimming pools in England are closing every year because local authorities can no longer afford to run them. Swim England says people living in lower income areas are likely to be the worst affected.
Well, this swimming pool was saved by local campaigners after it closed down. A rare success story because according to Swim England, around 1,000 pools have closed since 2010. Others are under threat, meaning more adults are missing out on the many health benefits of swimming, while more children are failing to learn to swim altogether. It is calling on the government for more financial support to help keep struggling pools stay afloat.
Juliet, thank you very much indeed. I've been swimming a lot more because I've got a running injury, and I think two things I've noticed is swimming is so good for you. It's amazing. And the demand in my local pool, loads of people want to use it, so I can't believe the pools are closing.
Yeah, Mark says our local leisure centre swimming pool in Gateshead closed recently. A real shame, massive blow to those in the community who used it.
Yeah.
They're really important, aren't they?
Yeah. Great shame, and of course, they have swim can save your life. Now, still to come on Good Morning Britain. Shoplifting. We've been talking about that all week, haven't we? It's surging in the UK with shops reporting a rise in theft. We're joined by Policing Minister Chris Philp to ask what the government is going to do about it.
For that, we're going to get news, weather and travel. There you are. See you.
Hello, the headlines now in the south, and first to Gatwick, where the situation is apparently returning to normal. 42 flights were cancelled or diverted yesterday, affecting thousands of passengers. It's due to a lack of air traffic control staff. A woman charged with murder in connection with her mother's death in Hampshire is due in court. Anna Jones, who was 44, was found in a property in Petersfield in May. Plans to end homelessness in Southampton have been outlined by the City Council, who says demand for housing services is increasing. 55,000 people are expected at the Newbury Agricultural Show this weekend. It's the first time it's been on since the pandemic. Now, according to the Dorset-based Butterfly Conservation, its annual big butterfly count revealed their numbers have increased. And a pair of red pandas have been born at Longleat in Wiltshire. They're a rarity, just 2,500 live in the wild, and they are beautiful. Now it's Shireen.
Bright and early with the GMB local weather. Sponsored by Therateer's Overnight Eye Drops.
A very good morning to you. Any mist and fog patches should lift and burn back
quite quickly, and we should be left with a fine, dry and settled day with lengthy spells of sunshine, lots of blue sky, a little bit of fair weather cloud from time to time, light southeasterly winds, and feeling warm in the best of the sunshine, a high of 24 degrees Celsius.
Sounds good, doesn't it? I'll be back before 2. Until then, have a good morning.
Right, very excited about this because Andy is going to introduce you to the greatest view in London, in his humble opinion. And he knows his onions when it comes to views.
Let's see it.
Okay then, Kate, are you ready? I told you it was a good view, Kate. They've even got binoculars installed. Take a look at this view of the River Thames. Wow. Are you not mesmerised by that, Kate? Tell me you love that view.
It's unbelievable.
It's a bit, if I'm honest, Andy, it's a bit hazy. You can't quite see, because I think usually you can see over to Twickenham, can't you? You can see over to Windsor Castle, but it's a bit hazy this morning.
Yes, it is a little bit hazy. Not my fault. Blame Laura. She's sitting in the corner studio eating sweets. Not my. But as you see, the view, the river does curve around down towards Twickenham. You get the flight path to Heathrow Airport, so you see lots of planes coming in. You could be on one of those planes because you could win £60,000. That could take you anywhere in the world, probably in first class. £60,000 up for grabs, but remember the lines are going to close today. In fact, the clock is ticking on your chance to win. Oh yeah, lines close 2 p.m. today. 2 p.m. today, as well as the £60,000. We're also going to give you a brand new car. Take a look at the car. This is a brand new BMW X3. It's fully kitted out with everything you need in the brand new car. The car you're looking at is a car you will win. That car is ready to go. So imagine when I give you that call to say, congratulations, you've just won, we will then deliver that car as quickly as possible. Someone is guaranteed to win this prize, but remember the lines close today at 2 o'clock. For another chance to win the cash and the car, text prize to 62525. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or go to the website. Entries cost £2. You can call 09068 782525. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and phone number to BK33, PO Box 7558, Derby, DE1 0NQ. Entrance must be 8 in a river. And remember, lines close at 2 o'clock today. Good luck. Someone is guaranteed to win this prize, and that somebody most definitely could be you. So please give an entry, make an entry, because that way you've got to be in it to win it, as I always say. Kate, I will leave you with the lovely view. I'm off to find a flat white somewhere locally, retailing at less than £4, hopefully. No chance. You need to enter the competition to pay for a flat white around there. Andy, thank you very much.
Now, still to come, have a look at this. This is the moment that 102-year-old RAF veteran, not quite the moment, this is the moment. There we go. This is when Colin Bell took on abseiling down 17 stories. There he is there, look, 280 feet. This was on the Royal London Hospital down the side of it, and he says the secret to doing that and anything that he loves doing in his age is exercise, alcohol and bad women. We're going to find out. He's here now, looking in fine fettle why he took on this age-defying stunt. In a bit.
Sounds like my kind of man. Looking forward to catching up with Colin. You want to give morning Britain and night if you want. See you in a bit.
For your sister, who tells it like it is. For Mum, who's as daft as she is wonderful. For the little one with the big personality. For the friends you grew up with. And the ones you get down with. For your rock. Your helping hand. Your shoulder to cry on. And the ones you do anything to protect. For all the women in your life, and all the women yet to come. Leave a gift in your will to breast cancer now. You could help create a future where no one goes through breast cancer alone, and no family loses someone they love. Go online to request your free Gifts in Wills booklet.
Flaring, my go-to for knee pain. For joint pain, no other ibuprofen has been proven to be more effective. So when joint pain flares, choose Flaring.
What is it
boy. He's in the well Lipton Farm.
With Tesco Mobile, you get a lot more help than you'd expect from a network. Like Tesco Club Card points to put towards your weekly shop. Because we really give a sausage.
Family life. It's made of ups and downs, and those little moments. But should the unthinkable happen to you, life insurance from Legal & General can help look after monthly bills, the roof over their heads, childcare costs, and most importantly, your family. Because no one protects more families in the UK than us. Premiums start from £5 a month and they never rise. Plus there's a £100 gift card after you apply. Legal & General, ensure life goes on.
At Button Up Box, we're putting the food back into dog food. Because kibble's been around for decades. And it never really resembled food. But we do things differently. Our meals are made with fresh, human quality ingredients that you can see and say. Gently cooked and served from the fridge. Because at Button Up Box, we believe dogs deserve better. Fetch a box now at buttonupbox.com.
The simple truth is, when you find a cleanser that works, you keep coming back to it. Simple Facial Wash is tough on makeup and oil, but kind to your skin, with provitamin B5 and E for skin that feels smooth and soft wash after wash. Simple. Everything your skin needs, nothing it doesn't.
What day is it? Bland's Day.
Harsh.
But fair. Bing bang bird's eye.
I'm not seeing any peri-peri mayo.
And I'm not seeing Dad walking to the fridge. Bird's eye chicken dippers for chicken worth dipping.
Find your perfect package holiday from £319 per person. Book now. Search EasyJet Holidays.
Alrighty. Speed dating, yeah!
Do you think we're going to connect?
I think we've already connected.
Tonight you'll be stepping back in time.
I just feel really comfortable around you. Yeah, it's perfect.
Brand new My Mum, Your Dad. Tonight at 9 on ITV1 and ITVX.
Lorraine's here at 9 o'clock. We're going to find out what's happening.
Lorraine,
She's going to want to stick around.
We've got a couple of mischief makers sitting alongside us right now, Lorraine.
I'm looking forward to it. They look very naughty. They are. That'll be excellent. Right, coming up this morning, well, Sienna Miller's baby bump, it stole the show at London's answer to the Met Gala last night. We've got all the latest on that. Once known as the David Beckham of rugby, Danny Trippiatti became more famous for his relationships off the pitch. He's going to be setting the record straight, and ahead of Strictly, Sarah McDermott, well, she's going to be telling us, well, she's hoping for votes from the royal family, no less. Find out why at 9 o'clock.
Lorraine, thank you very much. 60 minutes past 8. So World War II veteran Colin Bell, through more than 50 bombing raids over Nazi Germany as a member of the Pathfinders, a hand-picked group of the RAF's most skilled pilots and navigators.
But now he's taken to the skies in quite a different way. Abseiling 17 stories, which is 280 feet off the Royal London Hospital from the highest elevated helipad in Europe. Extraordinary for anyone, but he's 102 years old and completed this challenge to raise money for charity. And you can see in this footage just how much of a feat it was. And I'm pleased to say Colin is back on solid ground, although I've got the feeling probably not for long. And he's here with Mark Vickers, former director of the London Air Ambulance, which of course is one of the charities, Colin, that you did this for.
Yes.
What made you want to do this?
Well, very simple. I wanted to raise money for three fantastic charities: the London Air Ambulance Service, who organised the Abseil for me. That's one. Then the other one was the nursing service. Wonderful. I mean, we're so indebted to every nurse that looks after us. and I wanted to support them, and of course my regular charity, the RAF Benevolent Fund. Once RAF, always RAF, and they look after you. So, except I don't need looking after them, and I'm looking after them.
That's not a surprise. Colin, what was it like? I mean, you've done some daring bombing missions in the past. What was that moment like when you went over the top of the building and you're suddenly dangling 280 feet in the air?
Well, I thought it made me thoughtful.
Thoughtful? And what were you thinking about?
It seemed a long way down.
Had you done much abseiling in the past? I mean, are you quite a daredevil?
No, I wasn't scared. I was thoughtful.
Just thoughtful.
Yeah, it's his first attempt, so
wow.
So it established a new world record as well.
Absolutely. So you're now officially the oldest person to have done an abseil. Is that right?
Possibly.
It needs to be verified.
I don't know of anybody else, but who am I to say?
Well, we'll get Guinness on the case. We'll get that verified, Mark.
Now, look, you must get people asking you all the time, because you're just a ball of energy, how you can do a challenge like this and all the other things you do in your life at 102. What is the secret?
Well, I think the honest answer is that it's the genes that you are born with. And if you live a reasonable life, and you're lucky enough to genes that I've been born with, and you don't get involved in the sex, drugs and rock and roll scene, you might, with a bit of luck, last until 102 or perhaps a few more years. The amusing answer that I give is it's
there's something more
combination of exercise, alcohol, and the love of good women with the odd bad one thrown in.
Sounds like a great motto.
That's pretty good, Colin. That's pretty good.
Mark, there's something really important about people like Colin that want to support the Air Ambulance and the other charities supporting, because without their endeavours, and it's all the more exciting when it's somebody who can get the profile, because Colin's 102 and he's willing to do this, you know, that charity like yours, it's so sort of benefits so much from them, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's absolutely vital to keep the appetite for giving going, because these charities, through these hard times, we understand giving is difficult when finances are under constraint. So endeavours like Colin's, raising the profile of the charities, it's just really important, and it's hugely appreciated.
Of course it is, and vital for everyone. Now listen, it's a very exciting day because we've got you here, Colin. But this is an important day for Colin, isn't it? Explain what this is an anniversary.
Can I break it down?
Yes, you can.
This is not about me. This is about raising money for the charities.
Of course.
And I'm just a vehicle that enables the donors to give the money.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's as simple as that.
You're the catalyst.
You're the catalyst, and you're. But
good word.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He's got a few of them. He's got a few of them in his pocket. But look, we want to celebrate you a little bit because you have been extraordinary in service for the country, haven't you? And this is an anniversary of one of your most terrifying missions.
That's true. Yeah.
Yes. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, this was the occasion that, due to my inexperience, I allowed myself to get bracketed by enemy gunfire, and one shell landed underneath, and it lifted up the aircraft, and it cut off the fuel supply. I didn't realise it had done that, but that's what happened. We got lifted up, and the propellers lost power, and they were just windmilling around.
Wow.
And it caused us a bit of concern. And
this is at 25,000 feet over Berlin.
25,000 feet over Berlin. And but after a while, the power came back, and I aimed the aircraft away from Berlin. And I leaned across to my lumberjack, who had said to me at the time that it happened, what do we do now? Which I thought was rather a silly question. And I said, well, we wait, and we waited. And then I said, the power came on, and I edged the aircraft away from Berlin. And I leaned across to him, and I said, you weren't frightened, were you, Doug? And he said, no, I wasn't frightened. I was bloody terrified.
Now, that is the title of this book.
That's
Now,
right.
you called him your lumberjack. He was your Canadian navigator, wasn't he?
He was
He was
indeed.
presumably a lumberjack before the war. When
But
it
his-
got drafted
so
up.
his-
But let me say
Okay.
that he was the most brilliant navigator. I was very lucky to have him. I told him so. And I added modestly, you're probably lucky to have me. And he must have saved my life on many occasions. And after he finished his tour with me, and he was with me right through all 50 trips, after he finished his tour with me, he went back and took a degree in forestry, and I believe he finished up as president of the Forestry Commission or something of that order. So he was a brilliant.
Never far from the
I can
trees.
just imagine you two. I feel like I'm in the presence of Maverick and he was your goose. It's like they were Top Gun.
Yeah.
I can just see it. Now look at you.
No idea
Oh,
what
I'm so sorry. Have I compared you to American aviators? We don't want that, do we? We don't want that. You don't like that.
So this book has been written by his son.
Yeah, Ian Redmond.
Ian wrote this book.
Yeah.
What's it like having someone write a book about you, Colin? Because I don't know
Well,
you play down
let's
what you've
put
done.
it this way. I gave him a lot of material. So I wasn't really surprised when I read the book.
Are you pleased with it though?
Huh?
Are you pleased with the book?
Very pleased. I think it's an excellent book. It's very, very readable. If you want a really in-depth book, then I recommend Will Ardell's Pathfinders. And I was here a couple of years ago with Charlotte Hawkins. That's
Yeah.
we were talking about Will Ardell's book.
Funny you
Will
remember that.
Ardell's book goes into depth, and it deals with Pathfinders in general. That is purely about Doug and myself. Yeah.
I wonder if Charlotte comes into the good women or bad.
Oh.
We don't know, do we? We don't know. Look, you're so modest about the things you've done all the way through, and your energy is huge. But we all are very aware, Ben and I are very aware of the massive debt we have to everybody of your generation and the service that you've given to your country.
Yes, Kate, but let me break in here.
Do?
This was a fight for survival. It wasn't a question of being a hero or anything of that sort. You just had to get stuck in and make sure that that we won the war, because the Germans have got some very nasty plans for what they were going to do if ever they subjugated us. So I don't think we thought about casualties or heroism or anything. We just got stuck in to winning the war. And as Churchill once said, the Germans are either at your throat or at your feet. It was our job to make sure they remained at our feet. And we won the war, and thank God we did.
Absolutely, here to that. I have some very good friends that are RAF pilots now, Colin. I wonder, have you ever been in any of the fast jets, in any of our typhoons or tornadoes or any of
No, as I put it, I've never had the pleasure of flying in a blow lamp.
Well, I tell you what, I think that would be thoroughly entertaining for them to take you up and show you what it's like.
Maybe that's your next challenge.
I was once chased by a German jet,
Were you?
but I got rid of him. And, well, I wouldn't be here today, would I?
No, that's
I got
true.
rid of him.
How did you get rid of him, though?
He could go 100 miles an hour faster than I could. The ordinary propeller-driven night fighters couldn't catch up with me. But of course he could, and he was quite a menace. But as I say, I got rid of him. The Airbus brought one over recently to RAF Coningsby and invited me to go up there and see it. And I walked up to it and I put a hand on it, and they said to me, "How do you feel about it?" And I said, "Well, I'm glad I've seen it, but now I don't want to see the bloody thing again."
Colin, we could talk to you all day. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for doing what you did, Mark. I'm sure you'd like to echo those thanks as well.
And thank you to everyone that supported Colin's fundraising.
Thanks to everyone. I've had marvellous support, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about fundraising for these three marvellous charities.
Tell you what, if you could hang around, I'd quite like to talk about some of those bad women as well. I think that could do with some guidance there, Colin.
Sorry, you got that. That's just a throwaway.
Don't spoil it for him.
Thank you. Right, let's have a quick look at the weather. Here's one.
Bright on my phone. Box Solar, proud sponsors of weather on Good Morning Britain.
I love Colin, and here's brightened our day. If the weather won't as we head through the next few days, it is looking very mixed as we head through the weekend. So our pressure sequence shows a band of rain today. Into the weekend, Saturday doesn't look too bad, but Sunday, this mess moves through. I'll have more on that in just a moment. Today, here's how things look. We have a band of rain moving north, but it brings up some warmer air further south. So yesterday, rain band was through parts of Wales and the Midlands. It's now moved north. So the latest satellite and radar shows a wet start to the day for parts of Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, northern England. The rain will ease and then pack up as we head through the day, starting to clear from western areas of Northern Ireland and to the north of it, northwest Scotland, the Northern Isles. Sunny spells, isolated showers and cool. Underneath it, it is definitely wet. But for England and Wales, it is pleasantly warm, highs of 25 or 26 degrees. This evening and overnight tonight, we keep with this band of cloud and rain sitting through northern areas of England, southern areas of Scotland. Disappointing because actually chances of seeing the northern lights tonight across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland. But of course, you need clear skies, so rare glimpse across the far northwest. For most other places, it is mild, misty and murky. Tomorrow is looking like a day of sunny spells and scattered showers. Initially, there's some low cloud and mist that lifts and clear. We have a band of rain and that starts to ease. Then sunny spells and isolated showers and still holding on to some of that warmth in the south, highs of 26. How about Sunday? Sunday is looking like the wettest day of the weekend. Heavy showers and thunderstorms moving their way northwards. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
Thank you, Laura. It is 8:30. So here's a question for you. Is Britain a nation of shoplifters? Retail giants like John Lewis and Primark have joined industry calls for authorities to crack down on the problem, arguing that not enough is being done to tackle the issue.
Well, Policing Minister Chris Philp is at Westminster. Good to speak to you this morning. So we've been hearing John Lewis has revealed that £12 million of goods were stolen last year from them. Dame Sharon White, in charge, has called it an epidemic. And yet, changes in the law in 2014 meant that shoplifting goods under £200 are only treated as a summary offence with a fine. Is this partly government making this epidemic because it's effectively been accused of almost decriminalising it?
Well, good morning. So, first of all, we definitely haven't decriminalised shoplifting. Shoplifting of any value is a criminal offence. And I met with Dame Sharon and other retailers, the Co-op, Sainsbury's and others, just a week or so ago with police to talk about this issue. So over the last 10 years, crime generally has fallen significantly. But in the last year or two, specifically for shoplifting, there has been a worrying increase that Sharon White and others have referred to. So what I'm asking police to do is really take a much tougher approach on that by, for example, always investigating where there is evidence that can be followed up. We actually announced that, the Home Secretary and I and policing leaders a couple of weeks ago. And in shoplifting, almost always, you have CCTV footage of the person stealing the goods. And if that is provided to the police, they can run it through the Police National Database. And the facial recognition matching software is now so sophisticated that even if the image is a bit fuzzy, very often it can be matched. So I'd like, first of all, every incident to be investigated where there is evidence that can be followed up.
So is shops not doing that currently and are police not doing that currently?
Well, it varies, to be honest. And I think, it would be helpful if shops provided more evidence, but I think also police need to do more on the investigation side.
One of the issues they would say, Mr. Philp, provided the thief stays under £200, it becomes a summary offence. They get charged, they get a fixed penalty notice of £70. They don't have to appear in front of the magistrate. So if they're wily about it, they just make sure they're not stealing more than £200. There's nothing more that the shop owners can do. And the police aren't going to go and investigate that because, of course, it's a summary offence.
Well, a summary only offence simply means that it gets tried in the magistrate's court rather
But they
than
don't have
having
to
the right
appear and they get a fixed penalty notice of £70. They don't have to go to court.
Yeah, well, I think if there's repeat offending, then that is treated differently, and I think it should always be followed up. I was going to add, the other thing that we're funding is hotspot patrolling, currently in 10 police force areas, but by next April it'll be every police force areas. We're funding it with £43 million next year, and that is designed to deal partly with antisocial behaviour, but I would also be encouraging the police and crime commissioners to direct that also to high streets where they're worried about shoplifting, so there are visible officers on the street. So what I'd like to see as police minister is a zero tolerance approach to shoplifting, because I don't view it as a minor crime, and it's in danger of escalating.
Why has it gone up under this government's watch?
Well, it's been a phenomenon in the last particularly year or two. As I said, overall crime, neighbourhood crime, which is burglary, theft, and all that sort of thing together, is down by 51% under this government, and violence is down by 36%. So generally, crime is going down, but I do want to tackle this recent, tick up in shoplifting by taking a zero tolerance approach. Because if shoplifting happens, it allows an atmosphere of menace to be created, and there is a risk of escalation. That is why a zero tolerance approach, I think, is what's needed.
Police why it's happening. I mean, yes, I appreciate that your figures say violence and other crimes have gone down, but this particular shoplifting, you got to the bottom of why?
Well, there's a few different things. I mean, there are some criminal gangs who are on an organised basis doing this, and I think Sharon White, the chief executive of John Lewis, who you mentioned and I met last week, has pointed to that. So there's a project called Project Pegasus, which is being led by Katie Bourne, who's the Police and Crime Commissioner in Sussex, with retailers and the police to specifically identify and then go after some of the more organised criminal gangs. I think the use of facial recognition software has a huge role to play here, because we now can get matches that allow us to identify prolific shoplifters, which lets the retailer do work preventatively and then lets the police follow up and prosecute afterwards as well. So we should use that technology as well as the police on the ground, as it were. And we do now have reputable police numbers, 149,566, and one of the there's just 3,500 more than we've ever had before. The thing I would like, and probably the public would like to see those officers doing, is protecting our high streets and following up all crime where there is a reasonable need to follow. And we've agreed that with policing. So we now obviously expect
what about one of the other things that Dame Sharon suggested, which is making the abuse of retail workers an actual offence, which it is in Scotland. Lots of the anecdotal evidence that we've had from retail workers is that they've been warned not to approach people they see that are shoplifting. The shoplifters attack them and are violent towards them. This is actually an abuse of retail workers offence in Scotland. Is that not something that we could see implemented in England and Wales as well?
So a couple of things. So firstly, members of the public and shop workers and shop security guards do have a right under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act to use reasonable force to prevent a crime from occurring, and indeed to detain someone while they wait for a police officer.
Reasonable force. So they're worried about abuse. I mean, we've seen footage, albeit anecdotal, on this programme of shop workers literally having to stab them back because of fear of that abuse, fear for their own health and safety, never mind the goods that are pouring out of the store.
Yeah, so I was just saying that people do have the power to do that, but clearly some retail workers have been assaulted. That's very, very serious. You asked the question about the law. So clearly assaulting anyone, is a criminal offence, ABH, GBH and so on. And we changed the law about 2 years ago, and it came into effect relatively recently, to say that in England and Wales, if the victim is someone who is serving the public, which could be a shopkeeper, but it could also be or a shop worker, it could be a bus driver or a train driver, anyone who's serving the public, then that is what's called a statutory aggravating factor. And what that means is a judge, when they're passing sentence, gives a significantly higher sentence where the victim is serving the public. So in England and Wales, it's got a separate effect, but it has the same effect. But what I think the answer, I think, is a policing response and a prosecution response, and shopkeepers doing preventive.
10 years
the
of
law,
bastards.
Shoplifting is illegal, assaulting a retail worker is illegal. It's a statutory aggravating factor. It's not about changing the law, it's about the policing response, and it's about shopkeepers working preventatively using things like facial recognition.
Well, they need the shop workers need protection, don't they? And there is an epidemic of shoplifting at the moment, so something certainly needs to be done. Can we talk to you about the Met Police reaction in the Sarah Everard
I didn't have a pee.
apology?
Fuck's sake.
Yesterday we had Dania Al-Obeid and Patsy Stevenson on the show, two people who I'm sure you are very aware of. They became, well, certainly the picture of Patsy being arrested and taken away from that vigil became something that was seen all over the world. They got compensation. They had been effectively, they were told that they were apologised to. Can we just ask you about the wording of this apology? Because when we read it out on the show yesterday, we thought that there had been a typo, because the Met statement yesterday said the officer's actions were found to be appropriate. We felt that it should have said inappropriate by Her Majesty's Inspector of Constabularies in good faith and entirely consistent with the colleagues from London at the time. No one's disputing it was a very difficult time for police officers because it was during COVID. But do you think their
COVID's a load of shit.
appropriate?
Well, they look to me as just as a London MP. They
I
look to
was
me
scared. I was like, fuck
to
it.
be a bit heavy-handed, to be honest. And I'm sure the ladies concerned gave an account of what they experienced when they came on the show yesterday. So look, I'd like to see the Metropolitan Police ensure that all of their officers behave properly. They've asked for, policing has asked for additional powers to make it easier to dismiss officers who commit misconduct. And we announced a week or two ago, we are going to give them those powers. I met actually yesterday with the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, who of course is responsible for overseeing the Metropolitan Police, and the Commissioner, Matt Rowley, to talk about their work to turn the Met around. And I think on the conduct issues, they are making quite a lot of progress. I think what Londoners want to see as well is all of those crimes getting investigated too. Even the less serious ones, or what people would think of as less serious, all should be investigated. But these conduct issues are serious, and the Mayor of London, and who's responsible for this, and the Commissioner, they are taking actions to improve it, as they should.
I think you meant Mark Rowley, didn't you? Not that. There is a point here, though, that was really apparent with Dania and Patsy and the reaction to this, that this so-called apology had nothing like an apology in it.
We've yet to find the word sorry in it. I mean, it may be that we haven't seen some elements of it, but there doesn't seem to be the word sorry in the apology.
Dania said
Do
they
you
haven't
feel
said
that's
the word
right?
sorry, they haven't apologised.
Well, if they've been paid compensation, then that would clearly indicate to me that something happened that wasn't right and that would merit an apology.
So would you be urging Met Police to say, actually, sorry?
Well, I think I'd want to hear their side of it, but on the face of it, yes.
Certainly feels like, from Patsy and Dania's perspective, a clear use of that word would go a long way to them understanding that the Met Police have taken on board what's happened, and they're not having just to react because, when it went to court, they were found to have been, heavy-handed in their approach. Christoph,
we should, by the way, just keep in mind that the vast majority of police officers up and down the country are brave, dedicated, and hardworking. I think we should always keep that in mind.
Absolutely.
We're going to have to leave it there, I'm afraid. Thank you for joining us this morning. That's Christoph. Thank you so much.
Now, how do you feel about this? How do you deal with a naughty child? How do you think they should be dealt with? Is discipline key? Well, author and childcare expert Sarah Oakwell-Smith says discipline is damaging and discriminating against a child, and is no different to racism or sexism.
On the other hand, Claire Muldoon says if you treat your children as equal to adults, it gives them too much power. That's not what you're thinking about this morning. Lots of you getting in touch already. Lots of opinions. We're going to be debating next, aren't we?
We certainly are. You want your Call Money Britain on ITV1?
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees. Everything's covered. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee. Courtney cinched it, didn't you? Not now, mate. Even my mum cinched it, quality money.
You know you're rich, Rhea.
There's so many great reasons to buy it. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's quarter to 9.
Still active gum repair. If you spit blood,
That's crazy.
it could be the start
Fucking
of a
quarter to
domino
9 and I'm not there.
New Corsil Active Gum Repair actively helps repair gums for 1 week. New Corsil Active Gum Repair.
Flaring.
Helps stop joint pain, relieves swelling, and eases stiffness. So when joint pain flares, choose Flarin.
Lyle's Golden Sim. Absolutely golden.
Activia presents the amazing guts from A to Z.
Hey, guts alive, beautiful biome, digest and drive, electric energy. Oh, follow the flow. Wanna feel good? Start from the inside. Without cultures. Yeah. Nice, open wide, put the power inside. Tasty victory, got to do your thing. With extra yummy yogurt that makes your tongue sing.
Your gut is where it all begins. Activia.
When it comes to electricals, you're in safe hands with AO.com. After all, we're the UK's most trusted major electrical retailer. We deliver 7 days a week, so whatever day suits you, suits us. Plus, we'll expertly install your new electricals and take away your old ones to be recycled responsibly, all on your delivery day. There's thousands of electricals to suit every budget, so shop now at AO.com.
Life-changing support from childhood to adulthood. Guide dogs. You do anything and everything for your pets. And at Vets for Pets, so do we. From big emergencies to routine checkups. That's why more people trust us with their pets. We're all for pets. Have diabetes? Wonder if you can have more carbs? With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, easily know your sugar values and where they're heading. Real-time readings sent right to your smartphone, and no more routine finger pricks. Manage your diabetes with more confidence. The Freestyle Libre 2 system.
They don't know who Ripper is, they don't know what Ripper looks like.
I will catch this animal.
People's lives being destroyed.
Until they catch the smell.
Long after that.
New true crime drama, The Long Shadow, starts Monday the 25th of September on ITV1 and ITVX.
Now, still to come, is discipline damaging to kids? One author and childcare expert thinks the wrong kind of discipline is discriminating against a child and can be seen as no different from racism. We're going to be debating that in a moment.
I just paid £1 in my bank.
All the details on a two-part prize.
My old bank, I'm fucking £850, right? And they fucking let me. I had an overdraft and they changed it into a debt, the bastards, right? Because I changed banks and fucking so I said they can have £1, fuck them. And they just got £1.
Right now, good luck. For another chance to win the cash and the car, text prize to 62525. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message or go to the website. Entries cost £2. You can call 09068 782525. Course costs £2 for an access charge or post your name and phone number to BK33 758 Derby DE1 0NQ. Entrance must be 8 in a river. And remember, lines close at 2 o'clock today. Good luck.
Thanks, Andy. Good luck now. Then, how would you deal with a badly behaved child? Would you perhaps put them on a naughty step? Or is that something that's a little bit out of date these days? The front page of the Times this morning talks about a new survey that says strict parenting appears to have eased over the past 30 years, with Brits placing more value on independence, hard work, and imagination instead.
It's when they're creatively and imaginatively naughty that it becomes tricky. So what kind of punishments work? Well, parenting expert Sarah O'Cross-Smith believes punishments don't. They just traumatise kids, while Claire Muldoon, who's here, sorry Claire, disagrees and says parental discipline is necessary for children to understand right and wrong. Okay, so you put the cat among the pigeons here. What is the wrong kind of discipline, and why does that discriminate against the child?
So I think we've got very muddled about discipline in our society, and a lot of people think discipline is the same as punishment. So the only way to make a child to behave better is to punish them, shame them, coerce them, control them, and so forth. But discipline has hundreds of different styles. So I'm not anti-discipline. I just advocate for discipline that works with children, helps them to solve problems, acts as a great role model. Of course we say no, of course we take things away from them or stop them doing things, of course there are consequences, but it's about working collaboratively.
Can you give us an example, Sarah? Because I think that's the confusion. Everyone be saying, I don't really, what's a collaborative bit of discipline?
So imagine you've got two young children and they are hitting each other and fighting over a toy. Yeah. So what I would do is I would step in and first of all, I'd separate them because nobody wants to leave them to hit each other and hurt each other. I'd take the toy away and say, I can see you're really struggling over this, so I'm going to take this away, separate you, everybody calm down a bit. When they're calm, we'd have a talk like, why were you struggling? Tell me how you were feeling. You tell me how you were feeling, and we'd find a solution together. So
okay,
elaborate on
first
a
point,
solution.
what if they don't calm down?
Well, they will calm down eventually, and actually the best way however long they need, as long as they are not damaging something, hurting somebody, the best way to make a child calm down is if we ourselves are calm. And I think that's what a lot of parents struggle with because, you know, the world at the moment is so difficult and we're full up to here. And what happens when we scream and yell and we join their tantrums, they look to us as a role model and copy that.
Claire, are you into collaborative discipline?
No, not at all. I mean, I think by the time you unpack this, and it is, I mean, I'm not minimising anything, it's a huge issue, okay? And we've had corporal punishment banned in countries, quite rightly too, I think, to a certain extent. However, you know, by the time you have taken to remove these toddlers, remove these children, and then try and reason with them, really, Sarah? Come on, we've got things to do in our lives. The reason we've got schools is because children relate well to parameters of discipline. Children need to know what's right and what's wrong. And as a parent, it's really, we love these children.
Really enjoyed that. Leanne Aristar, My Love, is Greg's tune of the week. It was suggested by one of our fabulous listeners that we should put Danny off of Sam and Danny's My Love remix into it, and I think it was great. Liam in North Yorkshire says, this is amazing, possibly one of the best Radio 1 remixes you've ever done. Thank you. I'll let the Real 1 dance crew know. Liam, thanks. Henry Sheffield says, I'm a bit rough after work this morning, but this has cleared my head, my lover. William Paul says, I think you should take credit for this, Jordan. It's a banger. I can't take credit. It's definitely Greg James and the production team here on The Breakfast Show. Ben says, excellent work, excellent work. We will praise you, Jordan. Take full credit. Oh, do you know what? Why not? Give me the credit. Now, we've got Brad on the phone, whose idea it was.
Do you want me to tell you what woke me up? I was dreaming, and suddenly I walked across the road, and there was Chris Watley. Chris Watley. He was a drug dealer, right? He's a good mate of mine. And I'll tell you what, right? And his partner and everything. And I used to go and see him and all that. You know, and fucking, for some reason, he'd turn me down. I had cash for him, and he didn't want the cash. And I thought, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So I put the money back in my pocket, and then I woke up. That's fucking funny as fuck. Oh my God. That's really weird. It's fucking, oh man. Yeah. Sorry, Gord. Don't your money. No. Fucking, that was that. Oh, fuck me. You're not going to sell me the weed. No.
In the past, cause that's for chasing cars. Turns out open bars lead to broken hearts. I'm going way too far. I know it used to be crazy. I know it used to be fun. You say
It used to be crazy. It used to be fun. I used to be crazy. I was fun. You know, and now I'm old. Yeah. That's crazy. Oh my God. Chris Watley, what the fuck? Yeah.
Like tattoos and regrets, words I never meant, and ones that got away. Left my little past somewhere in the past and took another road. Turned out my room's empty, I soon there's somewhere else to go. I know I used to be crazy. I know I used to be fine. You say I used to be wild. I say I used to be young. You tell me time is not changing. That's why I'm not going wrong. I know I used to be crazy. That's 'cause I used to be young. I know I used to be crazy, messed up, forgot was it fun. I know I used to be wild. That's 'cause I used to be young. Those wasted nights are now wasted. I remember everyone. I know I used to be crazy. That's 'cause I used to be young. You tell me time is gonna change me. That's what I'm not going wrong. I know I used to be crazy. That's 'cause I used to be young.
The official chart on Radio 1. Can Doja Cat stay at number 1? Or Olivia Rodrigo climb back to the top? Find out this afternoon from 4.
Tell me what you want. Try to take your vibration. Let me talk to me, baby. Love if you wanna show me why it's feeling love if you wanna. Trust the simulation. Don't you let it break. Every simulation. Promise I can take what you wanna get. Why you better show me why you've been feeling love. You got my heartbeat racing, your body racing. For the heat, but recreate the sun. To the feeling, boy, you know the one. When you're gone, it's so much fun. Rock it. You got my heartbeat racing, my body racing.
Trace of Van and Rush on BBC Radio 1. Tell me to take over on the way very soon. I'm still being mithered about Cowboy Time. I said we'll see. I'm not sure yet. Because the thing is, when you do somebody else's show, it's Jordan, by the way, in for Greg. When you do somebody else's show and somebody does their features, their gigs, they're never as good anyway. It's a bit awkward. Well, I've got Angel and Devil here. Loads of people text me, and Hannah says, "Morning, Jordan, I'm a real life cowgirl. Call me for Cowboy Time. 10 to 10, I'm well up for it." I got another text saying, "Jordan, please don't do 10 to 10. It's the most annoying feature ever to grace the radio and all that. Anybody that likes it should be struck down with a weekend of the sniffles. Be the better person and don't let yourself become as shameless as Greg." I will not have that name. That man's name. Not a bad word said about him on this radio show. For that, we might just do it now. Leave it with me. We'll see. Before we do the 10-minute takeover, here's the brand new one from Fisher. Teaming up with Australian vocalist Keita Alexander. It's called Atmosphere.
You got me spinning in your atmosphere. It feels so good, I wanna stay right here. You got me spinning in your atmosphere. It feels so good, I wanna stay right here. You got me spinning in your atmosphere. It feels so good, I wanna all the time, think that you're on my mind, always walking by my side. Think I'm almost up tonight, I could be your alibi, always walking by my side. Think I'm almost up tonight, I could be your alibi, always walking by my side. You got me spinning in your atmosphere. It feels so good, I wanna stay right here. You got me spinning in your atmosphere. It feels so good, I wanna stay right here. You got me spinning in your atmosphere.
Oh, he's good, isn't he, Fisher? Knows what he's doing. Might bring a beef for this summer, actually. Very nice guy. And a very good DJ. Fisher, Keita Alexander, brand new dance music playing for you on Radio 1. That is Atmosphere. It's Jordan in for Greg today.
This is the 10-minute takeover.
Okay, let's do it. 03700 100 100. 3 songs chosen by you. Greg does it every day at 9 o'clock. We'll refresh the screen. The first song to show up, we will play on the radio. Callum Leslie, that's a nice polo top. Where's that from?
Thank you. Do you know, I can't remember. I'm not sure. It's not been out for a while. It's not been out all summer. It's been too warm. So.
Let me know where that's from. Sorry, I'm sidetracked. That's really, send me that. Let me know where you got that from. It's nice. What we're going to say? Oh yes, tell me what's happening here now. What we're doing with it?
So we're going to do a bit of the Newsbeat 10-minute takeover guesses. So every day we try and guess the songs that are going to be on. We'll get everyone in the team that's in the office today with a guess, and if we get it right, we get to pick a song, right? I think that's how it works.
Yeah. All right. So you've all done your little sweepstakes, and you're hoping that somebody from Newsbeat has guessed one of the songs correct on the 10-minute takeover today. If you get it right, we will then play one of your suggestions. Okay.
That's the one.
How many taking a part today?
12 people today.
12, okay. 12 people taking part. 03700 100 100. We will refresh the screen very soon. You've got 30 seconds on the clock to get your suggestions in. Even better, if you're suggesting Max shoes up with Newsbeat. Then we will play an extra 4th song on the 10-minute takeover today. Callum, best of luck, my friend. Thank you. 03700 100 100. I'm going to refresh the screen any second now.
The 10-minute takeover.
Okay. What have we got? First text. Why is Jordan on? The morning room, the kids are crying. Oh, literally the first text I see. Right, okay. We got My House Flowrider for James at work in Devon. How's that, Chris?
I'm just looking. I think maybe we don't have it.
Alright, okay, that's fine. This is a proper one.
What's next?
Next is... we've got to have this. Robin in Glasgow. The Automatic Monster. We should have that. It's a bit of an old one, but yeah. Please save the abuse for after the 10-minute takeover.
There you go.
Yes, we've got it. Okay, where is it? Where are we? Yes, we do have the Automatic Monster for Robin in Glasgow. Callum, Leslie, do any of you have this? No. Oh. Okay. Don't worry, you might have the next 2 suggestions. Why can't I say suggestions today? Thank you, Robin in Glasgow.
Is it a monster? What's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster? Is it a monster? What's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster? Is it a monster? What's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster? Is it a
10-minute takeover. EDP Radio 1.
When you first left me, I was wanting more, but you knocked down next door. What'd you do that for? When you first left me, I didn't know what to say. I never been on my own that way, just sat by myself all day. I was so lost back then, but with a little help from my friends, I found a light in the tunnel at the end. Now you're calling me up on the phone, so you can have a little wine and a run inside me because you're feeling alone. At first, when I see you cry, it makes me smile. Yeah, it makes me smile. At worst, I feel bad for a while, but then I just smile. I know I can't smile. Whenever you see me, you say that you want me back, and I tell you it don't mean that. No, it don't mean that. I couldn't stop laughing, no, I just couldn't help myself. See you mess up my mental health, I was quite unwell. I was so lost back then, but with a little help from my friends, I found a light in the tunnel at the end. Now you're calling me up on the phone, so you can have a little wine and a run inside me because you're feeling alone. At first, when I see you cry, it makes me smile. Yeah, it makes me smile. At worst, I feel bad for a while, but then I just smile. I know I can't smile. At first, when I see you cry, it makes me smile. Yeah, it makes me smile. At worst, I feel bad for a while, but then I just smile. I know I can't smile.
Lily Allen and Smile. Tim and Rookie chose this on the 10-minute takeover today. It's Jordan in for Greg. All very last minute, but don't worry, we're carrying on as normal.
At worst, I feel bad for a while, but then I just smile. I know I can't smile.
And Robin in Glasgow, kick the 10-minute takeover off with the Automatic Monster.
This is the 10-minute takeover.
Callum Leslie and the Newsbeat team have a little sweepstake going every day on the 10-minute takeover. If they get any of the artists right, one of them gets to choose their song for an added track on the 10-minute takeover. How are we doing so far, Callum?
We're not doing well, Jordan.
No?
No.
Nobody's...
Two songs, two like guesses.
Nobody's picked the Automatic or Lily Allen?
No, not yet.
Right, okay. We do like to go a little bit rogue on a Friday. So I'll tell you what, if anyone's picked this, I'll give you 2 extra songs, right? I'm going to play this. One of the main reasons is it's one of my favourite songs, but also because Susanna on the show is 23 years old and she's never heard of it. And because we are the biggest youth station in the UK, I think it's our job, and yes we are, it's our job to educate the great young people of this great nation and play this track. Does anybody on... on the Newsbeat sweepstake for the 10-minute takeover, have Ms. Loppy?
Oh, I wish the answer was yes, but it's no.
Nobody's got Ms. Loppy.
No, it's a bit that.
Okay, right. If you are listening to this for the first time, call 3700 100 100. Let us know what you think. I love it. Susanna, who works on the show, will also let us know. These guys inspired Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran was their roadie. Used to follow him on tour and stuff. The final choice by Kane and Bradley, Brick Lane in Stapleford, is JCB's song. I love this so much.
Well, I'm rumbling in this JCB. I'm 5 years old, my dad's a giant sitting beside me, and the engine rattles my bum like berserk while we're singing, don't forget your shovel if you want to go to work. My dad's probably had a bloody hard day, but he's being good fun and bubbling and joking way. And the procession of cars stuck behind are getting all impatient and angry, but we don't mind. We're holding up the bypass. Oh, me and my dad having a top laugh. Oh, sitting on the toolbox. Oh, and I'm so glad I'm not in school, boss. So glad I'm not in school. Oh no. And we pull over, let cars pass, and pull off again, speeding by this summer green grass. And we're like giants up here in our big yellow digger, like Zoids or Transformers, or maybe even bigger. And I want to transform into a Tyrannosaurus Rex and eat up all the bullies and the teachers and their pets. And I'll tell all my mates, my dad's behavior up as I'm with a JCB and Bruce Lee's nunchuckers. We're holding up the bypass. Oh, me and my dad having a top laugh. Oh, sitting on the toolbox. Oh, and I'm so glad I'm not in school, boss. So glad I'm not in school. And we're holding up the bypass. Oh, me and my dad having a top laugh. Oh, I'm sitting on the toolbox. Oh, and I'm so glad I'm not in school, boss. So glad I'm not in school. Said I'm Luke, I'm 5 and my dad's Bruce Lee. Drives me round in his JCB. I'm Luke, I'm 5 and my dad's Bruce Lee. Drives me round in his JCB. I'm Luke, I'm 5 and my dad's Bruce Lee. Drives me round in his JCB. I'm Luke, I'm 5 and my dad's Bruce Lee. Drives me round and we're holding up the bypass. Whoa, me and my dad having a top laugh. Oh, and I'm sitting on the toolbox. Oh, and I'm so glad I'm not in school, boss. So glad I'm not in school. Oh, then I'm Luke, I'm 5 and my dad's Bruce Lee. Drives me round in his JCB. I'm Luke, I'm 5 and my dad's Bruce Lee. Drives me round in his JCB. Oh, I'm Luke, I'm 5 and my dad's.
Sorry for singing on the end of this, but it's pretty much one of my favourite songs.
I'm Luke, I'm 5 and my dad's Bruce Lee. Drives me round in his JCB.
We're holding up the bypass. Okay, that was the third and final song on today's 10-minute takeover, picked by Kane and Bradley Bricklaying in Stapleford. Susanna, who works on the show, is 23 years old. Never heard that song before. What do you think?
I mean, I really enjoyed your enthusiasm.
Thank you. Okay. Wow. That was a politician's answer if I've ever heard one before. Kaylee says, oh my God, Jordan, JCB song always makes me emotional. Thinking about days off work in my dad's van, had a little cry to this. I'm 22 and I know this song, but I'm from Wiltshire, says this text. Ross in Glasgow says, you've made my day, loving this. And Rebecca in Epworth says, Jordan, thank you for the education. I'm 22 and I've never heard this song before. It's a nice chill vibe for a Friday. Callum Leslie, none of the Newsbeat sweepstakers picked Ms. Opley on today's 10-minute takeover, did they?
No, they didn't. I feel we've started strong with this game and then it's slowly gone downhill. Now, we got it right a few weeks ago, but we've not managed it again.
Can we hear some of the guesses that the team have played?
I mean, when you see this list, you think that's a good shout, really. Nicki Minaj, Missy Elliott, Imagine Dragons, Beyonce, Joel Corey, The Killers, Pitbull, Katy Perry, Nelly Furtado, Two Door Cinema Club, and Taylor Swift.
Oh, okay. Who did you pick?
I went with The Killers.
Yeah.
Classic guess.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, none of them were on there. Nelly Furtado was a good one.
Yeah, that was Megan upstairs.
Okay. Well, we could play some of them, but The rules are the rules, Callum.
It's not the game, is it?
It's not the game, and I'm a stickler for the rules. So good luck on Monday. Thank you very much for joining us on the show today.
Thanks so much.
She's my best friend in the whole world. On the mood board, she's an inspo. And she dressed in really cute clothes. Kawaii like wearing Tokyo. Never leaves one teeth of white road. Got a classic real deep and road. She got loyalty, she says I love you, girl. I love her more. Mommy, you're so fine, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Don't be really driving, saying I'm gonna let you speak back. Running through the streets on a different frequency. Know you promised one, you were running in the rain. Mommy, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Don't be really driving, saying I'm gonna let you speak back. Running through the streets on a different frequency. Know you promised one, you were running in the rain. Oh, got the top down, tires on fire. Who are you? I'm living my life. See you looking with the side eye. Why you so jealous? Cause I'm one of a kind. When you think about me, I don't care. I'm a classic real deep Voltaire. The girls you need to know, they already know they're over there. Mommy, you're so fine, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Jump into the drive, you see I'm putting in the speed back. Riding through the streets on a different frequency. Know you know this one, we were running through the rain. Mommy, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Jump into the drive, you see I'm putting in the speed back. Riding through the streets on a different frequency. Know you know this one, we were running through the rain.
The Premier League is back on BBC Sound.
Here it comes now.
With more live commentary,
What a start to the new Premier League season.
more insight with big guests,
Promotion is positive, isn't it?
If you need positivity, that's what I'm here for, chappers.
and Jermaine Defoe and Troy Deeney loving the beautiful game.
You'll hear stories from the dressing room about legends of the game and the football first that propelled us into the Premier League.
5 live commentary, football daily, and football first. And it's off the line. Listen on BBC Sounds.
I get the girls I like and I draw you. Hey boy, what's the need? How you play with a queen like me? You stay coming but you're out all night. You don't take me back, but it's alright. I'm a little stay lucky. Some boys nothing on my body, wanna tell it. So I ain't taking for your love and no time. Cause there's a minute on hotline. On the creeping, keep tricking when you're sleeping. I'll let you go, you'll be begging for me when I'm leaving. Like you moving like I ain't got options. I just want for the night and I'm trying to you like you moving like I ain't got options. Feels I like and I try Ooh, so free with no feelings, fake love, just ain't a feeling. Baby, the pussy outside, got a good body, get the body right. Cry, make a boom and cry. Ooh, I'm gonna be a man, a little respect. Little love for you, but it might pass, and you be begging for me when I'm one for the night and I try you like you move like I ain't got options. I get the truth I like and I try baby, boy, don't play a thing. Let's talk and play the game tonight. I'll be dancing in the club and baby doing all treat me right. Cause if you don't do it, then your friend ain't mine. And I ain't even tryna be like that, but sometimes boy be like that. Oh, funny now you wanna kiss on me. Sorry you're going to reminisce on me. I can't give a fuck, I'm grateful. There's a million of you and I'm irreplaceable.
Cleo and Options on BBC Radio 1, 23 minutes past 9. Jordan in for Greg today. Chris in Liverpool says, stickler for the rules. Really, Jordan? You laughed about the Big's wedding earlier. She won't sue you, but held him well. I didn't say a word, right? I did not say a word. So, please don't. Nothing happened. I've just managed to get on the property ladder. I've got a mortgage I can't afford. I'm going to do freshers gigs till I'm 40. Please don't encourage people to sue me. Please. Nothing happened. I'm a stickler for the rules. Right, we're going to get Kate Thistleton on in the next 15 minutes. We'll have a chat with her, which is weird because we've been on the radio together every day this week, and this sums up me and Katie to a T. So we've been on the radio for hours every day this week, chatting away, whittering on, talking nonsense. And then as soon as I finished the show yesterday, she rings me, we're on the phone for 20 minutes. And then last night, she sent me a voice message that was 2.5 minutes long. But then sent me another voice message that was a minute long, saying sorry for sending a long voice message. So that just kind of sums up our relationship. And then at the weekend, we were away together. And we were in the car with Katie and her husband Alex. And we were meant to be helping him use the sat-nav. But me and Kate were just whittering, talking at each other for 10 minutes because we've not seen each other for 2 weeks. Anyway, we'll get her in for chat because on the show yesterday, we were talking about this TikTok thing where a lot of girls are asking their boyfriends or husbands and other halves how often they think about the Roman Empire. And it turns out a lot of boys think about the Roman Empire more than what you'd imagine. So we'll do that with Kate in the next 10 minutes.
Things haven't been quite the same. There's a haze on the horizon, babe. It's only been a couple of days and I miss you. Yeah. Nothing really goes to plan. You stub your toe, break your can. I'll do everything I can to help you through. If you're feeling down, I just wanna make you happier, baby. With sorrows around, I just wanna make you happier, baby. We've been doing all this lately, talking about anything you wanna till the morning. Now you're in my life. I can't get you off my mind. I've never been a fan of change, but if I lead to any place, if it's Hollywood or Bishopsgate, I'm coming too. If you're feeling down, I just wanna make you happier, baby. With sorrows around, I just wanna make you happier, baby. We've been doing all this lately, talking about anything you wanna till the morning. Now you're in my life. I can't get you off my mind. 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 Even try to get you off my mind. Get you off my mind. We've been doing all this lately, talking about anything you wanna till the morning. Now you're in my life.
I can't get you off my mind. Can't get you off my mind. Can't get you off my mind. Can't even try. Can't get you off from all this late night talking.
Radio 1.
When my head is high in the sky, and angels calling me over. When my feet won't take me there, drowning in my emotions, but I'm rising into the light. When I stare in the big rover, now my heart's ready to fly. Give me your hand, so we can go higher into the sky. Give me your hand, light up the night. Need you together, give me the light. Just like a bird, take to the sky. I need it for a single moment tonight. So give me your hand, I need it to fly. So we can go higher into the sky. Give me your hand, so we can go higher into the sky. So take me away, light up the night. I need you together, give me the light. Just like the bird, take to the sky. I need it for a single moment tonight. So give me your hand, I need it to fly. So we can go higher into the sky.
So focus, dimension, ready to fly. BBC Radio 1. Jordan in for Greg today. A few people texted in saying, I guess we're not hearing Millie Bobby Brown today. No, it's been postponed. Greg will be back with you on Monday, and then Millie Bobby Brown is going to be on the Breakfast Show on Wednesday next week, so you'll hear it. Until now, I'm afraid you're stuck with me. Right, lots more tracks on the way for you, but right now at 9:30, here's Jordan Kenny with Newsbeat.
Radio 1 Newsbeat.
An update first on the case involving Sarah Sharif. The 10-year-old's body was discovered at her home in Surrey last month. 3 people have now been charged over her murder. Newsbeat's Rebecca Swash.
Yeah, her dad, Irfan Sharif, stepmom, Banisha Batul, and uncle Faisal Malik. The 3 went to Pakistan the day before her body was found. They were arrested in Gatwick Airport after voluntarily flying back to London on Wednesday night. They've also each been charged with causing or allowing the death of a child.
And they'll be in court later.
That's right, and they're being held in jail until then. Sarah's 5 siblings, who also flew to Pakistan, are being looked after at a government-run children's home there.
Okay, thanks, Rebecca. To Libya next, where charities working to help people affected by extreme flooding there say the number of people who've died has risen to 11,000. The number's expected to go up further. The United Nations says it's providing money, but more support is needed. Stephanie Turker-Williams is a UN spokesperson.
It's impossible to comprehend, to understand the agony and the suffering that these poor people are enduring.
The man who used to be in charge of football in Spain will appear in court later. It's after he kissed player Jenny Hermoso on the lips at the Women's World Cup. Luis Rubiales is accused of sexual assault and coercion. He says the kiss was consensual and mutual. A warning for drivers in Wales now, not to rely on sat-navs and GPS systems for the speed limit on some roads. The limit on residential streets is going down to 20 miles an hour from 30 on Sunday, but some maps won't update straight away. Okay, Joshua Blissett's on next. He plays Kieran in Top Boy and has been talking to Newsbeat about why the show's been relevant to so many different communities.
As well as being for Black people, it's universally relatable because it's about emotions, it's about relationships, it's about family, and we all have those things going on. We all go through pains.
We've more from Joshua, with no spoilers, we promise, at 12:45. Right, sport then. Rugby Union first, and France have made it 2 wins out of 2 at their home World Cup. They beat Uruguay 27-12 in Lille. Wales, Ireland and England all play this weekend. Football and big questions about Jadon Sancho's future at Manchester United. That's after the club said he'd be training away from the first team. United's boss, Erik ten Hag, said he'd left him out of the squad this month because of his performance in training wasn't good enough. The winger says he's a scapegoat. In cricket, England's women got a win over Sri Lanka to win the one-day international series 2-0. Nat Sibber-Brunt scored England women's fastest one-day international century in 66 balls in Leicester.
It's been a whirlwind, really. We had such a special Ashes series.
from a personal performance side, I didn't really think it would happen that way, and yeah, I managed to exceed my own expectations.
All right, this is Newsfeed. It's now 9:33.
Sorry, Jordan, I pressed the button there because in the afternoons we have to press the button when you say we'll be back at 12:45.
I thought you'd gotten sick of me. I thought you were going, right, get him off.
But not only on breakfast do you do the news every half hour, you do it for 3 minutes.
On the BBC Sounds app, on the radio, and off your smart speaker.
To Play Radio 1.
This is Radio 1.
I know straight up when I met you. I saw it in your eyes, so it would be like mine. Don't think I'll ever forget you. No, no, no. But those moments spent with you till the sky is turning blue. I'll see you on the other side. We'll say a bittersweet goodbye tonight. Can we keep this high alive tonight? I'll see you in another life. Got it only get some time. We'll say a bittersweet goodbye tonight. A bittersweet goodbye. Say bittersweet goodbye tonight. Can we keep this high alive tonight? Say bittersweet goodbye. I know straight up when I met you. Saw it in your eyes, so it would be like mine. Don't think I'll ever forget you. No, no, no. But those moments spent with you till the sky is turning blue. I'll see you on the other side. We'll say bittersweet goodbye tonight. Can we keep this high alive tonight? I'll see you in another life. Got it only get some time. We'll say a bittersweet goodbye tonight. A bittersweet goodbye. Can we keep this high alive tonight? We'll say a bittersweet goodbye tonight.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights and then alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes stare into space. And I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. Every pure intention ends when the good times start. Falling over everything to reach the first time spark. It started on a neon light, and then it all got dark. I only know how to go too far. The bad habits lead to nights and then alone. Conversations with a stranger promise, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, or do my bad habits lead to I stare into space, and then I know I lose control over the things that I say. Yeah, just looking for a way out now, can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, my bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you.
Ed Sheeran and Bad Habits on Radio 1.
Radio 1 Breakfast.
It's Jordan in for Greg today, and Katie Thistleton is going to be taking over at 10:30 today. Hello, morning.
Hello, long time no see.
I know, yeah. I was saying, pretty much sums up our friendship. We were on the radio every day last week for hours. After the show yesterday, we were on the phone to each other for 20 minutes as soon as I walked out the door.
Yeah, we were.
And then you sent me like a 2.5 minute voice message last night, followed by a minute voice message to say sorry for the long voice message. And now you're back up with me today.
Only I could send a voice note apologising for waffling, but waffle within that. Yeah.
Right, so yesterday on the show, we talked about this Roman Empire thing that's just doing the rounds on TikTok. You might have heard about it.
How often do you think about the Roman Empire?
Really?
No, stop. Why do you think about everything?
Well, the infrastructure, they had aqueducts, there were roads.
Aqueducts.
So explain this, because you're shocked that your other half also thinks about the Roman Empire.
My mind is blown. I still think you're all having us on. I think this is a mass prank. On TikTok, all the girls have been asking the men in their life, like, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? And they're all saying once a week, once a fortnight, like every day. And I'm like, there's no way. And my husband did a history degree, and I still thought there's no way he thinks about the Romans all the time. And he said once a fortnight. And I asked you, and I thought there's no way Jordan thinks about the Romans all the time, and you do.
Yeah, I reckon once every couple of weeks.
Every time you go down a straight road.
Yeah, there's so many things. And my obsession started was when I was in year 7, we learnt about the Romans, and my homework was to write a letter as a Roman soldier to my mum and dad, pretending I'd just invaded Preston. And
why would you bother?
and then I had to go home and teabag this letter, like stain it with tea, not teabag the letter. I said that wrong.
No, we know what you mean. Yeah, put teabags on the letter. Yeah.
Put teabag on the letter and then burn the edges to make it look like a Roman letter that had been sent home. God, thanks for rescuing me. So that's why I've been obsessed with him ever since. However, don't.
You came so far this week. You made it the whole week without any faux pas like that.
No. Katie, come on,
I know what you mean.
Right, it's tea stains the letter to make it look old.
That's the wording.
Katie, don't. Okay, so we think we have the female version of what girls are obsessed with.
Right, okay.
I am absolutely fascinated by the Roman Empire trend that's happening on TikTok. But what I want to know is, what is the female version of the Roman Empire? Like, what is something random that we all think about on a very regular basis that is female specific?
Okay, Katie, so this is the female specific version of the Roman Empire.
The Six Wives of Henry VIII, the Titanic, obviously, not the movie, but the Titanic, the Romanovs, and of course, Greek mythology. You can tie Roman mythology into there, but specifically Greek.
Okay, do you think about the Titanic? I don't know what the Romanovs are.
I know. I don't. The only one there. What was the first one?
It was Henry VIII's seven
Oh,
wives.
yeah. Okay.
No,
So
6 wives.
6 wives, famously. Yeah. So the last two, no, but I definitely think about the Titanic a lot. I think about the Titanic a lot, and probably Henry VIII's wives a lot as well.
Okay, so we might have the female version of what they think about a lot. So now we're going to spin it round. We asked all the girls yesterday on the show to ask their partners how often they think about the Roman Empire. Now we want all the lads, whoever, to text their other halves and ask them how often they think about Henry VIII and his wives and the Titanic. Does that make sense?
Yes, it's true. I think about it all the time.
And can I just stress again before we go? I have never teabagged a letter.
No.
Right.
You have tea-stained one.
I've tea-stained one. Thanks, Katie.
I'm so satisfied for you. I do that 3 words, something can I testify for you? I saw that like you, that I do it all and I'm on was scared to do. I'm not, as long as you now with me, I got it. Pockets, keep it. I do, as long as you dreaming about me, ain't no problem. I don't got nobody just with you right now. But the truth, I look better under you. I can't lose when I'm with you. How can I snooze in this moment? You're just so important. Nobody's like you do. I can't lose when I'm with you. I can just snooze and miss the moment. You're just so important. Nobody's like you do. You do. In the top I ride with you, I feel like Scarface. The waves with the bob, I'll be your main one. Take this argument back up to my place. Somehow you on the violin on your day one. We had it, yeah. It was magic, yeah. Smash and grab it, yeah. Last characteristic of home when you're not in. Ain't a home when you're not in. Underground when you're not in. I'm saying I can't lose when I'm with you. How can I choose and miss the moment? You just do it, boy. Nobody like you do. I can't lose when I'm with you. How can I snooze and miss the moment? You just do it, boy. Nobody like you do. You
Just trying to be your everything. Big one first. Are you friend on me and I'm the big one first? Are you blaming on me and you the big one first? Are you blaming me and I'm the big one first?
can't lose when I'm with you. How can I snooze and miss the moment? You just do it, boy. Nobody like you do. I can't lose when I'm with you. How can I snooze and miss the moment? You just do it, boy. Nobody like you do. You do.
Scissor and Snooze then says after hearing Jordan talking about teabagging letters, I meant tea staining. I'm glad he's not my postman. Katie Fistleton's here, she's taking over at 10:30 today. No, you say the male version, the female version of thinking about the Roman Empire all the time. Apparently, there's a thing on TikTok, lads constantly think about the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
And it is fascinating because there's so many words I'm not going to get into it today. I'm boring people with it. I'm going to shut up and stop myself there. But what can you remember the Henry VIII wives? What is it?
The rhyme.
Yeah.
Is it divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived, I think.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one's which, but I do have a bit of an obsession with Anne Boleyn. Like, I think she's goals, like, love her.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that might be the female equivalent. I also do think about the Titanic a lot. Leonardo DiCaprio probably had a lot to do with it in the film, I'll be honest with you. But my other half is obsessed with the Titanic, so much so that he's bought the original. Do you know there was a Titanic film before the Titanic? Like a really naff one where they've like done the boat in like a big bucket of water or something, like the special effects are a bit naff, and it's called A Night to Remember, which I think is a strange title.
Yes.
And he's got the DVD like sat at home. He loves it.
How is he not single?
He quotes it all the time. He's always quoting it.
No, I've seen that on TikTok. It's meant to be a really good film.
Well, he'll tell you it is. What are people saying on the text? Because I can't get on about
Oh, again, you've been having a nightmare with me.
Oh, I've had a mare this week. Go on holiday for 1 week, you can't get on anything.
Lewis says, my wife says the girl version to the Romans is true crimes, maybe serial killers. That's number one.
Oh, yeah, we love that.
Yeah.
That's true.
Quite a lot of people texting actually agreeing with it. Beth in Coventry saying, yeah. I can confirm I regularly reflect on the Titanic and Henry VIII's wives, says this text as well. So that'll be the Oh, Becky Devers, I feel like my version is a Victorian era.
Okay.
Henry VIII, for Henry VIII.
Yeah. We love to hear about Henry VIII. It's all the wives, isn't it? We can relate to it.
He was a player back in the day on Henry. Right, we're going to get another track on, and then where are you with this? A lot of people are asking us to do Cowboy Time.
Right, it's 48 minutes to now, so you've got 2 minutes.
All right, a short track.
So get a short track up. I think do it because I think if you were just covering for Greg this week and it was organised and everything, maybe not Nicky's features, but this is last minute, so people were expecting Greg to be here today, so people are expecting it, you know?
Yeah,
and it is Friday.
When somebody else does somebody's features, they're never as good.
No, I know. Well, it won't be as good, but as long as people can accept that,
Yeah.
as long as listeners can accept it won't be as good, but we'll give it a go.
Right, okay. We'll do it. Should we get another song on?
Yeah, get a
right.
short one.
Get another. Yeah, we'll get a very short one on, and we'll do it after this.
BBC Radio 1.
David Guetta, I'm Good, on BBC Radio 1. Right, Katie, are you sure you're ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do this every week with Greg, actually. I'm a hold hand this.
Okay, like, if this goes well, then it'll be fun. We are now going to call somebody to see if they answer.
I feel like this always goes so well for Greg, like no one swears or anything, like it goes fine.
Why would you say that?
But it is just, it would happen
Why
on your
have
watch.
you said that?
Because it would happen on your watch, wouldn't it?
Please.
Right. Don't swear anyone. It's not big or clever.
Let's ring them. I was reluctant to do this, but everyone's been texting in online about
You've got to give the people what they want.
Okay.
Who are you ringing, by the way? Do you know who it is?
Hannah. You're live! Hannah, on the A1, you're live on BBC Radio 1. What time is it?
It's 10 to 10!
I think she's supposed to say Cowboy Time, but we'll go with it. We'll go with it.
Hannah on the A1! Hannah on the A1, who is an actual cowgirl, Katie.
What does that even mean?
I've got a couple of horses and we do a lot of western riding and cowgirl activities.
Love it! Yeehaw!
Hannah, thank you for rescuing the day, and most importantly, thank you for not swearing.
Forever. Let's live in the moment.
The official charts on Radio 1. Can Doja Cat stay at number 1? Or Olivia Rodrigo climb back to the top? Find out this afternoon from 4.
And as the earth returned to calmly dress itself in white, we caught a glimpse of all the people going out tonight. Big guys and little guys and white guys and colors. I bet they can't get enough. Tonight I wanna be on Broadway and in cabaret. Tonight I must go out and celebrate St. Patrick's Day. Tonight I must land the race so I can grab, let's say, some private basements and shore. Very places, those faces, beautiful faces, all over us. Lift your hands up and lead us back home. Beautiful people. Tonight I'm just staying inside, but I'll be dancing for sure. Going to the stores, pulling socks out of the drawers. People who you don't love anymore. Smiling over us, lift your hands up and lead us back home. Beautiful people.
The Penny Artists announced for anyone's live lounge month in October. We'll be starting next month with Ricky, Melvin and Charlie. We have some huge names in there, including this guy. And Olivia Rodrigo as well. That will be starting in October with Ricky, Melvin and Charlie. Thanks to Katie Christensen for joining us for most of that half hour to talk about the Romans, Anne Boleyn, Henry VIII and his other wives, and Greek mythology. Katie will be here at 10:30 taking over on Radio 1 Anthems. I feel like I've woken up now. I feel brand new. I'm not going to lie, I was a bit broken at 7 o'clock when I got called in last minute. Now I feel like I've woken up. I'm ready to take on the world. Also, like this is I feel like I've had one of those ice baths like that you see on TikTok. Do you know how to start your day and get a perfect body? It's that old pour off. I've had a Nutrigrain. Not even a hot shower, never mind an ice bath. Right then, let's do this. For the next hour on Radio 1, you are going to hear back-to-back absolute bangers. Radio 1 anthems.
You want a timeless song?
You let me do this.
I know you like this beat.
You know better than I do.
You want to turn it up every single day. Let me give you a good.
Come and say hello, 03700 100 100. Let us know what you're up to this Friday morning, what you're doing for the weekend, where you are, who you're with. Shout out to all your work colleagues and we'll get it done whilst the bangers are playing. Radio 1 anthems.
It was great at the very start. Hands on each other, couldn't stand to be far apart. Closer the better. Now we're picking fights and slamming doors, magnifying all our flaws. And I wonder why, wonder what for, why we keep coming back for more. Is it just our bodies? Are we both losing our minds? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight? 'Cause we're scared to be lonely. Do we need somebody just to feel like we're alright? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight? 'Cause we're scared to be lonely. Too much time losing track of us. Where was the real? Undefined, spiraling out of touch. Forgot how it feels. All the messed up fights and slamming doors, magnifying all our flaws. And I wonder why, wonder what for. It's like we keep coming back for more. Is it just our bodies? Are we both losing our minds? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight? 'Cause we're scared to be lonely. Do we need somebody just to feel like we're alright? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight? 'Cause we're scared to be lonely.
Yeah, I'd rather be a lover than a fighter. All my life I've been fighting. Never felt a feeling of comfort. All this time I've been lying. And I never had someone to come home. Now I'm so used to shit. Love only left me alone. But I'm out one with the silence. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for so long. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been silent for so long. I've been quiet for so long. I've been quiet for so long. I found peace in your eyes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for so long. I'm in need of a savior, but I'm not asking for favors. My whole life I feel like a burden. I think too much and I hate it. I'm so used to being in the wrong. I'm tired of caring. Love never gave me a home. So I sit here in the silence. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for so long. No limit in the sky that I won't fly for you. No tears in my eyes that I won't cry for you. Oh no, with every breath that I take, I want you to share that air with me. There's no promise that I won't keep. I climb a mountain that's none too steep. When it comes to you, there's no crime. Let's take both of our souls and intertwine. When it comes to you, don't be blind. Watch me speak from my heart when it comes to you. Comes to you. Want you to stay. Keep it in a loud L, got your name on it. Oh yeah. Don't miss out on the love and regret yourself on it. Oh, open up your mind, clear your head. Ain't gotta wake up to an empty bed. Share my life, it's yours to keep. Now that I give to you all of me. Oh, when it comes to you, there's no crime. Let's take both of our souls and intertwine. When it comes to you, don't be blind.
21 Anthems. We do it every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 10 o'clock. I'm always worried about doing shouts on Radio 1. I don't want any of those TikTokers doing impressions. Keep the tunes going. It's Chloe on the way back from the Lake District. You've seen them all on that TikTok and Instagram. Anyway, let's do some. Chris and Rich in the office, excited for today's anthems. Sam's driving them from Bristol to Plymouth. Adam says, I know it's pre-mixed, but the transition there was unreal. It wasn't pre-mixed, Adam. I'm on the decks here. Grafting away, I am. I'm mixing myself, thank you very much. And then Tom on the way back from a week in the Lake District. There you go, shot. And Chris says, yes, we made it to the end of the week. And Jordan, it was nice having the nation wake you up rather than the other way around for a change. Thank you. And we got a lovely text from Amelia. Says, huge favour, could you give my sister Ellie a shout out? She's moving out after living with us for 4 years and we're so sad, already tears. But we listen to Radio 1 all the time. We want to wish you the best of luck and lots of love. Oh, cheers, Amelia.
Keeps reminding me. Keeps reminding me. Keeps reminding me.
This is BBC Radio 1. I was doing just fine before I met you. I drink too much and that's an issue, but I'm okay. Hey, tell your friends it was nice to meet them, but I hope I never see them again. I know it breaks your heart. We moved to the city in a broke down car, and 4 years no calls. Now you're looking pretty in a hotel bar, and I can't stop. No, I can't stop. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder, pull the sheets right off the corner of the mattress that you stole from your roommate. I can go that we ain't ever getting older.
It's Radio 1 Anthems. This alternate is taking over at 10:30 today. It's Jordan in for Greg. This is Closer, the Chainsaw Girls and Halsey. A Fire and Trouble before that, and a High Contrast Remind Me. We're doing your shouts. 03700 100 100. You can say keep the tunes coming, I don't mind. Make me into a meme on TikTok, I'll own it. Shout out to Ellie, Jake and Morris the Sausage Dog travelling to Cornwall this sunny Friday. And Charlotte and Helen in rugby, looking forward to going to be for Anthems in Warwick tonight, listening to all of these.
One to the left, way to the right, drop it down low and take it back high. No, I don't need introduction. Follow my simple instruction. One to the left, way to the right, drop it down low and take it back high. No, I don't need introduction. Follow my simple instruction. You see me, I do what I gotta do. Oh yeah. On the gas, there's no need to queue. Oh yeah. Me and my crew, we got the juice. Oh yeah. So come here, let me mentor you. Now, don't say I'm bossy, cause I am the boss. Buy anything, I don't care what it costs. That doesn't know I'm not in casino. If you're the beginning, I'm dying around. The ladies, one to the left, way to the right, drop it down low, and take it back high. I don't need introduction. Follow my simple instruction. Right to the left, straight to the right. Drop it down low, take it back high. I don't need introduction. Follow my simple instruction. Report to the dance floor and I say, I am. Tell them you'll be out too late. I am. Pull up your bumper, cock up your waist. I am. Grab somebody now face to face. Say that you're boss because you are the boss. Buy anything, you don't care what it costs. Stack like you say no, I'm not in casino. If you're the pregnant, I'm Diana Ross. I don't need introduction. Follow my simple instruction. Right to the left, straight to the right. Drop it down low, take it back high. I don't need introduction. Follow my simple instruction.
Yo, send me up everything when you want, put it on me. They done nothing really start, cause you don't play. Cause I'm no body when me do me thing. Girl, love it, my pop party. Girl, love it, my pop party. Bad girl, love it, your thing. Love it, your thing, say you love it, your thing. Bad girl, mash up the thing, morning.
Say that you're boss because you are the boss. Buy anything, you don't care what it costs. Stack like you say no, I'm not in casino. If you're the pregnant, I'm Diana Ross. I don't need introduction. Follow my simple instruction. I don't need introduction. Follow my simple instruction. No, I don't need introduction. Follow my simple instruction. No, I don't need introduction. Follow my simple instruction. Like nothing, I feel it deep in my bones. You can have it a lot deep in you wanna know. I just wanna dive in the water with you, baby. We can't see the bottom. It's so easy to fall for each other. I'm just hoping we catch one another.
Oh, no, just be careful, nah. Love ain't simple, nah. Promise me no promises. Oh, no, just be careful, nah. Love ain't simple, nah. Promise me no promises.
Think about you and I feel it deep in my heart. Maybe we just stay to be something. Maybe we are. I just wanna dive in the water with you, baby. We can't see the bottom. It's so easy to fall for each other. I'm just hoping we catch one another.
Oh, no, just be careful, nah. Love ain't simple, nah. Promise me no promises. Oh, no, just be careful, nah. Love ain't simple, nah. Promise me no promises.
Wine for me, girl. You move your spine is alarming.
With that thing overflowing, skin tight dress couldn't hold it. Way too thick like it's falling. Why you too bad and you know it? Why you cut down, lose focus? When that thing clap, that's a bonus. That cake looking appetizing. Backpack food is a crisis. Bring that body my way. Can't take it off my brain. Feel like you do badly. Yo, hold tight when you feel so. Take from me if you feel so. behind it. One hand up like the Heisman. First class seat in your ride. Wind that thing like it's Spanish. Bring that body my way. Take it off my brain. Feel like a new bad. Yo, hold tight when you feel so. Say something when you feel so. No breaks when you push step back. Left, right, do it just like that. Hold tight when you feel so.
Not had this in ages. Jason Derulo, French Montana and Tiptoes, Radio 1 Dance Anthems. It's not dance anthems, just normal anthems. Ignore me. I've got 9 minutes left, thinking if this one's taking over. Josh wanted to do a shout out to the Dream Team who are transporting cars across the UK. That's Ryan, Mike, Sean himself is valeting cars listening today as well. Beth and Amelia on the way to Blackpool for the weekend. Have you got your crash helmet? And Nick, the pallet man in Cheshire, is listening. He's working hard here and ready to go for a cheeky weekend away with the other half later. And Kim from Kingscliff says, wicked tunes this morning while I'm clearing a client's house. 03700 100 100. If you want to get a shout out on anthems today, message us right now. And I will do that for your Friday. Put you a good week for weekend. You can say to everyone, hey, I got a shout out on Radio 1. And I got him to say, keep the bangers coming.
Who knows? I just go ever breaking those, sending love to my friends and foes, and I suppose I'm pleased to be changing the destiny. Hey, the time of I don't know wants and my needs are crazy. Okay, who knows? I just go ever breaking those, sending love to my friends and foes, and I suppose I'm pleased to be changing the destiny. I provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, river and trees. Wait, hey.
When me see your way, physically straight from hypocrisy, I say, hey. Every man to them on a philosophy train. I live the proper way and make me read a job today, hey. And they in a city hungry and not eat. I put them on a country, just like a property treat, yeah. The system poverty no real yet. It's not the reason repeated.
Who knows? I just go as a trading goes, sending love to my friends and foes. And that's a pause. I'm pleased, baby, feeling the new everything. I provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, river and trees.
I say we just smoke it out.
Radio 1.
Staring at the different views on the window coffee is gone cold, it's like time froze. There you go, wish you floated down, I wish it would. It's like I'm always causing problems, causing. I didn't mean to put you through this, I could. We gotta sweep this under the carpet. I hope that I can turn back the time to make it all alright for us. I promise to build a new world for us two, with you in the middle.
What I would do to take away this fear of being loved, allegiance to the pain. Now I'm messed up, and I'm missing you. Can I be like you? I would give anything to change this fickle-minded heart that loves fake shiny things. Now I'm messed up, and I'm missing you. Can I be like you? I'm only human, can't you see? I made a mistake. Please just look me in my face. Tell me everything's okay. 'Cause I got it. Ooh, can I be like you? I'm only human, can't you see? I made a mistake. Please just look me in my face. Tell me everything's okay. 'Cause I got it. Ooh, can I be like you? How do I make you wanna stay? Been sleeping on my own, missing the way you taste. Now I'm messed up, and I'm missing you. Can I be like you? Stop looking at me with those eyes, like I could disappear, and you were thinking why. Now I'm messed up, and I'm missing you. Can I be like you? I'm only human, can't you see? I made a mistake. Please just look me in my face. Tell me everything's okay. 'Cause I got it. Ooh, can I be like you? I'm only human, can't you see? I made a mistake. Please just look me in my face. Tell me everything's okay. 'Cause I got it. Ooh, can I be like you?
Radio 1 Anthems on BBC Radio 1 on your Friday morning. It's Jordan in for Greg. He'll be back with you on Monday. Although a bit last minute. And Millie Bobby Brown was meant to be on the show today, but that's going to happen on Wednesday now. Kieran in Wiltshire wants to do a shout out to everyone who's listening. Bless you, Kieran. Sam, the forklift driver in Shropshire's on board as well. Says thanks for today. Oh no, thank you. Mabel in Suffolk says last day of harvest job today before going back to uni next week. Nonny in Canada pulling a night shift and listening to Radio 1. And Ryan and Mike as well, also on board. Katie Fizzleton is up next. She is continuing all the anthems from 10:30. And then Matt and Molly will be here from 1 o'clock. And then Jack's taking over at 4 o'clock today, the official chart. The Rolling Stones are in the chart, so that'll be good to know if Radio 1 are playing some of the Rolling Stones this afternoon. Right now at 10:30, it's time for Newsbeat with Jordan Kelly.
Radio 1. Newsbeat.
We're on to Libya first, where almost 900,000 people are needing help after extreme flooding there earlier this week. That's according to the United Nations. There's also concerns over a lack of clean drinking water. The worst hit place is Derna, where Miriam's from.
We realized that actually we might die. We thought it was an earthquake, but it was actually the buildings collapsing one after the other.
The United Nations is sending money, but says more support is needed. Back here, the dad, stepmom and uncle of Sarah Sharif have been charged with murder. The 10-year-old was found dead in her home in Surrey last month. The three were arrested after arriving at Gatwick Airport on Wednesday. They'll appear in court later. Now, a third of all roads in Wales will have a 20 miles per hour speed limit from Sunday. First Minister Mark Drakeford says the policy, which applies to residential streets, will save lives.
It's going to take you a minute longer to make your journey, and we will save 10 people's lives in Wales every year as a result of that 1 minute.
Opposition parties have criticised it though, saying it's absolutely insane. Elsewhere, the man who used to be in charge of football in Spain will appear in court later. It's after he kissed player Jenny Hermoso on the lips at the Women's World Cup. Luis Rubiales is accused of sexual assault and coercion. He says the kiss was consensual and mutual. All right, to football then, and news in the last half hour that Everton has new owners. Newsbeat's Jack Ray's in the studio.
Yes, American investment fund 777 Partners are taking over the club. This comes after the last owner, Farhad Bashiri, sold his 94% stake in it. He first invested in the club back in 2016. And if you're an Everton fan, let us know what you make of it. We're on 03700 100 100s on WhatsApp.
Okay, cheers, Jack. And a bit more football. Big questions over Jadon Sancho's future at Manchester United. Boss Eric Ten Hag's left him out of the squad to face Arsenal. The wingers are now training alone away from the first team. Sancho says he's being made a scapegoat. All right, this is Newsbeat. We're back at 11:30.
Weekdays on Radio 1. Radio 1 Breakfast.
With Greg James.
I'm curious to know whether there's others out there that celebrate 10 to 10.
And what do you do?
10 to 10, 10 to 10.
You're not alone on this one.
Going home with Vic and Jordan.
We're now going to see how many chicken fillets of Vicks we can get into my graph.
Oh, look up now. Careful.
I quite like it.
Get out with Craig. Go home with Vic and Jordan. Radio 1 Anthem. So come, it's so funny. We
Radio 1. Thank you, Jordan Knowles, for being a great supply teacher this morning. Try not to spill any wine on any babies for the rest of the weekend if you can. Skate Thistleton taking over now. I've got another half an hour of anthems for you, and I'd love to know what you're up to this Friday morning. 03700 100 100, please.
This is Radio 1 Anthems.
I want a single leg. 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 Now put your hands up in the club, just rock, I'm doing my own little thing. You decided to dip, and now you want to trip, but another brother noticing. I'm up on him, up on me, don't give me any attention. Just cry my tears, tears, 3 good tears, make me mad at me. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. Don't be mad what you see, I see you on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. I'll be gone. I want a single leg. 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 Now put your hands up. You should have put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. Don't be mad at what you see, I see you on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. Don't be mad at what you see, I see you on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it.
BBC Radio 1.
don't know why. I seen you try to switch it up, but girl, you ain't that good. I'm a Wonder Woman, let me go get my robe. I'm a supermodel and mommy, see mommy. Amnesty International, got Bangkok to Montauk on low. Love my ass in the video, but promiscuous. My style is ridiculous, ridiculous. If you see us in the club, then we acting real nice. If you see us on the floor, then we watch you all night. We're here for the body. Wanna see you work your body.
Could you speak up and stop a moment now? I don't think you're getting clear. Sitting on the top, it's hard to hear you from way up there. I saw you trying to act cute on TV, just let me clear the air. We missed you on the charts last weekend, that's right, you wasn't there. It's the sexy never left, and why is everybody on my it don't pay on me just because you didn't come up with it. So if you see us in the club, go on and walk the away. Our run would never be overnight, at least until we say.
If you see us in the club, then we acting real nice. If you see us on the floor, then we watch you all night. We're here for the body. Wanna see you work your body. You're the one that's into my rest. I'm a platinum supersonic swing machine. And the sun on top and against the links. Wake up and let me know. No matter what you're waiting for. My hands are ready to explode. So call me out and watch me down. Get your way you want to go. If you know what I mean. Gotta ride that older than a limousine. And you have a purse, and you run the light. If you can, baby, watch it, we can go on back. 0 to 60 and 3.5. Baby, you got the key. Now shut up and drive. Shut up and drive. I walk past like a 57 Cadillac. Settle the drive with a whole lot of boom in the back. You look like you could handle what's under my hood. You keep saying that you will, boy, I wish you would. So wake up and let me know. No matter what you're waiting for. My hands are ready to explode. So call me out and watch me down. Get your way you wanna go, if you know what I mean. Better ride that older than a limousine. And you handle the purse, and you run the light. If you can, baby, watch it, we can go on back. 0 to 60 and 3.5. Baby, you got the key. Now shut up and drive. Shut up and drive.
This song just always makes me think of Vic Hope because we played it once and she just realised that it's a metaphor. She realised that Rihanna's the car. She's like, Rihanna's the car! It's a sexy metaphor. It's not about a car at all. Say this is Olivia to Rachel on the Isle of Man. They wants to shout out Steph, who's been called into work when she had a relaxing day planned. She says, hopefully she'll be listening on her way in. And I know this shout out will make her day. You're a hero. You're a hero, Steph. Hello to Chloe, Jade, Kissy, and Dinter's in the greenhouse cutting green packed soy today. It's Kissy's last day because she's going to uni tomorrow. Hello to Jordan, Natalia, Eloise, Grace, Steve, Tim, Ruben, and Harper. All looking forward to dinner club later, their weekly dinner meet-up. Oh, I want a dinner club. That sounds so wholesome and great. Hello to Rachel, who wants to shout out her fiancé Sam, who's driving back from Weymouth all the way to Northamptonshire after an amazing holiday. Have a lovely time, guys. 03700 100 100. What's your Friday saying? Are you at work? Are you checked out for the weekend already? Counting down the hours? Are you off doing something nice? Are you off today? Let me know. It's LaRue and Bulletproof now on Radio 1.
mess around. I'm having fun, don't put me down. I'll never let you sweep me off my feet. I won't let you in again. The messages I've tried to send, my information's just not going in. Burning bridges shore to shore, I break away from something more. I'm not turned up to love until it's cheap. Been knocked down, not messed around. I'm having fun, don't put me down. I'll never let you sweep me off my feet. This time, baby, I'll be this time, baby, I'll be I won't let you turn around and tell me now I'm much too proud to walk away from something when it's dead. Do your dirty words come out to play when you're hurt? There's certain things that should be left unsaid. Tick on the watch and life's too short for me to stop. Oh baby, your time is running out. I won't let you turn around and tell me now I'm much too proud. All you do is fill me up with doubt. This time, baby, I'll be this time, baby, I'll be I can see you stalking like a predator. I've been here before. Temptation calls like captain to the upper, but I will not be caught. 'Cause I can read those velvet eyes, and all I see is light. No more poison, killing my emotions. I will not be frozen. Dancing is my remedy. I'll stop breathing. 'Cause I'm not playing. I'm not frozen. Dancing is my remedy. Why you watching me? Dance with the enemy. I've got a remedy. Why you watching me? Dance with the enemy. Yeah, it's my remedy. Spin me faster like a kaleidoscope. All I've got's the flow. Yeah, you can try that. I found the antidote. Music is the cure. So you can try to paralyze, but I know best this time. No more poison, killing my emotions. I will not be frozen. Dancing is my remedy. I'll stop breathing. 'Cause I'm not playing. I'm not frozen. Dancing is my remedy. Why you watching me? Dance with the enemy. I've got a remedy. Why you watching me? Dance with the enemy. Yeah, it's my remedy. I know I'll be okay. Contagious rhythms in my brain. Let it play. No more poison, killing my emotion. I will not be frozen. Dancing is my remedy. I'll stop breathing. 'Cause I'm not playing. I'm not frozen. Dancing is my remedy. Why you watching me? Dance with the enemy. I've got a remedy.
You're the only thing that's making any sense to me, and I don't give a damn what they say or what they think. Think is you're the only one who's on my mind. I'll never ever let you leave me. I'll try to stop time to never wanna hear you say goodbye. Bye. I feel so untouched and I want you so much that I just can't resist you. Not enough to say that I miss you. I feel so untouched right now. Need you so much somehow. I can't forget you. Don't break my heart, I beg you. Untouched, and I need you so much. See you, breathe you, I want to be you. La 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 la, la 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 la. It can take time to live the way you gotta live your life. Give me all of you. Don't be scared to see it through the loneliness and want more. Don't even think about what's right or wrong. Cause in the end, it's only you and me, and no one else is gonna be around to answer all the questions right behind you. And I ain't meant to be, so even if the world falls down today, it's still the rain to hold you up. And I will never let you down.
Bars. Veronica's Untouched on BBC Radio 1. Before that, Little Boots and Remedy. I've forgotten about that Little Boots track. Bit of a banger, isn't it? Says Once It. Yeah, I've forgotten about it too. And we have been Googling in the studio. What is Little Boots up to now? She's been one of the avatars at the ABBA Voyage tour. Come on, Katie, me and my new husband Josh are driving back to Manchester after getting married yesterday, says Lauren. We had the most amazing day. Can't wait to go to Croatia for our honeymoon. Have an amazing time. And hello to Taylor, who says, I'm working flat out delivering motor parts while scranning a Bakewell tart. Excited for turkey dinosaurs for tea. That's the highlight of my day. It'd be the highlight of mine as well. In fact, you've inspired me. I'm having tea on my own tonight, so maybe I'll get some turkey dinos on the go. It's Lily Allen.
I wanna be rich and I want lots of money. I don't care about clever, I don't care about funny. I want lots of clothes and I want lots of diamonds. I heard people die while they're trying to find them. So I'll take my clothes off, but it will be shameless. Cause everyone knows that's how you get famous. I look at the sun and I look in the mirror. On the right track, yeah, I'm on to a winner. I don't know what's what it was to anymore. I don't know how I'm meant to feel anymore. When these things all become clear, I'm these things can only be better. Less about Christmas and less about mothers. It's all about fast cars and cussing each other. But it doesn't matter because I'm packing plastic. And that's what makes my life so fantastic. And I am aware from this massive consumption. But it's not my fault, it's how I'm programmed to function. I look at the sun and I look in the mirror. On the right track, yeah, we're on to win. I don't know what's what it was to anymore. I don't know how I'm meant to feel anymore. When these things all become clear, I'm these things can only be better. Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Grab my glasses, I'm out the door. I'm gonna hit this city. Before I leave, brush my teeth with a bottle of Jack. Cause when I leave for the night, I ain't coming back. I'm talking pressure on our toes, trying on all our clothes, boys blowing up our phones. Drop top and play my favorite CDs, pulling up to the parties, trying to get a little bit tipsy. Don't stop making pop, DJ blow my speakers up through the night. I'll fight till we see the sunlight.
plenty of beer. Ain't got no money in my pocket, but I'm already here. And now the dudes are lining up, cause they hear we got swagger. But we kick them to the curb unless they look like Mick Jagger. I'm talking about everybody getting drunk. Boys try to touch my junk. And it's not gonna be getting too drunk. Nah, we go until they kick us out. The police shut us down. Police shut us down. Shut us down. Don't stop making love, baby, gone, we can go through the night on the white till we see the red light. Stuck on the clock, but the party don't
BBC Radio 1.
I hopped on the plane at LAX with a dream, my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame XX. Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kind of homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. Just when the taxi man turned on the radio and the Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up and play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Put my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Get to the club in the taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town. So hard, my girls all around me. There's definitely not a Nashville party, cause all I see is the letter. I guess I never got the memo. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. It's when the DJ dropped my favorite tip and the Britney song is on. And the Britney song is on. And the Britney song is on. So I put my hands up and play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding in my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Put my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay.
Miley Cyrus, party in the USA. Loads of Paulie wants to shout out for his cousin Ryan. They're getting ready for his stag weekend in Leeds. Daniel says, superb anthems this morning, Katie. Amazing. So good, aren't they? Should we get 3 more on? Kicking off with some Pink.
I guess I just lost my husband, I'm away wet. So I'm gonna drink my money, I'm not gonna pay his rent. I got a brand new attitude and I'm gonna wear it tonight. I wanna get in trouble, I wanna start a fight. Na 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 na, I wanna start a fight. Na 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 na, I wanna start a fight. So what? I'm still a rock star. I got my rock shoes and I don't need. Check my flow. The waiter just took my table and gave it to Jessica Sims. I guess I'm gonna stand with Tom Boy, at least I know how to hit. What if it's on the radio? Somebody's gonna die. I'm gonna get in trouble, my ex will start a fight. Na 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 na, he's gonna start a fight. Na 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 na, we're all gonna get in a fight. So what? I'm still a rock star. I got my rock news and I don't need you. BBC Radio 1.
Fish swam out of the ocean and grew legs and they started walking. And the apes climbed down from the trees and grew tall and they started talking. And the stars fell out of the sky and the tears rolled into the ocean. And now I'm looking for a reason why you even set my world into motion. Cause you're not really here, and the stars don't even matter. Now we fell to the top of fear, that it's all just a bunch of matter. Cause if you're not really here, then the stars don't even matter. Now we fell to the top of fear, that it's all just a bunch of matter. Cause if you're not really here, then I don't wanna be either. I wanna be next to you. Black and gold, black and gold, black and gold. You're not really here, and the stars don't even matter. I'm filled to the top of fear, that it's all just a bunch of matter. Cause if you're not really here, I don't wanna be either. I wanna be next to you. Black and gold, black and gold, black and gold.
Change your mind, like a girl, change his clothes. Yeah, you be honest, like I would know. And you always think, always speak correctly. I should know they are no good for me. 'Cause you're hot and you're cold, yes, they don't know. And even you're out, you're up and you're down. Wrong with is white, black and is white. We fight, we break up, we kiss, we make up. You don't really wanna say no, but you really wanna die. Oh, you're hot and you're cold, yes, they don't know. And even you're out, you're up and you're down. Used to be just like twins, so easy, the same energy. Now the dead battery. Used to love, not the thing. Now you're plain boring. I should know they are not gonna change. 'Cause you're hot.
Oh, yes, back when Katy Perry sounded a bit rocky, didn't she? I miss this Katy Perry. What? I forget how good this tune is. Hot and Cold on Radio 1 Anthems. Don't forget you get anthems anytime you want on BBC Sounds. Just download the app for free.
Still to come on Radio 1. The official chart. Matt and Molly.
Right now,
It's Katie Thistleton.
Shout out here for Eve, Tegan, Nancy and Charlotte from LJMU Women's Rugby Union coming back from Centre Parks. But what I love most about this message is they sent it, and I was going to read it out about 15 minutes ago, and then they sent another message saying, wait, we're going into McDonald's, can it wait a bit? And that was sent 10 minutes ago, so I reckon you're probably out of Mackey's now, enjoying your nuggets, and hopefully you've heard your shout out, guys. 03700 100 100 if you want to get in touch. Calvin Harris for you now.
Katie Thistleton.
3, 2, 1.
Radio 1.
I want you to hold me. Don't let me go. Be the one and only. Take all control. Stay with me forever. At least for the night. Even when you leave me to the light. You are more desire. And just the thought of you was keeping me away. You take me higher. Take me away. You are my desire. And just the thought of you was keeping me away. You take me higher. Take me away. Promise you will wait me before you leave. Leave me in a daydream. Just you and me. Stay with me forever. At least for the night. Even when you leave me to the light. You are more desire. And just the thought of you was keeping me away. You take me higher. Take me away. You are more desire. And just the thought of you was keeping me away. You take me higher. Take me away.
BBC Radio 1. Should I do it on my phone? Should I leave a little note in the pocket of his coat? Yeah, maybe I'll just disappear. I don't wanna see a tear, and the weekend's almost here. I'm picking out this dress, checking on these shoes, 'cause I'll be single soon. I'll be single soon. I know he'll be a mess when I break the news, but I'll be single soon. I'll be single soon. I'ma take home, stay late if I want. I'ma do what I want to. I'm picking out this dress, trying on these shoes, 'cause I'll be single soon. I'll be single soon. I know I'm a little high, it's but I'm worth a try. May not give a reason why. Oh well, we both had a lot of fun. Time to find another one. Blame it on feeling young. I'm picking out this dress, trying on these shoes, 'cause I'll be single soon. I'll be single soon. I know he'll be a mess when I break the news, but I'll be single soon. I'll be single soon. I'ma take home, stay late if I want. I'ma do what I want to do. I'm picking out this dress, trying on these shoes, 'cause I'll be single soon. I'll be single soon. Yeah, I'll be single soon. Yeah, I'll be single soon. Yeah, I'll be single soon. Yeah,
keep you, 'cause I'll be still safe. I'll be still safe.
Well, who's next?
BBC.
Here's my number, hit me up if you're needing anyone. And I could be anyone, 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 anyone. Anyone. I can love you, I can be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light. I can love you, I can be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light, be your light, be your light. When I gave her love, but it wasn't enough, so she called me up just to call it off. I can't afford to make that mistake this time. And if you're flying over the Serengeti, Tiger Lily, don't forget me. The way I am, or the way I was. I could be anyone, 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 anyone for you. Anyone, 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 anyone. I can love you, I can be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light. I can love you, I can be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light, be your light, be your light. Anyone for you. I can love you, I could be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light. I can love you, I could be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light. I can love you, I could be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light. I can love you, I could be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light, be your light. Be your light.
Georgia, is there anyone for you? Hello to Lauren, who wants to shout her boyfriend Ashley for driving from Kent to Scotland and Scotland to Wales in less than a week. Hello to Josh, Callum and Joseph making a 7-hour trip up the M6 from sunny London to Keswick for a hiking weekend in sideways rain. Enjoy, boys! Right, I want to know who is milking the summer because let's be honest, we've 15th of September now, that heat wave's over, it's still pretty warm though. But autumn is coming, but are you milking it? Are you still wearing your shorts? Are you still wearing a festival wristband, or even worse, an all-inclusive wristband from a holiday? 02700 100.
High in the quiet of the night, you know that I caught it. Bad boy, shiny toy with a price, you know that I bought it. Killing me so out the window, always waiting for you to be waiting below. Devils roll the dice, angels roll their eyes. What doesn't kill me makes me want you more. And it's you, the shape of your body is you, the feeling I got it is you. It's you, that's what I tell no rules. We don't heaven keep your head low in the glow of the vending machine. I'm not dying. Say that we'll just screw it up in these trying times. We're not trying. So cut the headlights. Summer's a night. I'm always waiting for you just to cut to the moon. Devils roll the dice, angels roll their eyes. And if I bleed, you'll be the last to know. Oh, it's you. The shape of your body is you. The feeling I got it is you. It's you. It's you. That's what I tell no. We don't have
Taylor Swift, Cruel Summer on BBC Radio 1. It's Kate Thistleton, and I want to know if you are still milking the summer. I am absolutely not. I've got a sweater on today. I'm wearing a sweatshirt, and I can't wait to dive straight in to autumn fashion and wear tights for the next 4 or 5 months, maybe. But some of you are completely the opposite. You are milking the summer. Tyler in Bristol says, I'm still wearing shorts, t-shirts and flip-flops, having a barbecue tonight. You are really pushing it. Dan, the Northern Fencer, says, I'm milking the summer because I'm still sweating like Jordan North in a nunnery. In case you don't know what that's referring to, Jordan North once accidentally headbutted a nun. So yeah, he probably will be quite anxious around them from now on. Caitlin from Sheffield says, Katie, my partner Adam is known for wearing shorts no matter the weather. He picked his dad up after surgery and the nurses told him off for wearing shorts when it was snowing, saying he'll get ill. Nothing will make that man wear trousers. Men love shorts. Men love the Roman Empire and shorts. If there's nothing else that I'm sure of in life, it's that. Brad says, I've definitely still got my Ibiza Rocks band on, but shorts are a no-no. I get home into my body floof and get tucked up. Nothing better than a cozy night in with a film. Agreed. Interested to know what a body floof is. It sounds like something that I would like to purchase. Liam, the young ground worker, says, I'm still wearing shorts from my holiday in Corfu 4 years ago. I'm from Yorkshire, so shorts are national dress wear for us. Hi Katie, I'm milking summer for all it's worth. I've still got my Leeds wristband on, says this message. I go on holiday in a fortnight, and as far as I'm concerned, autumn doesn't start till I come back. Donna in Southampton says, I'm wearing my 2021 and 2022 holiday wristbands. I will keep the Ibiza holidays going. And I'm just looking at the picture you sent me as well. And they're looking a little bit worn, I'm not going to lie to you. I think they need cutting off. Katie, I wear shorts all year round and I have my all-inclusive wristband on from February, says Amanda. Now that, Amanda, is a very, very secure wristband. That's not like a little paper one. That's got metal on it and all sorts. That looks like the one that you'd pay for your stuff with that as well, and you'd open your door with it. Oh, someone's doing very well. And 03700 100 100, are you still milking the summer? Have you got some scabby wristbands on? Maybe you've done a run. It was a Great North Run at the weekend, so fair enough if you're still wearing your t-shirt from that. Well, I hope you've washed it. But some people might have done a run like earlier in the year and they're still wearing the medal or the t-shirt and just milking it like, yeah, I did do a half marathon, guys. To be fair, if I did a half marathon, milk it as well. Let me know, how are you still milking the summer? 03700 100 100. I want to see your festival wristbands, your all-inclusive holiday wristbands. Brand new music from Digga D now. This is I'm From.
I made my best, so I'm a lion. Silk coat, fit for a king. I got the final things. They in face with these diamond rings. God must can forgive me for that man sins. And in the comments on the blog say I stand up. Now they knew that she would. They don't read the comments, man, I stand up. She said she'd rather cry in a Lambo. New Lamborghini. Private jet in Greece, helicopter Santorini. You look cute in a bikini. I drove 6 rest on flights every time I told you he come and see me. Believe me. In every aspect in this life that we're living, I'm winning. I can't block more for women. Man, getting girls, even down to music, cause when I drop so people, I'm from people. I need them speed up, I'm from people, I'm from people. I need them speed up, I'm from off the private jet where we fly next. I don't like this yours, but I bring the higher spec. I can make from your head via text. Out of my address, breathing, hallelujah. You worry about me, you little loser. Right, look, let's put the music money to a side. 100k in a day when I was 20, what's the vibe? Remember when the haters in my chain cost me? Now I spend this chain money on a few shoes. Calm down if you only got a glimmer. It's blue. Are you gonna sign the end or what? Okay, if not, I'm gonna take a shot. Bust down the Birkins Bay, that's the bare minimum. Last year, ran through a whole million. Dates overseas, man, the beast with some cool breeze. Cause he needs some money, that ain't nothing, they just cool breeze. I bought watches out the goodness of my heart. He bought watches just to try and disappoint. I'm from people. I made them speed up. I'm from people. I'm from people. I made them speed up. I'm from people. I'm from people.
The
chart on Radio 1. Can Doja Cat stay at number 1? Or will Olivia Rodrigo climb back to the top? Find out this afternoon from 4.
One. Better done. Anyway, we see them, we up on another one. Number one Remington. Any boy this ball, I told him in a bad man, you know we vibes can done. Vibes can done with some voices on. Big bad man from out of England. Baseline drum, I tell you.
Better done. But from me, man, we up into the front. When me get gonna from my hand, then I want to see this cross, make me up in the hand. But then when you know me vibes calm down, lyrics from a fire like a big brother man from out of England. When me lyrics on fire like a sun.
Yo, walk with the rapper pam pam. From a guy this the program. Them say them a bad man. Me up your heart. Which one when we up? Whole thing and thing. Me up it tramp for them like things. Beats full of your foot and none of them no sing. Some and a crab up on face. We don't have time to waste with the rapper pam pam. That's why me better than.
Nobody better than Better done.
Chasing Status and Better Down on BBC Radio 1. I'm asking you if you are still milking the summer. Shorts all round. As a trucker, it's illegal to wear anything else, says Mark. Plus, I have great legs. Taking the kids to skating tomorrow and it's still 24 degrees. Yeah, do you know what, Mark? It is nice weather out there still, but I'm sorry, but my brain has already made the transition into autumn, so there's no going back, even if we get another summer. Becky says, I've spent the morning clearing my drawers and wardrobes out of summer clothes and getting my autumn winter clothes out the loft. Definitely keeping a few bits out though in the hope of some more September sun. You never know, there could be another heat wave. Becky, that's my plan for tonight. My other house is going out. I'm going to have a sort out, do the transition from summer to autumn winter wardrobe. Hi Katie, I'm eating a cornetto, says Cass in Guernsey. You've also sent me a picture of your car and you've got the top down. Someone's doing very well. Fee, Ian, Henry and Emily say we went to our first festival as a family this year, Barn on the Farm in Gloucestershire, and we still have our wristbands on. We're having a competition to see who can keep it on the longest. You've sent me a picture of you all with your wristbands. Very sweet. These will officially stay on until Westfest at Halloween, says Chris in Cornwall. Festival season isn't over until then for me. And you've sent a picture of your hand and you've got a Boomtown one on, and I'm not sure what the others are, but lots of wristbands there. Do you know what? I'm a sucker for hygiene. I'm not on for the wristbands being left on too long. A couple of months fine, but some of you have had wristbands on for months, years. I think it's time for them to come off, guys. Come on, we're making that transition into autumn winter. I want to know if one of you is willing to come on the radio live with me today and cut off that wristband. We'll do a live removal of the wristbands. 03700 100 100 if you're willing to do it, especially if it's like an all-inclusive a year ago. Come on, it's time to let it go. Let me know if you're willing to do it. And we'll get some Georgia Smith on in the meantime. This is Steve from Aries. Go, go, go.
Would I to feel away about it all? I don't feel like I can anymore. You like to kiss and tell about it all. I don't know you that well, and I'm not trying to get to know you one more night till I let you down, you go. One more night till I'm saying bye, looking around, I'm in love. I close my eyes, don't wait me no more, I'm afraid that eyes are gone for good now. No. You like to feel away about it all. I don't feel like I can. And it's a bad feel. It's a shame that you are wrong. It's not that you are bad for me. So don't be paranoid. One more night till I let you down. You go. One more night till I'm saying bye. Looking around, I'm in love. I close my eyes, don't wait me no more. I'm afraid that eyes are gone for good now. No. I close my eyes, don't wait me no more. I'm afraid that eyes are gone for good now.
Georgia Smith, that is Go 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 on BBC Radio 1. It's Casey Thistleton with you. I'm asking if you're still milking the summer. Leanne and Andy, who are travelling from Barnsley to South Wales to pick up their new puppy Bella, say we are loving the last of the sun, but we can't wait to get the pumpkins out. Me and you both. I'm all about a spooky season. We're nearly there. I'm asking if one of you who is wearing a scabby wristband that's been on from a festival or an all-inclusive or something is willing to come on air with me today and cut it off live. 03700 if you 100 if you want to. Mitch the plumber says you've got to go all Masked Singer and shout, "Cut it off! Cut it off!" That is exactly what we will do. So if you're willing to do that, 03700 100 is Casso D. Block Europe and Ray.
But to take my days off and get it, on the way, rap, the same. On the way, take the flight, you wanna take the red, follow, man, he's on the way, I might take it a shot, I might take it a risk, on my baby, I'm straight,
Feel like I'm in Prince's house, but we on the walls, sitting down on this fancy couch and I can't see straight, I stay on. 22 I'm in Paris, baby, got strippers in my face, hold up, cause I'm fancy, I'm a Christian, I'm feeling
Hello. That's me, yeah. Who are you from? I've not had PPI at all over the years. I've not even bothered now. Oh. I've just missed the deal. Oh well. Calvin Klein t-shirt, 4XL. I missed it. I can't fucking believe it. Oh my god. Actually, I don't remember going crazy about that. Yeah. I feel great. You know what it is? It's mad. I've just had pasta, chicken and bacon, and my stomach. I feel great. I feel right, but I'm still fat. I'm still like massive. You know what I mean? I'm like fucking big. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh my god. Oh. Queen Margaret's School for Girls. Oh, fucking hell. What am I on there? Fuck's sake. Let's get rid of that. That's X browser. Your private browser. That's not bad, really, I suppose. Let's go on Facebook. Oh, what's this? L cookies, yeah. Oh, fucking hell, I was trying to fucking come up there. What the fuck? What should I do? Oh, let's go on eBay. eBay. Yeah. £185 for that fucking bracelet. It's scratched to fuck. I'm not paying that for it. That's one. My fingers are big. I fucking bracelet, right? I've spelt instead of putting bracelet, I'll put an E instead of an R. So that's crazy. And and then I didn't put any on the fucking bracelet. My fingers are big. They're like fucking ching, 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 like this. It's crazy. And I'm typing quite fast. Yeah, I'll tell you what I can see. I can see. I can. My screen. I fucking dropped my phone, and it cracked. It cracked the screen. There's a hairline crack around in the corner on the corner. So I mean, it's all right. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. I can get a screen fitted for £100. But it won't be an Apple iPhone screen. It'll be a replica, another screen. I think to have the original screen fitted, the original phone screen, it'll be about £200 or £300. I probably won't bother. Oh look, I've been live for 6 hours and 54 minutes. That's crazy. I want a Barbie cat. They're fucking expensive. Oh my god. I had one, but I don't know where it's gone. Oh, damn. Oh, £30 for a bloody cat. Needs a bloody good clean. Oh my god, it's dirty. Oh, fuck it, don't do it. Watch it. I might go for it later. It is dirty, it's really dirty. Oh my god. Fuck it.
Enjoy. After hundreds of videos of flooded TikTok claiming to have the best hack for spider proof in your home, Professor James Logan will be here to let you know if the media work at 12:15. Stay with us for that. See you in a minute.
Easing into mornings. Ninja Foodie sponsors this morning.
Play the PDSA Weekly Lottery and you can be a winner like Harry. Pop is a winner with PDSA too. They're winners because they were poorly pets and have been cared for by PDSA, thanks to people like you playing our weekly lottery. Wendy played and she walked away with the incredible rollover prize of £10,000. Sally won the guaranteed £1,000 weekly jackpot. It only cost £1 a week to play. So just text enter 3 to 81400 to play through your mobile, or search PDSA Lottery now, and you could be our next big winner.
You do anything and everything for your pets. And at Vets for Pets, so do we. From big emergencies to routine checkups. That's why more people trust us with their pets. We're all for pets. rewards for bookings, sailing to over 140 destinations. Live happy on a Marella cruise, as unprotected.
What is it, boy? Billy's in the well on Ripton Farm.
With Tesco Mobile, you get a lot more help than you'd expect from a network. Like Tesco Club Card points to put towards your weekly shop. Because we rarely give a sausage. What the? The quicker the 5, the bigger the prize. A new match 5, exclusively at Gala Bingo, where a little joy goes a long way. Lyle's Golden Syrup, absolutely golden. Emma's got you covered for a peaceful night's sleep. Try our Emma Sleep Essentials for 200 nights at emma-sleep.co.uk.
Looks like it's a stormy night in Admouth. Oh, that'll be Mr. Handy. Luckily for him, his house and car are insured with Admiral.
No wonder he sleeps well at night.
With Admiral Multicover, the more you protect, the more you save.
Hurry the star mix. Yes. Maybe the bear could steal the ring, which is the crown jewel, and run away with it. Maybe the police could find him. Yeah. We are the police.
Alrighty, speed dating, yeah!
Do you think we're going to connect?
I think we've already connected.
Tonight you'll be stepping back in time.
I just feel really comfortable around you. Yeah, it's perfect.
Brand new, My Mum, Your Dad. Tonight at 9 on ITV1 and ITVX.
Easing into mornings. Ninja 06 sponsors this morning.
On Tuesday.
Time to say goodbye, Britain. And g'day, Western Australia.
Head down under with John Turreau to experience the life in Oz. From the outback to the ocean.
There's no shortage of wonderful spots to visit.
And plenty of top tucker along the way. Good day from WA. Tuesday on This Morning.
Look how sunny it is outside. It's beautiful.
Was that today?
Yeah.
I just think they keep that in a locker and go, it's a bit gloomy outside, sticks to
No, that's today, darling.
Look how lovely the Thames looks today.
I know, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Listen, welcome back. It is competition time. Daisy Payne has got all the details on how you can be £95,000 richer.
Welcome to Ripley in Derbyshire. In a moment, details on how you can win a massive £95,000. But first, I'm here to meet viewers who are doing things that make them feel happy. This market town is bursting with colours thanks to a group of locals who share the same passion for wall bombing. So vibrant and so bright, just like our cash prize. Remember, it's £95,000. Lucky for me, I am with Sheila and Julie, who are involved in the project. And Julie, tell me what you love about wall bombing.
I love it because everybody has a smile on their face and you don't have to be a perfect knitter to do anything. You can make it up as you go along and everybody's happy.
While I'm perfecting my knitting skills, just have a think about what you could do with £95,000.
Well, I think I found myself a new hobby.
And if you want to add some much needed colour into your life, then get entering now. It only takes seconds. That is great. For a chance to win, text cash to 86060. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Go to the website or enter via the This Morning app. Entries cost £2. Call 09068 786060. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge.
or post your name and phone number to DY37, PO Box 7558, Derby, DE1 0NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over, and lines close on Friday the 10th of November at 3 p.m. Good luck.
Best of luck with that. Now, you might recognise our next guest being a judge, seminal judge on RuPaul's Drag Race.
Or maybe it's the not one, but two
22.
design shows. That has been a very chatty man.
We are, of course, talking about one of the busiest mans in the business. We'd like some of those. We're the great Alan Carr. We also know Alan is the host of Epic Game Shows. He's back hosting yet another one on Saturday night. Take a look.
What fruit is this?
Star fruit.
No.
Passion fruit.
No.
Durian.
Durian is it? They do smell. They smell absolutely awful. Let's have a look at that. Durian, Fairy, Magnum. My second favourite Magnum after that white chocolate and berry one. And Robin there. Well done. How do you know about durian?
Well, we were over on holiday and we're told at the hotel in Singapore not to buy one or bring one back on the coach because they do smell.
I actually had one in Singapore and they absolutely stink. It was minging.
You've just brought the fruit
here.
The man himself is here, the man of many talents, Mr. Alan Carr. Thank you for joining us.
You made me sound like dog hair. He's everywhere. Do you know what I mean? I know. Oh,
let's all try some.
No, I can't try that smell.
It's getting me right.
It's literally.
Gonna go for some? Let's go.
Tell me what it's like, and if it's nice, I'll try it.
Yeah,
No, I'm not trying it. It looks horrible. It looks like scrambled egg, doesn't it?
Oh, good.
Is it nice? Is it not nice?
No.
Take it away. That is awful.
That's not.
Do you want
Can I get rid of it?
Yeah, get rid. Yeah, it's a tissue. We did have a tissue, but don't worry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I was back at home.
I'm so glad I can try it. Alan.
I feel bad about being sick behind your sofa. I'll clean it up. I'm not as happy.
What is that smell?
So bad.
Oh, God.
It smells so bad.
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
Without the tissue, I think I can smell it in the tissue.
Why don't we do that?
Anyway, it's so good to see you.
Yeah, isn't it?
It's so lovely to see you.
It's like I've come in here and trumped.
Alan Carr's Picture Slam. It looks so good.
Oh, so much fun.
Is it?
Yeah. Listen,
well,
okay. It's basically it's so easy. It's teams of two, and they are bombarded with images.
Yeah.
And they have to work out the connection. And it's like great slot. It's just before Strictly, wholesome family viewing with me. It's absolutely so much fun, and they're ingenious. The little clues and everything. It's so.
Have you played it? Is it difficult?
Yeah, and I didn't want to do any more game shows because I don't know who
You're
you
so
think
good
you are.
at it. That's the thing. You are so good at it, Alan. So we.
Oh, that's sweet. And then I went into the room and I did it, and I loved it. I was just howling with laughter. And you know when you put members of the public under pressure.
Yeah.
You know, like Family Fortunes, we like name a bird with a long neck, and they go, Naomi Campbell. You know, it's those kind of things. Name some red, my cardigan. You know, when people are under pressure. But yeah. So there we go. It's just a lot of fun.
So you played like what? I guess the Office pilot. Did you when you went in and they pitched it to you and you played along? Did you think to yourself, yeah, this is going to be a great?
Oh yeah. Dead simple, like the best game shows. You know, because we all watch Eggheads and University Challenge. I don't even know the question. I don't even understand the words. So this is like you can sit down and just enjoy. You know, Granny, the kids.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not like the sharpest knife in the drawer, so that's good.
I always wonder when I watch you. Do you ever get nervous to do game shows or speeches?
I get so nervous. Actually, one involved you. Do you remember when I won that National Television Award? No, listen, I went up there. My mind, as always, went blank. I wasn't expecting to win, and all I could think of in my head was that funkypeter.com. That's all I could think. I remember going.
Do a speech, and that's all you could.
Yeah, and I just went funkypigeon.com. That's your brain. I mean, why? Why brain? I couldn't remember the producers, the amazing writers on Chatty Man, or the man who books the amazing get. All I could do was funkypigeon.com. I'm going to get something free from you.
Did you say funkypigeon.com when you asked that?
As I approached her, just went funkypigeon.com, and then I remembered something. Because my mind went blank. I'm like that at pub quizzes. I get white noise. I can't remember.
When
it.
you do your stand-up, like, do you get blank there, or do you?
Oh, I did go blank when I did the O2. I came out and I couldn't remember my first joke. And once you get on joke, it's a story. So I went, wow. Wow. I'm here. They must get on with it. You know when Michael Jackson used to come on the stage like that? I was like that.
What did you do?
And then it came to it, and then because it's a story,
then your brain.
You're like you're on the
I'm going there.
Yeah, you're like you're on the tracks of like a ghost train, and you get it. But I couldn't remember the first one. And people were like, who's he think he is? I'm like, yeah, yeah, I'm here.
I can't hear you.
Scream.
With Ankar, put Ankar on stage. It doesn't matter if he doesn't say anything because you're just so funny.
Oh,
you are
you are
a
sweet.
people's person. And how did you get on with all the contestants? Were they lovely?
Oh, they were really lovely, really great. And we spent a whole week up in Glasgow filming it, and it was just so fun. Loved it, really loved it.
Let's talk Drag Race. You back on the panel?
Back on the panel, yeah, all filmed. I mean, every time you think we're going to run out of drag queens, I don't know where they get them from, but every year they're bigger and better and more fabulous. I just love that show because I film it in January, and it's all a bit doom and gloom. And I just live in this marvellous world.
And is it nice to not to be the only gay in the village?
Yeah, it's nice to do a show where I'm not the gayest people there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let someone else do that.
But they really up their game every single year, don't they?
I know.
I did it last year, and they were incredible.
Yes.
So what's this year going to entail? Is it
Well,
already?
I can't say anything. I can't. I don't want to get in Mama Rue's bad books.
But they look good, though.
But they look sensational. And you'll get different kinds of drag. You get the high fashion ones, you get the talented ones, you get the lip syncing ones. So you're never bored. I just love it.
I guess now as well, you're sort of in a position with Drag Race where you've got kids that have grown up watching this and then going, well, this is my out, this is my, I can be myself here. Like kids, probably young kids when they're watching it, and now they're kind of age as adults, they can go out there and probably, be the peacocks they've always been.
Yeah, and what I love about Drag Race, you can watch it for the dresses, you can watch it for the comedy or the lip syncing, but you can also watch it because you've got these heartfelt stories of people telling how they found themselves through drag. So, it's like Barocca, that show. I just feel great. Am I going to get free Barocca as well? Fancy seeing that.
You are the busiest man. No, seriously.
I know,
the busiest man I've ever come across. The fact that you're doing this ABBA show, I had a dream.
Oh.
How was that?
That's a lovely show.
Oh,
that
was
been a dream for you.
Well, listen, I spent a whole month in Corfu, and that's why I am huge. That's why I'm wearing a smock. I am so fat, and I love the Greek food. Dips. I love all the dip. Can I tell you something? This genuinely happened. I was coming back from, this is how I knew, when you've come back from holiday and you've put on a bit of weight. The passport thing?
Yes.
I popped it in the thing. It came up. Multiple people detected. Most, I was like, and then normally you call them over and say there's something wrong. I just kept shoving that popcorn because I can't say there's a load of British people. They think I'm a crowd. But what do they put in?
I thought ABBA was saying.
There's a Frida, Benny and Dawn all in one cubicle. So that's when I thought, hey, what do they put in those dips? What do they put in those dips?
And what about the Amanda show, Amanda and Italian's Italian
that's
job?
so good.
What's going on?
You got another
Do another
season,
one?
haven't you?
Another season. We've got a gorgeous house in Tuscany. We're finally finishing it up. There's a
And how much is it to buy?
generally a euro.
Can anyone do that?
Anyone can do it. You buy a house for euro. It's in a really remote part. No one wants to work the fields anymore. You've got these gorgeous rural places. And it's just, it's just gorgeous. And you're near Florence, and I saw you in Lucca, didn't I?
Yeah.
Lucca, Florence, and Rome. But people don't want to work the fields anymore. They want to go to the cities and live a life.
They don't even want to make any money. They just want to give it away.
What happened to, where did that show come from? Such an interesting story. How did the two of you end up doing it?
Well, we're doing the DNA journeys, the ITV show, and we were just, there's a lot of downtime, and then I saw this in the paper, get a Euro house in Tuscany. I went, and then me and Amanda did some research. I thought, wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
So we're doing all that.
Amazing. And do you get to keep the house, or?
No, we gave it to children in need.
Charity.
So
Amazing.
about 130,000 euros.
That's amazing.
And with my DIY, I was surprised.
Amanda's children.
Hopefully he can pay down his iPhone. So it's wonderful.
Listen, we're so excited about this new show. Picture Slam starts this Saturday, 10 to 6.
Yeah, a lot of fun. You'll love it.
C1, make sure you watch it.
Hang on, now, before you let you go, Interior Design Masters, you believe what you met one of our very own team there, didn't you, Abby? Our very own Abby.
Yes.
There she is.
She came to see my show at Hackney Empire. How you doing, Abby, love? Oh, all right, back
in the day.
Local Bromley there.
Oh,
that as well.
Yeah, it's good fun. Oh, do you know what? Can I tell you about that Mamma Mia show?
Yeah, go on.
I did press for it, and the one want to know, I actually started crying to the journalist because I was so excited about doing that show. Because I pinch myself sometimes.
I love the fact that you're just still so grateful and happy.
Oh, I know. Well, I'm very lucky, but I said, I can't believe I'm going to Corfu for a month to film the other show, and he's like, but honestly, because I just can't, I can't believe it sometimes.
Late night the night before.
Yeah. I've just finished my second bottle of rosé, and I got emotional.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
so much.
Alan.
We'll be watching Picture Slam, won't we?
Which begins Saturday, 5:50 on BBC One. Thanks, now. Kind of our loose women are chatting about this lunchtime. Okay.
Hi, Dermot. Hi, Alison. Well, coming up following last night's fashion event, which saw Sienna Miller bearing her pump. Were you proud or prudish when it came to your pregnancy? Also, following in his father's footsteps, Junior Andre joins us in his first solo interview to tell us about his new single. Plus, we are talking about one couple's controversial solution to tackling the pain of mastitis. But would you let your partner breastfeed to help relieve some of the pain?
No.
Feel free to give us an answer, Alison, on that one. We'll see you at 12:30.
I'll give you an answer on Monday when I'm going to be at the Palladium with the loose women. I'll give you my answer. Christine's going to be there, Brenda, Denise, and Janet Streetport. Can't wait, girls. I love you.
This is going to be a long one. Still loads to come to be with us today. This is your warning to stand by your phones as we're playing Friday's game of Spin to Win.
And do you know how to keep spiders out of your home in September? What about the latest gadgets to use if you encounter one? Well, Professor James Logan will be answering everything you need to know. So stay tuned only on This Morning.
Easing into mornings. Ninja Foodie Stay Sharp Knives sponsors This Morning.
You all right? Look good?
Club card accepted.
No? Oh, don't forget your melon.
Domestos is turning the germ-killing world upside down. New Domestos Power Phone. Clings to surfaces. Killing germs in the hardest to reach places. New Domestos Power Phone. Unstoppable.
The ASA regulates UK ads wherever you see them. Oh, yes. Whether you love them or hate them. When it comes to ads, the ASA is by your side. The ASA, keeping ads legal, decent, honest, and truthful.
It's time to save Britain serious money, Super 7.
At Money Supermarket, we're on a mission to change saving forever. Introducing the Super Save Club. On top of the big savings you could already make with us on car insurance, broadband, and more. We'll give you rewards to spend however you want.
Eyes on the prize, please. Savings can't wait.
The new Super Save Club from Money Supermarket. Saving supercharged.
Presenting Boots Best for Less. Thousands of products you love at prices you'll love even more. With our best offers and low prices on beauty and self-care favourites. Exclusive savings with price advantage so you can treat yourself for less. Plus, our best-selling Boots brand range, you'll find the best for less at Boots. And with Advantage Card saving you up to a third on hundreds of beauty favourites, we're with you for our best in value. Boots, with you for life.
Your leg's aching again.
What's Botham's secret? Cocktail of pills?
I hear he uses Revitive.
Revitive Circulation Booster. Get your leg muscles pumping to relieve aches and pains and reduce swelling and cramp.
Looks like your secret's out.
Try Revitive, the best kept secret for aching legs.
What is the most powerful word? See. See to new beginnings. See to myself. See to passion. See to life. See Untums, the new refillable fragrance, Giorgio Armani.
Do you prefer digital currency for this exchange?
Over $5?
No, it's crypto only, mate.
What a load of malarkey. We keep things simple. Less malarkey, more smarty. Search Smarty Mobile.
New Dove body wash is different. It cleanses your skin more gently and helps skin to moisturize from within in just one shower. Choose different. Choose Dove.
They don't know who Ripper is. They don't know what Ripper looks like.
I will catch this animal
People's lives are being destroyed.
until they catch the snake.
No. Long after that.
New true crime drama, The Long Shadow, starts Monday the 25th of September on ITV1 and ITVX.
Easing into mornings. Ninja Woodfire sponsors this morning.
Lovely to have you here. It's me, Alison Hammond O'Leary, and Mr.
National
Jackson.
treasure.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're about to play Spin to Win. We're very excited. A quick reminder of the rules. If your phone rings, you need to say the password.
Today's password, that's all. You get it right, you get a chance to play. If you don't, we move on. Let's get started.
Let's start the call. You're going to spin it today. Okay. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. Just got to say the password.
Just the password.
Oh, you can't say hello. You've got to say the password.
It's Janine.
Oh,
Hi, Janine.
Okay, next number.
ruined. Don't worry. Bad luck. Someone's got it. Here we go. Just say the password. We are done. Go.
I think she's out.
Give me the money.
Yeah! Well done!
Yeah.
Let him go.
Yeah, show me the
Come on,
money. Now.
show me the money. You said give me the money. Do you know what we're going to... Who's on the line?
John.
Hello, John. Hello, John. Well, listen, we want to show you the money today. Congratulations. Are you excited?
Yeah.
All right.
I've been doing it since it started.
Oh,
John,
darling.
it's good to have you with us. I'm glad you got through. You've got the one and only Mr. Alan Carr spinning the wheel today, all right? So we would love John to make £3,000 if possible.
Here we go.
Go on, Alan.
We whack that money, John. So
Good luck, John.
Thanks for winning, Alan. You are very good.
That took up too much, was it?
No,
I don't know. It's quite...
Look,
It's 3,000.
There's all.
Oh, it's coming. Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. Congratulations. It's £750. Is that good?
Yeah.
Of Parliament as well. So MPs had a lot of...
We've got contrasting ideas on how much we're going to spend, I think.
That could be interesting. Are you competitive?
Extremely competitive,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
for sure.
We're here to win. Yes.
Well, good luck, teams. Let's get this show on the road.
Hello.
How are you all feeling? Oh,
Ready.
Ready.
Excited.
Yes.
Well, it's a great fair we've got here, so you're going to have a good day. But before we start all that, there's one thing that you definitely need. That is
Money.
Of course it is. So there's £300 for the Blues and £300 for the Reds. Spend it wisely. And secondly, you need a... Of course you do. One challenge for you and one challenge for you. And lastly, you need
An expert.
an expert. Of course you do. Your expert awaits. Away you go. I wonder what they think makes a good one.
Somebody who's knowledgeable, who will guide us.
Someone who can help us win.
Fun.
Somebody who's up for love through the day with us. Someone to make us rich.
Yes.
Maria and Joe, I'll do my best.
For the Reds, it's Kate Bliss.
Rich.
And with the Blues, it's David Harper. Time to reveal their challenges.
Fashion accessory.
An item with an Asian connection. Right, teams, your time starts now. How exciting is this?
Yes.
Come on then, pick up the pace.
Good luck, teams. David's already been drawn to a vase made by a well-known name, Clarice Cliff.
She's one of my all-time heroes of the 20th century. She started work in the potteries at the age of 12. She became so dominant within the factory, they eventually gave her her own studio. And in her final days, she ended up marrying the owner of the factory and owning the factory. Just one of my all-time heroes of the 20th century.
The story's amazing.
And there you go, touch a piece of Clarice
Oh,
Cliff.
wow.
Isn't that lovely?
It feels lovely.
Yeah.
Screams that period, pre-Second World War. You're not looking that excited.
I mean, I like the name. I love the story behind it.
We just want to have a look around.
You want to have a look around? Okay, okay.
That's it, Susan. Our list.
Okay, it's on a list.
It's on a list.
I think they're letting you down gently, David. Now, what's Maria spotted?
This is beautiful. With the glass bottle from a Cornish art glass studio. What do you like about it, Maria? I just love the colours. I love the painting on it. It's very unusual. But what would you use it for? I guess it's just to look beautiful. I love the shape of it, I have to say. Oh, wow, look at that. That is so beautiful. That is lovely.
This is not much at all.
43. Tell you why. Because it hasn't got a no name attached to it. We'd be depending at auction on somebody like you saying, I've got to have that. Yes. I love it. Yeah, just because rather than, oh, it's by so-and-so and I collect them, or that would be a good investment. Yes.
Best keep your eyes out for a known name then. Blues, are you going to pour any cash into this?
What have we got, you two?
Not sure. That is Chinese, but probably not.
No, it's not Chinese, it's English.
It's English.
Yeah, it's 1870 and it's pewter or silver plated nickel. Okay.
Oh.
Nice looking thing. It's been well used. Just think about the tea this has poured. Swimming pools worth. Yeah, it's worth a couple of quid.
All right,
But
okay.
just goes to show that you can handle objects from the past that are 150 years old for a few quid. Yeah. It's quite remarkable.
Remarkable, but it doesn't meet the big spend or your Asian item challenge. What have you found, Reds?
That's gorgeous because the enamel is in really lovely condition. Can you see? Yes. And it's marked Norway in 925. So we know it's silver underneath its lovely enamelling. The Norwegians and the Danish actually were very good at enamelling pieces. And certainly in the 20th century, they were really at the forefront of some of the enamelling techniques. And it makes quite a statement, doesn't it? I really like it.
The question is, how would you do it at auction?
Because it's quite a lot on there, isn't it? It's 120.
Good question, Joe.
I'll do it for 79 for you. So it'll take it under 80 if it gets to 80 in the auction. I think that's fantastic, actually.
I think you've got a chance at auction with that. I really
My
do.
wife likes Daisy, so
I love Daisy. I've got clothes with daisies. I've got daisies in the garden. I've got my belly dance costume with daisies. Yeah, the whole thing. Could that be our fashion accessory? And on big stand. Yeah, I love you guys. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Well done, Reds. That's your big spend and my challenge bagged in less than 10 minutes.
I love it. Fantastic. It's a great start.
It certainly is. Who's this fella, Blue?
It's the symbol of Buddhism. He's supposed to be bringing happiness to our family.
And it's funny, isn't it, that a lot of people get this happy Buddha, who's actually Buddha, the happy Buddha, they get him mixed up with the enlightened Buddha, and they are poles apart, aren't they? The enlightened Buddha, the founder of Buddhism, is always depicted being very slim, isn't he, and lithe, because he relinquished all material things, including rich food and drink, unlike Buddhai, happy Buddha, who's terribly well fed. What are your thoughts?
So I think he's been loved. Look at his head. He's very shiny. It means someone has touched him, his head a lot, means been loved. However, it's cracked. I don't know. What do you think, David?
This is going to be a big problem if you were to put him into auction, because it's so critical in that market.
Well, he's a cracker.
Seems he's not all he's cracked up to be. Keep moving. Now, as a dancer, Maria, this should be right up your street.
Oh wow, I love it. I mean, I don't think it's particularly old. What have we got there? We've got Pavlova.
Born in 1881, Russian dancer Anna Pavlova was one of the most famous ballerinas of all time. She danced for audiences all over the world and inspired a generation of children to take up dancing. And of course, she even had a well-known dessert named after her.
She's just rather lovely, isn't she?
Yeah. Can I pull the way?
Yeah, of course.
Oh wow. Yes, that is her.
She's got very long arms, hasn't she?
And I like the facial feature. It looks more natural.
And it's close to my heart as well because I love Pavlova.
Well, if you like her, it's time to start negotiating. The ticket price is £76.
Yeah, I was thinking more towards 50, just under that amount.
55.
55.
How do you think that would do at auction?
It's a bit of a gamble.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a gamble.
Is it okay to put it for now and then we go
Have
come
a
back?
think to it.
Yeah.
The Reds aren't pirouetting off with Anna just yet. Now, Blues, this looks sweet.
It's a funny little thing.
Yeah.
I don't know, is it a bonbon dish, something like that?
Yeah, it could be that, couldn't it?
It's got hallmarks for sure. I don't know what they mean, though.
Love your honesty. Yeah. Well, let's have a look. Oh, it's very clear. That is lovely. So you've got a crown, tells you it was made in Sheffield.
Okay.
Yeah. You've got the lion side on, so it's British, solid silver, made by Dixon's of Sheffield in 1900. Proper antique, very pretty thing.
It's nice.
I like it.
Yeah.
I agree. I love your instant decision making, mate. This is remarkable. But you haven't asked the price.
We've got 75 on it. We could do it for 60. Can you do 50 for us, please? I'm sure we can do 50. Yeah, we can do 50.
Oh, right, that's fine.
You're off the mark, Blues. That's your first buy in 17 minutes.
No, you don't mess about, do you?
No.
I love this.
Decision making.
It certainly pays to be decisive in this game. Now, what's Kate spotted?
This is quite sweet. This is a little lipstick and mirror.
So how do you open it then?
So you pull open the mirror, and this little bit at the end, which is attached to the bit at the end, slides up. I do it carefully, and then the lipstick releases.
Okay.
And you've got your little mirror, which is quite fun.
Very unusual.
That's my thing, money.
Isn't it? For Miss Moneypenny, yeah. Whip that out. Revolver one side, lipstick the other.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, steady on, Kate.
So how old do you think that would be?
70s, I would say, yeah. And it's quite nice that it's really well marked here with the Stratton name. It's a British firm, really synonymous with original, innovative designs in compacts. And you'll notice we've got a patent number because they came up with these novel little designs. They had to patent them so nobody could copy them.
How would they do it?
£15, £20, something like that.
What's it got on the ticket?
So he's got 28, I
What
think.
did you do, sir? 15. That's very generous of you to do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, 15.
I think because it's got the name, it's in nice order.
Yeah, take it.
Should we
Yeah.
go for it?
Yeah, I'll shake the
Thank you very
man's hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great.
You're flying, Reds. That's your second buy. Both teams are on the ball today.
Yeah, they're looking good. I think you've bagged two lovely items.
Yeah.
Well, Kate seems pleased. The competition's hotting up, and that's not the only thing.
Wow, feel the heat of that. Feel the heat of that. It's been in the glass.
Oh wow,
cabinet.
gosh, that's
It's like it's a hand warmer. So the bottle is made in England. They added the made in bit post 1918. So even though the decoration looks like it's earlier than 1920, say, it can't be because of the stamp on the base of the bottle. What we need to look for are silver hallmarks. No, I don't think there is. It's silver plated 1920s, 1930s. But again, because it's not hallmarked, it wouldn't be for us.
Good advice, David. Now, Joe, what have you got your eye on?
Okay, those milk churns.
Oh, you don't strike me as the farmer type, Joe.
I'm not a farmer type, but I like this. And it can be used for gardening, all sorts of things, right?
Yes, you think decorative.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'd have that in my garden.
Would you?
Yes.
How much we got on there? 98. I think that might struggle at auction, you know. Yeah, that would be my gut feeling.
I'll go with your gut feeling.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on then, let's go.
Kate's convinced them it won't churn out a profit. What's Sam seen?
I can see a big bars out on the end there.
Ah,
Ooh.
that on the end.
Yeah, it's on the end to the right.
What is it? From this distance, stop there, I'll test you. I can see it from here. What is it?
Satsuma ware?
Satsuma?
Satsuma ware.
Oh, thank you.
That is
bang on Japanese Satsuma. Let's go and prove it.
Well spotted. And it would meet my Asian Connection challenge.
That is definitely Japanese Satsuma. How do we know it's Satsuma?
Don't know.
Well,
the look of it.
You got it right. The colours and the texture. Just run your hand over that, mate.
Oh,
You can feel it, can't
yes. Yes, a
Little
texture.
bubbles.
Yeah.
It's really quite amazing.
Yeah.
It's a big moon vase. Price $85. Have a hold.
I will.
Oh, wow.
Can you date it for us, Sam? Because you're good. You are good.
Can I date it?
Yeah.
Well, judging by that, means nothing to me.
Okay.
So I'm going to go for 1890.
I don't think it is.
Right,
Let's have
okay.
a look at it. I think it's into the 20th century, so it's not Meiji period. It's much more modern. Made for the export market.
If you're after a rare piece, look out for markings which became common from 1870. Very early Satsuma pieces were unmarked and can be worth a fortune. But if the markings are in English and say made in Japan, they'll be later and less valuable.
You have a hold of that.
Oh.
It's quite hefty.
It is quite heavy.
You got a lot of bars for your money there.
You do.
I like it. What do
I
you
like
think?
it,
It's got the look, hasn't it?
Yeah,
You
it
can
has.
see it in an auction room, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but how much would it make in an auction room?
I really don't know. What do you think, David?
I think probably 40 to 60 as an estimate.
Right.
Well, we
Okay.
can tick off our Asian item.
Yeah.
And we both like it, right?
What is the best you can do for us? We really like it.
75 would be the very best price, I'm afraid.
Well, I like it. I'm happy to go for it.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay. So right then.
Okay.
Let's take care of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Blues. You've ticked off your big spend and my challenge in one fell swoop.
You two are good.
I put this down now.
Getting a bit heavy, Sam. Anyway, it's 2-all teams with 20 minutes left to find your final items. Any ideas, Maria?
I've seen a mirror over there.
Oh, yes. This one here.
Yes.
It's very decorative, isn't it?
Effective.
I'm not sure it's going to make very much of an auction because it's relatively modern. If we look at the back here,
It's more
have a look.
Oh, yes.
Let me just get it out and show Joe. Can you see?
Yeah.
It's very new on the back.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. Here's a new item that's
Yes.
made to look vintage, which
Yeah.
might struggle a little bit in
Okay.
auction. I think to make 55 anyway.
Move on then. Is this worth a shot, Blues?
Is it Achilles? It's Achilles.
Oh,
He's on a marble
it's
base.
a marble, yeah.
Have a tap of him, mate. Let's see what he sounds like.
He sounds like brass, doesn't he?
Sounds hollow. Can I give him another tap?
Hollow, yeah.
Yeah, he is hollow. Okay,
Yeah.
so he's plated. So when he was new, can you imagine what he looked like sat on his marble? He was mega blingy.
He would have been, yeah.
But when do you think he was made?
20s, 1920s?
I go like 1800s.
Really? Okay. I think he's into the 20th century. So would you have him in your home?
I would. I
Okay.
would.
Stop there. May, would he actually be allowed to have him in your home?
Yes, why not? If he likes it.
I don't believe a word of it. I don't believe you at all.
Looks like the Blues are in harmony, David. But the Reds seem to have lost their focus.
Oh, wow. Look at these lovely clowns.
Really, Maria? Meanwhile, David's found this.
Dinner is served. Isn't that wonderful?
Great.
Love it to bits. Bit funky, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite funky. Like
Yeah.
a dance when I'll be there and then
Yes.
just ring the bell. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
How much is it?
£30.
I don't think it's any money, but you want to spend big, don't you?
We do.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I'm happy to put it on the back burner for now.
Well, with £246 left, you have plenty of cash to splash. How are you going to spend your remaining £176, Reds?
Just wondering whether we should stay with our kind of mid-century Scandinavian theme. I mean, there's some lovely cufflinks here. They are Swedish silver, which are quite fun. Or the design, I don't know about you, but my husband really struggles with the little fine links. They're really fiddly to actually wear, whereas this style is much easier to actually put on, so they're a little bit more commercial. So we've got the Swedish silver mark. These ones I noticed as well. They're gilt rather than gold, but they've got a lovely bit of enamel on them.
These are plated, yeah?
They're plated, yeah. They've got a patent number on them, which just shows they've got a little bit of age to them.
I like the enameling. in
Yeah.
it.
So they're probably 30s, I would say, with that sort of design. So I think those are quite nice too.
It's between these two, isn't it?
Sounds promising, Reds. Just over 10 minutes left, teams. You're entering the final furlong.
What are your thoughts on toys? I like it.
It's a Corgi Gallopers.
Right.
It is boxed.
Oh, can we have a look at the box? Okay, so this is later because you've got the barcode here.
Yes.
It's into the 80s or even maybe even the 90s. But toys are like rock stars of the vintage world. What sort of money is it?
The death would be 150.
If it was 1950s, 60s, it would be worth quite a lot of money.
But when they were sold originally, the motor was always sold separate.
Ah.
And nowadays you can't buy the motors anywhere for the money.
Oh. Well, what are your feelings?
We've got these two in here that we can always come back to.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
You have a quick 5 minutes. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Give us a few minutes.
No problem.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
While the Blues have a final canter around the fair, the Reds need to decide on those cufflinks.
I think these probably would have more use.
So they're priced at 38.
The price is a little bit less. We'd probably stand a chance. How about 25 and you're done?
And that's my best, I'm afraid.
I just think they're quite stylish. They're quite, I mean, you imagine buying a pair of silver cufflinks in a, in the high street. You're not going to get anything less than £25 for your money. Let's go for it. Yeah, let's do it. We'll take them, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, happy? Final answer?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You've done it, Reds, with time to spare. Well done.
Brilliant. Such nice things.
Kate's feeling confident. Ooh, careful, Blues. Those lamps look weighty.
That's heavy.
It's a statement piece.
Yeah.
So the thing to think about with something like this is you've got to ask yourself, was it made as a lamp originally, or was it originally a cherub piece of sculpture that somebody later on converted into a lamp?
No, I think it's a purpose-built lamp. It's got a little plateau on here for everything to go on.
I like it.
1930s.
Oh, hello. Where did you pop up from? How much is it, madam? £100. Very difficult to value. A couple of interior designers may pay a couple of £100 for it, but no one there with an interior design mind, and it makes £30. But I love the fact that it's dangerous, don't you?
If we go for this one, we'd like to be a bit less.
I'll take another 10 off and give you a chance. I'll do it for 90.
I say we fly into the danger zone. Let's take it.
This one?
Yeah.
Shake the lovely lady's hand.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the Blues decide to take a risk with 6 minutes left.
That's it. The shopping's over.
Congratulations!
Thank you.
The dream team! And we bought 3 distinctly different things, which I love.
Right. Let's remind ourselves what the red team bought.
Maria and Joe ticked off their big spend and fashion accessory challenge, paying £79 for this Norwegian silver gilt brooch. They're hoping to be sitting pretty with this gold-plated lipstick holder and mirror, £15 paid. And finally, they splashed out on some more Scandinavian jewellery, spending £25 on these Swedish silver cufflinks.
Maria, Joe, how was it?
Fabulous.
Absolutely fantastic.
That's what we like to hear. Kate, how were the team?
They bagged their big spend and their challenge in one piece in under 10 minutes. Are we brilliant?
Well, we'll find that out when we go to auction. Maria, what was your favourite item?
I would say the beautiful daisy brooch.
What do you think is going to make the biggest profit?
Perhaps the lipstick holder, definitely unusual.
Joe, what's your favourite item?
I have to say cufflinks, silver one, they were really great.
Swedish silver. And actually, the maker makes jewellery for the royal family in Sweden. So, very good name.
And what do you think is going to make the biggest profit?
I'm going to agree with my wife. The Money Penny compact piece, that was really great.
How much did you spend?
£119.
And that leaves £181. Who's got the money?
I have.
If you can hand that over to Kate.
Over to you.
Lovely. Thanks, Maria.
That's a lot of money, Kate.
I know. I have seen something. It's a little bit different.
We're looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Absolutely, we all are. Well, while Kate goes off to get her bonus buy, let's remind ourselves what the blue team bought.
May was drawn to this ornate silver bonbon dish, £50 paid. The team were over the moon with this Japanese moon flask, and at £75, it met their big spend and Asian challenge. And they're hoping this striking lamp will light up the auction room. £90 paid. Mate, Sam, you have a good time?
Amazing day with delightful David.
No, I've not heard that one before.
Neither have I.
Delightful David. I mean, you did fabulous, didn't you? You wanted to spend big.
Yeah, well, that's what we agreed to do before we came, wasn't it? And we managed to do.
Mate, what's your favourite item?
So my favourite item is the silver dish.
And what do you think is going to make the biggest profit?
I think, again, it's going to be my item, the silver dish.
Sam, what's your favourite item?
The big hefty vase, I think. Yeah, it's got a bit of style and weight to it. Someone will like it.
And what do you think is going to bring in the biggest profit?
As if I dare disagree, it'll be the silver dish. Yeah.
How much money did you spend?
215.
That leaves a balance of £85. Who's got the money?
I do, yes.
If you can hand that over to David, please.
Of course, here you are.
Thank you very much.
There's a good wedge there, isn't it, Dave?
It's not bad. So I'm going to buy something small, delicate and beautiful, something I think May will love.
I look forward to seeing that. Well, David goes off to buy his bonus buy. I'm off to visit a staircase with a difference. In the 18th and 19th centuries, canals were like the motorways of today. The main arteries in keeping factories and shops stocked with goods. Just a short journey from today's fair is this stretch of the Grand Union Canal. It connects the waterways from the Midlands right down to the south. I'm meeting Penny Arscott from the Foxton Canal Museum near Market Harborough to learn about the important role this section once played in keeping Britain moving. What a beautiful and tranquil setting we've got here, Penny. But it wasn't always this way, was it?
No, Danny, it wasn't. In 1810, a new act was passed at Parliament to connect the two canals, the one at the bottom to the one at the top. This amazing set of locks was going to be the vital link to bring the coal down from the Midlands to London.
But connecting Foxton to the Grand Union Canal wasn't straightforward. There was the small matter of a very large hill, and the water needed to be lifted a whopping 23 metres. 23 metres is a huge difference in climb. I mean, what options do they have up their sleeve?
They could have gone round the hill and followed the contours of the land, but it would add a lot more miles onto the canal. They could have also built a tunnel through the hill, but that would be very costly. What they decided to do was to go over it.
The engineer tasked with solving the problem was Benjamin Bevan. He designed 2 staircases with 5 locks, which more than 200 years ago was a huge feat, and it remains Britain's longest and steepest set of staircase locks. Cool, it must have had some challenges.
Certainly did. The issue was the water supply. So every time a boat goes through these locks, we are losing 25,000 gallons of water.
To ensure there was enough water, 3 reservoirs were built to feed the canal at the top, and side ponds to keep the locks topped up. When Foxton Locks opened in 1814, boats could travel through the staircase in around 45 minutes, and trade began to boom.
For a good 40 years, they were a success, because the only competition at the time when they were built was a horse and cart. But the problem with the locks are that they were built narrow, so there was a bottleneck. So if you were at the back of the queue, you could be waiting hours. So when the railway started coming in much later on, obviously things needed to speed up.
Faced with stiff competition, the Grand Junction Canal Company took over the running of the canal in 1894. They promised to get more boats on the water until the locks at Foxton and further down the network at Watford could be widened. They turned to engineer Gordon Cale Thomas. Penny, what clever plan did he have?
He had this. This was the site of an incredible boat lift.
This simulation shows us how it worked.
So on here, we'd run 2 counterbalance tanks, which were full of water. You floated your boats in, one was down the bottom, one was up the top, and it would move up and down the slope at the same time.
Why was that any better than the locks?
It only took 12 minutes to move the boats from the bottom here to the top, whereas obviously the locks, it took over 45 minutes. And also it saved water, because you were literally just moving the same 1 tank of water up and down the hill.
So how much would the baths of water and the boat weigh?
230 tonne each. It was powered by the boiler house. It had a winding mechanism. It was only a 25 horsepower engine that actually powered it.
Despite having found an ingenious solution that saved time and water, the lift's days were numbered. Where did it all go wrong?
It was just such an expensive thing to run. It needed 3 tons of coal a day to power it.
Well, there's not a lot left.
No, there's not, sadly. We've just got the concrete foundation where the rails used to sit, and obviously the slope itself. They stopped using it by 1911, and then in 1928, the Grand Junction Canal Company were offered £250 for the scrap metal, which they accepted.
Sounds like somebody got a bargain.
Yes.
Thanks very much, Penny, for that fascinating story of this beautiful, tranquil setting. But now, it's time for the hustle and bustle of today's auction. I've come to Big Wood Auction House in Stratford upon Avon. I'm joined by Mark Ashley. Mark, it's a pleasure to be with you.
Well, it's wonderful to have you with us, Danny.
We'll go straight into it.
Yeah.
The red team was Maria and Joseph, led by Kate Bliss, and I set them a challenge to get a fashion accessory. So the first item that they bought, this lovely little daisy brooch, silver.
I think they've found a really wonderful item there. It's silver and enamel, as you say, Norwegian, and it's the condition as well. That's most important, certainly when enamel's involved. It's beautiful.
What's the estimate, Mark?
Well, I've put 80 to 120 on it.
That was actually the big spend. They only paid 79. Bodes very well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Moving on to the second item. And it was this little 20th century lipstick holder.
Yeah, it's Stratton, which was one of the very big names. They were prolific, very big.
Does that mean they're common?
I'm afraid there are quite a lot of them about, yes.
What's your estimate?
Well, probably reflects that, Danny. 10 to 20, I'm afraid.
They paid 15.
Oh, well,
So
that's all right.
It's all right, isn't it?
That's okay. Yeah.
Moving on to the third lot, a little pair of Swedish silver cufflinks.
They're sort of 1970s. But the firm goes back to 1666. And as a firm, they made for the Royal Court in Sweden, would you believe? So it's got a very big heritage, that firm.
What's your estimate?
30 to 40.
They paid £25.
Oh,
so
well.
Well, that's the red team. Now on to the blues. Sam and May, their expert was David Harper.
Right.
First item that they bought was this late Victorian bonbon dish.
This has got a good weight to it. It's good quality. Good maker too, Dixon. So it's a good thing.
What's your estimate?
Well, I've put 40 to 80 on it.
Well, they paid £50.
Oh, so we're in the sort of right area.
And the second item that they bought, this was my challenge. Something that had an Asian connection.
Yeah, this is probably made in China, but Satsuma design is Japanese, and the shape was originally Chinese, going back to the 1700s. But I think this is from the late 20th century.
Where's your estimation?
Well, I haven't put a lot on it, because there was a few of them knocking about, and they don't make a lot. 20 to 30.
Ouch. This was the big spend.
Oh, dear. I think we'll struggle.
Moving swiftly on then. The third and final item was the cherub lamp. Do you like it?
Well, that's a really good one I'd call a decorator's lot. If someone's trying to get a look, if you think restaurant, hotel, it's a good feature lot.
What's the estimate on it?
30 to 40.
Oh, they paid £90 for that.
Oh, dear. Anything can happen. It's all on the day.
Well, Mark, you're the man on the rostrum today, I believe.
Yes, absolutely. Look forward to it. 20 bid on the phone, will you go to 30?
Maria, Joe, how are you feeling?
Hi, Dennis.
Brilliant.
We're
Really excited, yeah.
We're thrilled
Happy
to be here.
here.
Are you worried about any of your lots?
No, actually, no. Mr. and Mrs. Confident.
Well, your first item that you bought was the big spend and also my challenge. It was a fashion accessory, a nice little silver daisy brooch, enamel tops. You paid £79. It's coming up now.
Brooch, absolutely beautiful item there in very good condition. Who's going to start me, say, at £50? 50 straight away at 50. 60's just come on the net at 60. Can I ask 70? 70. Internet, will you go 80? £80.
Yes, well done.
£100, 110, 120. Will you go 130? 130.
No way. It's still going.
We all done, all finished and away.
Oh, well done.
Great start.
You bought it for 79. That's £51 profit on your first lot. Yeah. The second item is a little lipstick holder, Stratton. Very good make that, isn't it, Kate?
Really good, and a really nice, affordable little piece.
Yes.
Very unusual it was.
We loved it.
Yeah.
It's coming up now.
I'll start it straight off at £30. At £30, is there a 5 anywhere now? I'll sell them for 30 if we're all done. £30.
Oh, well done. Well done. You bought that for £15. You sold it for 30. That's a £15 profit. You're now at £66.
Oh.
Now, your third and final item is your Swedish cufflinks. I mean, these are beautiful.
Love it, love it, love it.
You might be heading for a golden gavel here. It's coming up now. Let's see how it does.
Where are we going to start? £20, surely. They've got to be £20 of anybody's money. Surely £20. 10, thank you. Got £10. Surely we're going to get another bid. 15, thank you. Come on,
15. Come on, you need a bit more. You need a bit more.
we could really do with 20. I'm terribly disappointed. I thought these would make more. I thought these were lovely. The gavel's raised. Are we all done? All sure? 15.
Never mind. It's sold for 15. That's minus 10. You're at plus £56.
That's brilliant.
It's not all over yet. We've still got Kate's bonus buy. Kate, away you go. Go and get your bonus buy. Close your eyes, please.
Okay, have a look, guys. Oh, so it's something a little bit different. It's for the dining table.
Yeah.
And it's traditionally an oil and vinegar.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what I particularly love about this one is it's a really lovely shape. It's silver mounted. Probably early 20th century, possibly George V in period. But if you look, it's got the original little stoppers here, which have a little star cut detail on them.
I love the shape.
It's just, how much did you pay for it? So I paid 55 for this. Now, I've seen them at auction go for a little bit less than that. I've seen them go for a little bit more than that. It's a little bit more of an unusual design, but the hallmarks are a little bit rubbed. Some collectors like them really crisp. But I still think it's a really nice thing.
Yeah, I think we go for it. We love it.
So we are?
So what's the decision? Talk to me.
We go for it.
Go for it.
Okay.
I love it.
Let's find out what the auctioneer thinks about Kate's bonus buy.
I think she's done all right with this. It is silver, but the marks, I couldn't do the hallmarks because they're so worn, sadly. But you can tell there are silver hallmarks.
Yeah.
But I just like the shape. It's very sculptural. It's nice.
What's your estimate?
30 to 40.
Kate paid 55.
Right.
You might have to work a bit hard on this one. The auctioneer's estimate was 30 to 40 pound. We'll find out what it makes. It's coming up now.
We've got a bid on the net straight away at 25. Now I've got 30 here as a commission bid, looking for 5. Are you out on the net? We'll sell then. I'll issue you a final warning. Selling away. £30.
That's a bit of a loss, isn't it?
We took a
Unlucky. That's how it goes sometimes. You know, you just don't know what's going to happen. Kate paid £55. It sold for £30. That's a £25 loss. So your end score is plus £31.
I'm happy
That's
with
good.
that.
I think that's a good score. Sam, May, how are you feeling?
Pretty excited for me. How are you, though?
Yeah, no.
You don't sound excited to me.
No, we are looking forward to it. We're definitely.
Your first lot was the silver bonbon dish. Lovely little thing. Great patination. Good mark on it. You paid £50. It's coming up now. Let's see how it does.
All right.
And I can start straight off at £40.
Oh, it's a good start. It's a good start.
£40. Will I see 5 from anyone? I'd take 45 from anyone. Is it going to be the maiden bid then at £40?
We don't like maiden bids.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
The gavel's raised. I'll issue a fair warning. The bid is £40 and I'll sell you all sure.
It did. You paid £50 for it. You sold it for 40. That's minus 10 on your first item. Your second item that's coming up was your big spend, and it was also my challenge, something with an Asian connection. I mean, this is a lovely vase, nice, big, decorative piece. You paid £75 for it. It's coming up now. Let's see how it goes.
Who's going to start me off? I'm looking at the screens. £15 has just come straight in. Do I see 20? I'm looking for 20 now. The bid's at 50. It looks like that's going to be the end. I'll raise the gavel.
What? Wow.
To issue a fair warning at £15, are you all sure?
Oh, what a shame. Oh, what a shame. Very unlucky. That sold for £15. You bought it for 75.
Yep.
That's a £60 loss.
Yep.
You're currently at minus 70. But don't worry. Don't worry. Your third item was the big cherub lamp. Very nice, very decorative again. Lovely big shade on it. It's coming up now. Let's see how it does. Here we go.
Where shall I start? Who's got £30 for me? Surely, for this lovely big lamp. It's in good order. It's well modelled. Who's got £30 for it? 20 there, surely. That's worth £20 of somebody's money. £10, surely. We've got 10 now.
We got it.
I thought this. Well, it's a start.
Yes.
It's a start.
We've got £10. Surely we'll see 50. It's a lot of lamp for your money. It looks like it's come to a halt at 10.
Come to an end.
Gavel's raised. £10. Are you all sure? £10.
Well, it's really tried.
Oh, yeah.
That's minus 80. You're now currently at minus 150. David, go and get your bonus buy.
Fortune's coming, right?
Yeah. May, Dave, take it away.
Open your eyes, you two, and feast them. This is quality. Royal Worcester, it's hand painted, it's a pin dish, circa 1950s, but it's never been used. Look at it.
Yeah.
No scrapes, no scratches, because it is a piece of art on porcelain. It's delicious. Okay. What would you pay for it, mate?
I'll pay 70 quid for it.
Well, you bang on, because I paid 69.
What do you think it will make?
Well, because it is Royal Worcester, it's got the brand, it's got the name, and it is the fruit.
Yeah.
It's going to be sought after online. There is no doubt about it.
Okay.
Give me a decision.
We're doing it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Going for it?
All right.
Okay. Let's find out what the auctioneer thinks about David's bonus buy.
It's a bit of Royal Worcester. What's nice is it is signed because it's hand painted, you see, which is always nice to have a signature. The fruit, I see a lot of that actually. It's always nice if it could have been something like a Stinton with a pheasant or a Highland cow on it or something. That would have probably been a little more saleable.
What's your estimate?
50 to 70 on that.
Well, David paid 69.
Same area,
Yes.
aren't we?
Yes,
So
we are.
with a chance, we might tip that.
Well, the auctioneer thinks that it should do okay due to its local connection to the area. It's coming up now. Let's see how it does. Here we go.
Who's got £30 for it? £30 has just come in. 35. Beautiful little piece. Hand painted, signed. Surely you're not going to let it go at £35.
Oh dear.
Oh, wow.
I will raise the gavel. This will issue you a fair warning. At £35, I will sell 35.
What a shame. It sold for 35. That's a loss of 34.
Yep.
You're now at minus £184.
Yeah.
So tell me, have you all had fun?
Yeah, great time.
It's been good. Unfortunately, we only get one winner on this show. The winners today are the Reds. I'll come back to you shortly. Turning round to the Blues. Blues, it was hard work, wasn't it?
You've had a tough day.
You've had a tough day. You lost on the first item, the second item, the third item. Then you went for David's help.
Oh, yes.
And you lost more money again.
Yeah.
I mean, you ended up with minus 184.
Thank you.
But I tell you what, you've had fun.
You've had a great time. Thank you.
Turning to the Reds. Well, Reds. £31. How about that?
Whoa, brilliant.
Who's going to have the money? The boss. There's £31.
wow.
Spend it wisely.
Thank you.
How was Kate?
She was
Brilliant.
amazing. Oh, great team. I'll get you a better bonus buy next time. Okay.
Have you had fun?
Brilliant.
It's been
Absolutely
the best
fantastic.
time ever.
That's what we came for.
Brilliant. That's what we like to hear. Well, if you think you can do better, why don't you apply to come on the show? All the details are on the website. Furthermore, you can follow us on Twitter at BBC Bargain Hunt. But better still, join us next time for some more bargain hunting. Yes? Yes!
Friday night, and the new series of Mrs. Brown's Boys continues with a hair-raising episode. Please don't miss it. It's here at 9:30. Get obsessed this weekend with a deliciously dark tale on iPlayer. The following events are based on a pack of lies. Press red to watch now.
I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Strictly Come Dancing, tomorrow at 6:35 on BBC One and iPlayer.
What an elaborate tale.
It's the truth. This is the husband that ran off with all your money. Where the hell has he been? He's pretending to be some kind of posh science expert, but he's a property developer from Stoke.
C.R. Harker, the famous author.
Should we not warn this poor lady?
We've tried to do the right thing, and the police are doing nothing, so it's up to us.
Be careful, love.
Can you feel it?
The following events are based on a pack of lies. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
This is BBC One in the South. Now the BBC News with Jane Hill and Alan Sinclair at 1 o'clock.
Today at 1, the Prime Minister says he wants to ban American Bully XL dogs. It comes after a man died after being attacked by 2 dogs in Staffordshire yesterday.
It's clear that the American XL Bully is a danger to communities. It's right that we take urgent action to stop these attacks and protect the public.
The father, stepmother and uncle of 10-year-old Sarah Sharif are due in court charged with her murder. £500 million of government money is going to the Tata Steel plant in Port Talbot, but 3,000 jobs may still be at risk. And we find out why a museum in rural Dorset has become an internet sensation.
In the South, parents protest now an action plan's ordered to stop children being failed by special needs provision. Plus, Muslims at Friday prayers are urged to donate to relief work in Morocco and Libya.
Hello and welcome to the BBC News at 1. The Prime Minister says he has ordered urgent work to ultimately ban American Bully XL dogs. A man died this morning after being attacked by 2 dogs in Staffordshire yesterday. The UK doesn't currently recognise the American Bully XL as a breed, so the breed needs to be defined before any legislation can be introduced. It's not been confirmed what type of dogs were involved in yesterday's attack. A man was arrested on suspicion of having dogs out of control and then further arrested on suspicion of manslaughter. Lee Milner has this report.
This is the scene where a man was attacked by 2 dogs yesterday afternoon, just outside a property on Main Street in Stonall, near Walsall. Members of the public tried to help him. Many have been left shocked by what happened.
As a villager in a nice little place like this, we don't get much crime or anything. So to find out that, these dogs have actually attacked somebody is, utterly shocked.
The man was taken to hospital with serious injuries, but later died in hospital. A 30-year-old man from Lichfield has been arrested on suspicion of manslaughter and having dogs dangerously out of control. And while police are still attempting to establish the dogs' breeds, the Prime Minister is now calling for a ban on all American XL bullies.
What we will do is bring together animal experts in the field, together with the police, to accurately define the breed of concern, and then using powers in the Dangerous Dogs Act, ban this breed.
Last weekend, a violent dog attack on the streets of Birmingham. It bites a young girl who runs to safety in a shop. It then goes to attack 2 other people at a car wash nearby. Anna, who's 11, is now recovering at home. Adding dogs to the banned list is the responsibility of the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. It said it takes dog attacks very seriously and is making sure the full force of the law is applied. Not everyone agrees they should be banned, though. Dog owners group, the Kennel Club, argue no dog is inherently dangerous based on their breed. But calls for greater action is growing after a number of attacks involving the breed. Lee Milner, BBC News.
Well, in a moment, we'll talk to our political correspondent, Ian Watson. First, though, let's go to our correspondent, Phil Mackey, because he's at the scene of yesterday's attack in Staffordshire. Phil, what more do we know about that attack and what happened?
Yeah, this is Stonell in Staffordshire, small village, and this is where it all unfolded. At around 3:15 yesterday afternoon, you can probably just see a police officer standing up there outside the house, and it is roughly where the man was attacked and obviously later died. It happened at the same time that the local primary school was kicking out at the end of the day, and within 10 minutes, they'd been told by the police to get the children and parents back inside the school for their own safety, and they were locked down for a little while. There's a row of shops here, so lots of people would have been milling around at that time of day, particularly with the school coming out. We know that the man was attacked by the two dogs. Witnesses have described that attack. I won't go into too much detail, but it was clear that the man suffered really serious injuries. He was taken to hospital in Birmingham, and sadly he couldn't survive. Today, Staffordshire Police, as you say, have announced that the man who was originally arrested in connection with the dogs itself has now been arrested on suspicion of manslaughter. The dogs themselves are both dead. One died whilst being restrained during the incident. The other, after an injection was administered by a vet. And Staffordshire Police believe that the breed is the American XL Bully, the type of dog which has been very controversial recently. You may remember an incident in Bordesley Green in Birmingham last weekend in which a 10-year-old girl was attacked by one, as were the two men who came to her help. In that case, the dog has been kept in secure kennels later. And clearly, this has become a big political issue as well as a result of the tragedy that unfolded here yesterday evening.
Phil, many thanks. Let's discuss the politics of it all with Ian Watson, who's out at Westminster. So the Prime Minister talking about this morning. Ian, what's the thinking here?
Well, it seems, Jane, that this was the final straw for the Prime Minister. He'd been under some pressure to act on these dogs over the past few days, the increasing number of incidents that have been reported. And the Home Secretary had warned that these were a lethal danger. She's clearly wanted action, but she's not responsible for that. That's the Environment Secretary's job, but I'm told that she, behind the scenes, was working on the details of a ban. It's a ban which Labour incidentally support as well. But it is quite a difficult thing to bring about, because if they want action in the Dangerous Dogs Act, they have to try to define the American XL Bully as a breed. It is not officially a breed at the moment. There are fears by some other dog owners that similar dogs might be caught up in a ban inadvertently. And RSPCA, who know a thing or two about animals, think this is a flawed approach, that basically the politicians should be concentrating on the actions of dogs and their owners rather than blanket bans on a particular type of dog.
Ian, thank you. Ian Watson there and Phil Mackey. The father, stepmother and uncle of 10-year-old Sarah Sharif have been charged with her murder. Sarah's body was discovered in the family home in Woking in August. Correspondent Jessica Lane is outside court in Guildford, where they are due to appear this afternoon. Jessica.
Jane, yes, it was just after midnight that Surrey Police announced that they were bringing charges against 3 people in relation to Sarah Sharif's death. They are her father, Irfan Sharif, her stepmother, Bainish Batul, and her uncle, Faisal Malik. They have all been charged with murder. They have also all been charged with causing or allowing the death of a child. And as you say, it's after 10-year-old Sarah Sharif was found dead at the family home in Woking here in Surrey on the 10th of August. A post-mortem examination found.
Hello, it's Gordon at 61 Cox Road. Can you tell me how much the keeper ring and the bracelet would be? That's right. The keeper ring was 110 and the bracelet was 220. I'll pay my POP today, so I might pop down. £340. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's only about £10 extra. Yeah, that's great. All right, I'll be down in about an hour or so. All right then. Bye bye. Yeah, £10 interest. That's nothing, is it? That's great. I'll put my gold in and get cash. It goes into my account. I'm right for money. I wear my gold, and I get my PIP, and I get my benefits and all that. So I'm all right for money. Yeah. And my old bank account, right? I own fucking nearly £850. I own, and I'm paying £1 every month for pound. Yeah, that's what they're getting. Right, we'll go down to actually you're going nowhere. Right. Fucking hell. I'll go out really. Only you. I've got to take this. Got to take that. I listen to Oasis and Blur when I pop in the restaurant. I sit there and I listen to music. It's great. And I'll take pictures of all the people. And I'll put it on my Instagram and my Facebook and everything. Yeah. So I'll put that in my pocket. That's what that's it. I've got these. I've been taking these. Well, I'm going to take all these. I'm going to take all these. I've got these which I'm taking. I've got to lose weight. I've got to rid of my stomach. My stomach is massive. It is terrible. My nails are dirty. Oh my God. Clean your nails. Oh my God. Sunshine. take these. Paracetamol capsules, in case we get a backache. Yeah, my nails are clean. That's great. Oh. I should buy more gold, really. I found a gold bracelet, but it's scratched. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And they want 195, and they brought it down to 185. But I said to them, look, it's going to cost me money to actually get it cleaned and get rid of all the scratches. Right, I'll give you £100 for it. Right, I'm going to have a cup of tea. I'm knackered. Oh man. Oh. Whoa, my vape. That's CBD, like, you know, weed and all that. It's all right. It's not too bad. There's my driving license. I can't see, so I don't drive. There's my keys. So that can go in that pocket. Actually, something will go on it. Yeah, that's all right. I like it. It's great. Oh yeah, I got my tobacco in my pocket. Let's get that in my pocket. Oh, my stomach is terrible. Don't go to Max Baker's. Whatever you do, don't go there. Their food is, it'll make you fat. Oh. Yeah, just ruin your body. Max Baker's, their food is terrible. It tastes all right, but you just eat it. I mean, and they keep telling, they will harass you and sell you so much stuff. It's crazy. You know, like £20 a day, like loads of stuff, different things. You know, just like, oh, do you want some of this? Do you want some of that? Do you want some of this? And I'm like, yeah. And I'd spend £20 a day, and fucking, before you know it, I was fat as fuck. Oh.
It's my first time in a tank, and it's really exciting because you get to see and touch the vehicle up close.
In South today, a call to help younger cancer sufferers with the hidden costs of coping with their medical treatment they need. And deaf school children feeling music. Could the same vibration technology help them learn to play instruments?
From
From Sunday, residential and built-up areas in Wales will be covered by a blanket 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, reduced from the current 30 miles an hour. Wales's First Minister has insisted that the move will save lives, but critics have described the policy as insane, saying it'll damage the Welsh economy and cost drivers money.
NHS are insane.
Hal Griffith.
As a delivery driver, every mile and every minute counts. For Nick, crisscrossing the streets of South Wales, time really is money, which is why he's anxious about what lies ahead. From Sunday, a third of the road network in Wales will go from 30 to 20 miles an hour as a default limit. The aim is to slow traffic and save lives. Most journeys will take around a minute longer, but Nick's not convinced.
It's just something else that is just making it harder. It's more control that is being forced upon us. Most motorists are responsible. There's only a few people who will spoil it for everybody else, and they're going to carry on doing it regardless of whatever laws and legislation is put in place.
Here in St Bride's Major, they've been trialling the new limit, applying it across the whole village, not just on specific streets. For some families, it's made them more confident in going out to walk and cycle.
For me, with young children, they don't pay attention.
One more cup of tea and I'm going.
And actually, if they step off the pavement or, they're on their bikes and they're still learning how to ride their bikes and they wobble out into the road, there's plenty more time now to correct themselves or for drivers to react, which they wouldn't have been in the past, particularly at the busy times when there's lots of cars parked up for school and so on.
When the new restriction was trialled here, traffic was monitored for hours and hours to see what difference it would make. On average, vehicles did travel more slowly, but still, the majority of drivers, 55%, still broke the 20-mile-an-hour limit. The man leading the charge on slowing Wales down is adamant a lower limit will save lives, even if it does frustrate some drivers, him included.
I have to make a conscious effort to drive at 20 miles an hour. I think I'm probably not a particularly patient driver. So for me, I have to make an effort to do it. But I know that I'm making that effort because, just as I make the same effort to observe other speed limits, I'm doing it because there's a good reason for doing that. And I see many, many other people doing the same.
Scotland is also set to introduce a national 20-mile-an-hour limit in 2025. Road safety charities want the rest of the UK to follow in the same direction. Hywel Griffith, BBC News.
Tomorrow marks the first anniversary of the death of Mahsa Amini, the 22-year-old Iranian woman who died in police custody after being arrested for wearing her headscarf incorrectly under the country's strict morality laws. It sparked waves of protests across Iran, with women burning their headscarves and cutting their hair. There have been fresh crackdowns by the authorities on the activists involved. Our correspondent Caroline Hawley has been looking at whether things have changed for women in Iran 12 months on. Just to warn you that her report contains some distressing images.
Elahi had never taken part in protests before. Now in exile in Italy, she says that after Mahsa Amini's death, she felt compelled to take a stand. That's the sound of the bullet that changed her life. She'd rushed to help young protesters who'd been shot while pulling down pictures of the supreme leader. She came here for medical treatment. Surgeons removed the bullet from her head, but couldn't save her right eye.
It was like losing a loved one. An eye is a part of someone's beauty. I'm just one of many wounded protesters. Even though he shot my eye, my heart is still beating. My heart beats for life, for Iran, for the people of Iran.
It beats too, with the agony of separation for her twins now being looked after by their grandparents.
The last moment I was with my children before I was shot, I had bought them school supplies. All their clothes and hands were covered with blood, and they kept shouting, "My mom was killed." It was a tough moment. I can never forget it.
So many Iranians suffered terribly in a brutal crackdown against the women-led uprising. Hundreds were killed. Thousands upon thousands.
Hello, Kate. I've still got your bowl. When you made me shepherd's pie and everything, I've still got your bowls. I was just wondering if you want to come to Eastleigh today with me. I've got to go to the jewellers, and then I'll be going to Poppins restaurant and sitting there for a few hours. And then I'll be in Sainsbury's. Then I'll be in a taxi home. It's all right. Give me a call if you want. I'll speak to you later. This is EFGH, okay. Okay, here we go. Well, that's mad.
Now, move over the British Museum, the Guggenheim and the Uffizi. When it comes to online enthusiasm, it is hard to beat the Bollington Tank Museum in rural Dorset. The home of 300 military machines has become an internet sensation with more than 500,000 subscribers to its YouTube channel, making some of its curators social media stars. Our correspondent Jenny Kumar has been to look around.
The Louvre in Paris, the British Museum in London, the Met in New York. These have some of the highest visitor numbers in the world. But this remote rural museum in Dorset is outgunning the big players when it comes to the battle for online audiences.
Please remember to like, subscribe, or click the little notification bell if you don't want to miss out.
This is the last surviving example anywhere in the world of a British Mark I heavy tank. And that is unbelievably important because this is the first tank ever to see combat on a battlefield.
Chris Copson feels he's an unlikely YouTube star, yet some of his videos have attracted around 2 million views.
This is the 88mm, and this was capable of spoiling the day of lots of Allied tank crew.
He's even been recognised in the street by fans.
It's nice. At the same time, I wasn't expecting that to happen.
Did you ever think you'd be a YouTube star?
He's a YouTube star. Whoa!
This is my first time in a tank, and it's really exciting because you get to see and touch the vehicle up close, and being able to come to the museum and see these things is really impressive. But for many people, accessing the museum online is just as fascinating. The channel recently surpassed.
I'm only on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and everything else is because I take pictures and go live when the NHS would come round and storm into my home and drag me into a section unit. Yep. I supply pianos all over the country. Somerset in London, right? Putting pianos in people's houses. Children loving it, playing the piano. Mum and dad really happy, paying just £175 for a piano. And guess what? Suddenly I'm resting in this place, and suddenly the NHS comes storming in and grabbing me and putting me in section units. Right? This is why I go live on YouTube, and I also go on Facebook and Instagram and Truth and Twitter. I just, I bought myself a nice expensive phone and started to capture everything. I've got all the staff who were coming into my house, and I've got like a lady who's, "You're not my woman." I'm like, "Really?" Got ya. Now I've got her face. You know what I mean? I'll tell everyone about it. It's crazy. So being on YouTube it's all right, I suppose. It's good fun. That guy on the news, he's on YouTube and he's been talking about army vehicles and things like that. I was an army cadet. I was actually, and a scout and a cub and all the rest of it. I'm gonna make a cup of tea and then we're gonna go out.
Rain around. It's all courtesy of this weather front. You can see it nicely marked actually on the satellite picture here with the areas of cloud, and it's pretty much stationary for the rest of the afternoon. It's going nowhere, and that rain is going to be picking up at times. But to the north of that rain band, a few showers into the northern and the western Isles, perhaps across western areas of Northern Ireland, some brighter spells peeking through the cloud. It's cool underneath the rain band, just 11 or 12 degrees Celsius here, a little warmer, 14, 15 Celsius towards the north. But look at this. Towards the south, in the rest of the sunshine, 24 to 25 degrees Celsius. Now, overnight tonight, then that rain band is gradually going to start to fragment. A few showers still around, some heavier showers just moving across the Channel Islands and into the far southwest of England. Perhaps a rumble or two of thunder here. And again, a range of temperatures between 7 and 13 or 14 degrees Celsius towards the south. Now, tomorrow, there may well be a lot of dry weather around. A few showers towards the northwest of England, showers petering out towards the south. It's warm and it's humid across East Anglia and the southeast of England. And here, temperatures could peak at 26 or even maybe 27 degrees Celsius, with that humid air just blowing in from the near continent. But it's all changed on Sunday with humidity and a low pressure dominating. We'll see heavy, possibly thundery downpours pushing northwards and eastwards across much of England and Wales. Temperatures, of course, will be lower. Across much of Scotland, it is looking largely dry. Temperatures 14 to 16 Celsius and rain arriving a bit later on through the day. And it's going to be turning a lot fresher across the country as we head through on Monday because of the band of rain just pushing its way in from the west there. That will be moving further eastwards fresher feeling conditions and really very unsettled with some showers following on behind that main weather front too. So in general, it's going to be feeling a lot more like autumn as we head through next week. Here's the outlook for our capital cities, but I'm just going to break the timeline slightly and move to the south of France because, of course, it's the Rugby World Cup, some important matches happening. Thundery showers in Nice on Saturday, perhaps, but nicer in Nice, forgive the pun, on Sunday. Okay.
Elizabeth, thanks so much. Thank you. And that is the news at 1 for today. The news continues, of course, though, on BBC One because it's time to join our colleagues for the news wherever you are this afternoon. Have a lovely weekend. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Jane. Welcome to South Today. Coming up, parents have been protesting for months. Now a report demands action to stop children being failed by special needs provision. A call to give at Friday prayers as Muslims rally to help victims of 2 disasters in Morocco and Libya. And deaf school children feeling music. Could the same vibration technology help them learn to play instruments? Good afternoon, I'm Alan Sinclair. Widespread failings, children waiting years for assessments, families experiencing confusion, delay and not being listened to. Those among the damning headlines from an official report into the support available for youngsters with special educational needs and disabilities in Oxfordshire. Our reporter Lindsay Kinghorn has more on this. What's happened here?
So, Alan, this report is from the education watchdog Ofsted and the CQC, and frankly, it doesn't get more scathing than this. As part of the inspection, 2,000 parents and carers gave their views. This report gives Oxfordshire the lowest rating possible. It found there are widespread and/or systemic failings, leading to significant concerns about the experiences and outcomes of children and young people with special educational needs. That far too many children are lost in the system and the processes that are intended to support them hinder them. And even though the report found there's some good care and support in the county, it makes it very clear that for most children and young people, their experience is one of confusion and delay, alongside frustration from parents that they're just not listened to. And it's raised serious questions for the County Council and the NHS.
The report makes salutary reading for us here in Oxfordshire. It did not provide any surprises. It reaffirmed what we had heard from families, from young people and from partners. And I'd like to take this opportunity to say right at the outset how sorry I am that we have failed young people and their families here in Oxfordshire.
So what we've seen, and not unique to Oxfordshire, is an increase in demand for assessments, and we are working tirelessly to match that demand. We know that that wait is absolutely unacceptable, and we are unequivocally sorry for that to our local community.
Now, one parent campaign group has called for the resignation of the county councillor in charge of the service. Inspectors have demanded an action plan and will be back within 18 months to check on progress.
Lindsay Kinghorn, thank you. Muslims in the south attending Friday prayers today are being asked to donate money to help the victims of the recent disasters in Libya and Morocco. Camberley Mosque and others are acting as fundraising points for the Islamic Relief Charity, which is working on the ground in both countries, helping survivors deal with the 2 major humanitarian crises. The earthquake in Morocco is thought to have cost 2,500 lives. Meanwhile, the death toll from flooding in Libya has now passed 11,000, with many still missing and many more who've lost their homes.
What we've actually done is we've asked for this sort of united Friday prayer across the UK and across many other places around the world, where people, of course, are going to be praying for those, and our hearts are breaking for all those who've passed, both in Libya and in Morocco. So Friday prayers are really, really important for us in order to raise vital funds to reach the people on the ground. So we're encouraging people to, on their Friday prayer, on our website, wherever they can, donate. It really does make a difference.
Residents of a tower block in Portsmouth are starting to return home today after a gas leak forced the evacuation of the building last week. Occupants of the 120 flats in Sarah Robinson House have been in alternative accommodation, while while the gas company SGN repaired the leak and ventilated the building. Residents have been offered £70 compensation for each day they've been away and shopping vouchers to replace food that's been ruined as electricity powering fridges and freezers had to be turned off. A cancer patient from the Isle of Wight is campaigning for help for young people struggling to cope with the hidden costs of the illness. Victoria Jones faced having to pay thousands of pounds to travel for treatment to the mainland after being diagnosed with lymphoma. On average, young cancer patients and their families face paying £250 extra a month in travel costs. A petition calling for a young cancer patient travel fund has received more than 11,000 signatures.
It was really, really difficult to be able to find that money and then still commit to all of my other financial responsibilities at the time. So I would skip meals, I would have to give up my flat to be able to afford my travel to get to my life-saving treatment. And it was either that or not be stood here today.
It's already highly regarded for encouraging deaf children to achieve, but even for Mary Hare School in Newbury, this is pretty special. It's among the first to try out new technology which translates music into vibrations by feeling the sound in their bodies. It's hoped some youngsters could eventually learn to play instruments themselves. And as Peter Cook reports, plenty seem eager to try.
For those with limited hearing, a new way to experience sound. These students from the Mary Hare School for Deaf Children and Young People in Newbury are feeling music with the help of artificial intelligence. So how does it work?
You will have your iPhone and you're going to have this SoundX app that you're going to activate. And when you activate the app, there is an AI that is running in real time, collecting the sound around you, and then translating that sound into vibrations that you're going to feel on your back through a backpack.
It can also help children learn how to play musical instruments. Today was the students' first go at the saxophone. The packs have been designed for and calibrated by the deaf community.
It could definitely help me feel like the vibrations, especially with my hearing aid or cochlea in that place is like flat and we don't have the batteries for it.
I liked how it can help people who can't hear feel the beats and help them follow.
Nice vibration, the music sounds good.
What I really liked was that it came through like a very heavy vibration through your chest, and it just made me joyful when I just felt that.
Yeah, there is no transformative magic bullets. There's nothing to say by wearing the backpack you're going to be an amazing musician, but we're trying it out to see if it does unlock some potential for some of our students. And so far, on the first kind of influence, it seems to be that it does create a wider pitch field that they can hear and access. So positive so far, I'd say.
It's hoped the technology will help others to find their voice through music. Peter Cook, BBC South Today.
Okay, the weekend is almost here, so how's the weather looking? Alexis Green has our forecast.
Hello, good afternoon. Through this afternoon, it should be dry for many places with some decent spells of sunshine. Patchy cloud will build in at times. As you can see, we've got some cloud out there, but also some sunshine looking from Portland down to Chesil Beach. So through this afternoon, there will be a good deal of warm sunshine, warm for the time of year, and it will stay dry with light winds. There will be some patchy cloud from time to time, many places seeing blue skies overhead, and through the afternoon it will feel warm with highs of 24, possibly 25 degrees. It's a quiet night tonight initially, maybe some mist and fog patches at first, but then we could see some thundery rain or showers arrive for southern and western areas as we head towards dawn, even as far east as Hampshire. Cloud increasing for many places, a few clear spells and a low of 9 to 10 Celsius. Thundery showers are a possibility for some first thing tomorrow morning. It will become drier as we head through the day. Still the risk of a thunderstorm through the afternoon with a potential high of 26 Celsius. The average for this time of year is 18 to 19 Celsius. Now, as we look ahead to the rest of the weekend, Sunday, thundery rain or showers will affect many places. We could see some torrential downpours, lightning strikes as well, frequent lightning, and also some hail mixed in there. So there will be limited brightness, maybe some sunshine first thing for some areas before the thunderstorms move in. So the risk of a thundery shower tomorrow and also through the morning for some. Thundery downpours through Sunday, remaining unsettled as we head through next week, but temperatures next week return to or just above the seasonal average.
Thanks, Alexis. And Janet is here with this evening's South Today. Be with us again if you can. And meanwhile, enjoy your afternoon. Bye for now.
I will, mate. I'm going to Italy. Yep, gotta get some gold. Oh my God. Oh, this is coffee. Coffee. Oh my God. Oh. 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 It's 1:45. Should I ask for a taxi about 2 o'clock? Yeah, I think I will. Oh. I'm going to phone Happy Cabs. Happy Cabs. Oh my God.
Thank you for calling Happy Cabs.
Hello, mate. Can I have a taxi at 2 o'clock from 61 Cox Road down to H&T Pawnbrokers in Market Street? I can't do it at 2 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Oh my God, that's crazy. All right, mate. Okay. Cheers, then. He can't do it. Oh my God. Not until 4 o'clock. That's too late. 4:40. Oh, hang on. What's this? Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. I ain't got time for that shit. Oh, that's a pain in the ass. $440 cars. Oh.
Thank you for calling 440 Cars.
Hello, mate. I was told to use you because you're cheaper and everything. I'm at 61 Cox Road, Chandlersport, Eastleigh Hants. I want to go to Market Street in Eastleigh. Okay, all right, mate. Cheers, then. They got no cars. This is fucking great. That's 2 taxis companies with no cars. Right, it's radio taxis. What the fuck? They made me miss my fucking dentist appointment, and fucking now my dentist won't see me at all because of radio taxis. Oh fucking hell. Radio taxis. Oh.
Thank you for calling Radio Taxis and West Key Cars. Thank you for calling calling Radio Taxis Southampton. You haven't called us in a little while, so please listen closely. Let's get started. To book a car for now on our automated system, press 1. To pre-book a car, press 2. To hold for an operator, press 3. For all other inquiries, press 4. I'll forward you to an operator who will be able to assist you.
Hello, mate. Can I have a taxi, please? 61 Cox Road, Chelmsford, Eastleigh Hants, and take me to Market Street in Eastleigh. If you can make it at 2 o'clock, that'd be great. 2:30 will be all right, I suppose. Card. 2:30, that's great. Thank you. Bye bye. Radio taxis. Oh, 2:30. That's the best I can get. Oh, 2:30 is all right because I'll go to the jewelers. I'll walk round to Poppins. I'll be there by about 3 o'clock, and he's open until 5:30. So I'll be sat at Poppins for 2.5 hours. I'll have liver and bacon. Pain. Oh. I'm being careful. I can hear a fly. A little fly, yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's empty. That's empty. Oh well, I wonder what Kim Dayton's family are doing right now. They're probably grown up a bit now. And they're probably working and everything. Yeah, there's Kim Dayton. Right, she wanted me to marry her and live with her next door to my mum. Can you believe that? I mean, Christ! I said, no, I'll help you, but I'm not going to marry you. I'm not going to live with you. And that's it. And me and my daughter helped that family. Yep, we did. Rebecca Louise White, you are a legend. And you got your dad out of section units. Yeah, you did. And you nearly got sectioned. Oh my God. Yeah, a man dragged me out of my house and took me to Weston-super-Mare, put me in a private hospital, right? My daughter went all the way to Weston-super-Mare to see me, right? And we went out and then we got transferred to Marbury Lodge in Winchester, right? And then the staff in Marbury Lodge thought I was a doctor and my daughter was a patient, and they were going to lock my daughter up. Yeah, Rebecca, you nearly got locked up. But it's all right, because I said, no, I'm the patient. You know, this is it. But NHS is so fucking shit. I can't believe it. Yeah, don't believe in the NHS. NHS are rubbish. They're no good. They don't know what they're doing. They're dominators. You know, can you imagine? They listen to my mother. They listened to my mother. My mother had 4 boys. My brother was a drug dealer, a big drug dealer, right? And my mum never went to the police about that at all. Never said nothing to the police because he was a little boy. You know what I mean? And Liam Russell went to Red Lodge, a special school, because they're spastics, right? The Russell gets bossy, and Lee gets angry and will punch you and give you a black eye. He was charged with actual bodily harm. He attacked 2 people. Right, this is my brothers, right? Okay, and I was the Cub Scout Army cadet. You know, a good citizen, raising money for Help the Aged. It was now Age UK, and I become known as the piano man for RHB pianos, and I supplied pianos from Somerset to London, and basically what it was. I ended up having that family next door to my mum's, and with my daughter as well, and my mother got me sectioned. My mother got me sectioned. My mother went to Desborough House and spoke to an old lady, and the old lady said, "Go on, Gordon, get in the ambulance and go to Marbury Lodge." Yeah, and today I had a letter, a reminder, right, to go and talk about Marbury Lodge. About the situation, about how they can make it any better than what it is. But it's fucking terrible. They should close it down. Normal people locked up in section units is not right. NHS, they don't know what they're doing. I'm not going nowhere near fucking Mabry Lodge. It's out of my head now. I'm going to say goodbye to all the memories of section units and carry on with my life. And have a good life. And if a family looks in trouble or needs help, I'll try and help. I looked after Cameron McDonald and his brother Alistair and his mum. I'll give his mum a Scottish decanter. I'll give Cameron McDonald a laptop, £108 laptop, which I think he gave to his sister. And I got him £20 worth of McDonald's food. McDonald's. Cheer him up, make him feel good. Come on, feel good. Don't worry about the NHS. Forget the NHS. NHS is shit. All right, and that's what I was like. I told him not to worry about the NHS because he was worried, and scared, and nervous, and like, oh my God, they're going to lock me up. They're going to section me. I'm like, don't worry, it'll be fine. And I looked after that family, right behind me, And Keith Gordon over the road, he was a good man, nice and quiet, good man, really. I think he lent me £5 or £10 when I was able to go and get a coffee from Winchester, Costa or Starbucks or whatever it was. I was in Mabry Lodge with him, right? Well, he killed himself because NHS don't care. They just locked him up in the section unit with me, and he killed himself. NHS. Why did you all come around my house and tell me that he was dead? Why couldn't you save his life? Why couldn't you look after him and treat him? Hey, why did you have to let him kill himself? NHS, you're shit, you're rubbish, you're fucking no good to anyone. Here's my words, right? Listen to my words. Get it in your brain, right? Treat to defeat anxiety and upset. Treat to defeat anxiety and upset, right? When you see someone upset, right, treat them. Whatever you need to do it, right? Like, we're talking about £20 McDonald's, right? A laptop which is worth about 120 quid probably, and a Scottish decanter for the mother, which was on my speaker, right? A collectible piece, really probably worth a few quid, which I've had for some time, and she loved it, and I let her have it. Treat to defeat anxiety and upset. And she said she loved me, and it was crazy. And our son, he's shaking my hand. He's really happy. The family's happy. They're not worried about the NHS. They don't care about the NHS. Because they've been talking to me. That's it. In 26 minutes, I'll be outside getting into a taxi. I've got a license, but I can't drive like this. I can't see here. My daughter said to me, "Dad, keep driving." I said, "No, I'm not going to drive. I'm not going to do it because I can't see here." The sun's shining now. It's been a bit cloudy this afternoon. So I put a jumper on and my I put these on. I did have my shorts on, but I took them off because I don't want to be stuck in a situation where I'm going to be cold. I smoke a lot of tobacco, I mean, I've always cared for people all the time. there's a nipper. I've seen him. He showed me his license and everything. He's a good nipper. He's all right. I wouldn't mind seeing him again because the last time I said to him, I've got soups. Do you want some soups? And he's like, yeah, I'll have some soups. Right. If I see him again, I'll get him to get in a taxi with me to my home and let him try the soups on because I've got 6 soups. Right. And then I will make him feel good. I'll say, yeah, boom, 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 soups. Try them on. Yeah, I've got 6 suits. I've got loads of clothes. I've got to get rid of some clothes. I'm buying things which I don't need. It might be worth a fortune, and it might be going cheap, so I might buy it. When I was buying and selling pianos, I was getting them for like £10 and selling them for £175. I remember the one I bought in Shirley, and it was immaculate. It was a straight strung piano. It was like brand new, really, really nice. And I'll give them £10 for it. And I sold it to my boss for £500. My boss was Robert Henry Plumridge, right? RHP Pianos. And I was with him for some time, actually. Nice bloke. He would have a drink, you know what I mean? He would buy cans of beer and he'd be drinking. And I'd be in cafes, Starbucks, Costa, a few other cafes as well. I'm trying to think who they were now. Nero's, that's right. The sun's shining, and I've got a jumper on. I can't believe it. Oh, fired. I'll probably take this off when I'm in Eastleigh. If I'm quite hot, I'll be like, oh my God, I've got to take it off, you know. I'm wearing the trainers which I bought the other day. And the other day I went and bought another 2 pairs. I got a blue pair, which is really quite smart. Nike, really nice colour. So I bought those. That was £20. Well, actually, they were about £5, right? And I bid £200 in 10 seconds to go, right? And someone went up to £20, and then I won it. So I paid £20. And the other pair I got for £5. And they've not arrived yet, but they will arrive. I've got loads of trainers. It's crazy. I've got some nice shoes as well. But I haven't got a suit that will fit me because I'm fat. It's crazy. And it's all because of Matt's Bakers. Don't go to Matt's Bakers. Oh my God. No, don't go there. I recommend Greg's or something, you know, but not Matt's Bakers. Not a chance. The staff, the woman in Matt's Bakers in Falkland Court, Falkland Road, Chelmsford, Eastleigh Hants, she is disgusting. She's a horrible, horrible woman. She was shouting at me. I had giddy spells, and I'd give the girl some weed. And I said, yeah, you get that, because I've got giddy spells, right? And the next time I see this other woman, right, who works on the laptop and she works in that shop, she shouted at me so loud it was crazy. "You're bad!" really loud, really shouting at me. You know, I thought, what a horrible, horrible woman. Terrible, really. Yeah. So I don't go there now. I just don't want to. I like going to Poppins, liver and bacon with mash and peas and gravy, 2 cups of teas. Sometimes I get more teas. Sometimes it's how's a tea on me. That's great, mate. Cheers, thank you. And I do get people a cup of tea now and again. Sometimes I see people and I start chatting. And I was like, yeah, I'll get you a tea. And I sit at Poppins for probably 2 or 3 hours. I'm quite hot. I'm getting my gold out. Yeah. A bracelet and a ring. A keeper ring. Probably worth about £350 for the ring, and probably about £400, maybe £500 for the bracelet. And I just thought I'd get out and put it on and wear it. Oh, Mixcloud. Mixcloud. Oh. Oh. It's 12 minutes past 2. I'll be getting a taxi at 2:30. I hope they turn up on time. I don't want to be waiting like I was last time. Last time I missed my bloody dentist, and now my dentist won't even see me no more. That was in the newspapers. Yeah. The Piano Man, you know what I mean? It didn't say nothing about the Piano Man. It just said an old man who's 56 with a backache. Denied, any kind of dental treatment because he's on the NHS. I've been on the dole for years. All my life I've been working and claiming. It's crazy, it is. Yeah. I wish my mum never got me section though. I mean, because that was terrible. I'll finish my tea. It was coffee actually. I know what I do. Pepsi. Yeah. I've got to clean this bloody glass. It's filthy. Oh, yeah. Oh. I could just wear a shirt. That sun is shining now. Oh my God, that's crazy. Down, 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 down. Do you remember that tune? Yeah. Yeah, I remember that tune. Yeah, this is for my rings. When I buy a ring, I want to buy a ring, I can see what size it is. Comes with this. 11 minutes and the taxi should be here. And I've been live on that broadcast 9 hours and 30 minutes. So it's nearly 10 hours. I mean, that's all right. That's pretty cool. Yesterday, there was a bloody NHS transport van at the top of the hill, and I thought, fuck's sake, look at that. Are they coming for me, have they? So I come indoors and shut my door and thought, oh my God, you know what I mean? And it's NHS, they just fucking scare the shit out of you. NHS are rubbish. I see my neighbour next door, Steve, and I said good morning. I said I was up through the night and that, and but I should have said to him, "Are you going to Eastleigh today?" Because he could have given me a lift. And I went round and tapped the door, and there was no one in. So they must have went out, and that was that, really. It's Friday. That sun is really mad. I'll say it's coming through my door, and it's like, oh my God. I had my shorts on, and then I took them off because it was cloudy and everything like that. And I thought, oh my God, it's probably going to be a bit cold and all that. So I put these on, and I got my jumper on and everything. Maybe I was cold earlier, and I put my jumper on, yeah, because now I'm just like, quick, get undressed. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stay like this. I'll go to Market Street. I'll go to the H&T Pawnbrokers, right, and then I'll walk around to Poppins restaurant, and my back is so aching. It's terrible from the piano days. When I was listening to pianos, a piano slipped and trapped my nerve, and I've had a backache for years. I'll be knackered by the time I get around to the restaurant. I'll be like, oh, I've got to sit down, I've got to lean on the counter. Oh my God, I'm back. Oh my God. And this is what it's like. It's crazy. That is the bracelet. I don't know where the keeper ring paperwork is. I can't find it now. It might be in the shirt or something. I don't know. They know me anyways. You know what I mean? It's not going to go nowhere. It's mine, and that's that. Text. What's this? Your radio taxi is on its way. Oh, good. Right, I'm going to end the broadcast now. I'll see you later, right? Look after yourself. The taxi's on its way. I'll chat with you another time. See ya. Yeah.